life is a series of choices, reciprocating the loud voices. It's perpetual license on the
나 이거 시작한 지 언젠지 하도 힘을 주고 있더니 지금도 뻐근한 내 어깨 내가 지금 뱉고 있는 가사는 대체 뭘 위한 건데 모를 거야 난 평생 내 선생 또 선배는 너를 정내 플레이리스트에 남들과 좀 다른 게 들어왔지 눈에 투면 내 same thing 비슷해 보이는 것 빼고 골라서 선택 It is the mistake For the cash, for the fame 관심 없어 난 내 가사에만 몰입해 계속 work on 밀었어 그럼 따라온다고 잔스레 근데 항상 따라붙는 조바심 내 버릇이 잡아먹는 강박 내 목소리를 팔아 남들 다 하는 얘기 말고 진짜 내 living life 다 끝내 눈 감아 뭐 접어 그 전까지 날 붙잡고 있는 것은 다름 아닌 사랑 It's love What is love? I don't know Nobody heard 어느새 내가 여기까지 왔어 정말 I'm okay 한치 앞을 모르겠어 only up for chance Take a step closer I rest my case 말했잖아 정말 I'm okay 어느새 내가 여기까지 왔어 정말 I'm okay 한치 앞을 모르겠어 only up for chance Take a step closer I rest my case 말했잖아 정말 I'm okay 이게 맥길로긴지 I feel right wrist block Oh can you see me take your stereotype A lot of time 도대체 얼마던가 내가 버린 수많은 것 생각이 안 나 중요한 것을 놓치고 있는 듯한 기분 말야 쫓기고 있는 듯한 이 기분 말야 걱정 마 여기까지 다 왔잖아 미안하지만 I don't give a it's my life 가끔은 be alone 근데 낯설은 남의 위로 받을 줄도 몰라 혼자 견뎌내고 이겨 나의 방식 가끔씩 안 통하는 상식 돌아보니 고마움을 알기에 I believe in myself 시간이 흐르고 나는 익숙해져 be alone 믿을 건 오직 나뿐인 이게 내 인생 loan 이루기 전에 눈 못 감지 그래 내가 여기까지 왔지 어느새 내가 여기까지 왔어 정말 I'm okay 한치 앞을 모르겠어 only up for chance Take a step closer I rest my case 말했잖아 정말 I'm okay 어느새 내가 여기까지 왔어 정말 I'm okay 한치 앞을 모르겠어 only up for chance Take a step closer I rest my case 말했잖아 정말 I'm okay
to say the least. So far from a superstar, and my daydreams are killing me. Feel like I'm losing my mind. I'm never feeling okay, but there's a sword to find. Just help me numb all the pain. One step from dying, my angels keep it at bay. Can't blame the people for trying. Just let me fall to my grave. Just let me fall to my grave. Look you. Just let me fall to my Just let me fall to my grave. Heart fails under pressure. Wonder if these bad days will last forever. Pessimistic from the past, all the good things end up in caskets. I'm never feeling okay, but there's a sword to fight. Just help me know let me fall to my grave. Secure. Just let me fall to my Just let me fall to my grave.
What's up, though? Yeah. Roll up with the gang, we gon' violate. Jiggy hella fly with no stylist. Yeah, ain't no middleman, I get it direct. Yeah, big wrist watch, but it's timeless. Ooh, she gon' work it like she got no time left. Yeah, say she love my style, love my dialect. I know she like it by the way your eyes dilate. Ooh, she a bad vibe, wanna vibrate. Yeah, you don't want no smoke, don't be a target. Flew to Tokyo for all my garments. Yeah, look at how we shine, shit is flawless. Damn, talking big rocks, talking onyx. Yo, they told me make it hit, then what you call this? Doomsday with the fire, no department. Yeah, all about the paper, pick your pockets. Soul City to LA, get the spotlight. We don't pay attention to the comments. They hating, but I'm all up in their conscience. Born in 92 like the chronic. Body that's a mosh pit. Holes in your body like SpongeBob. You know how this shit go dumb hard. Holy water on me, yeah, that's on God. Get the spot jumping with the whole squad. Roll up with the gang, we gon' violate. Jiggy hella fly with no stylist. Yeah, ain't no middleman, I get it direct. Yeah, big wrist watch, but it's timeless. Ooh, she gon' work it like she got no time left. Yeah, say she love my style, love my dialect. I know she like it by the way your eyes dilate. Ooh, she a bad vibe, what a vibrate.
Yeah, back in my element, walking water with elegance. Put you in a predicament if you fuck with a boy. See my word, I'm a minute, but every dime, every cent, but down, split the percentages, they ain't give me no choice.
Specialized dope boy from the 213. Yeah, the kicks powder blue like the UNC. All I need is one time and now she won't leave. Girl, this ain't no K-pop, ain't no G-O-D. I fly to Bahamas just so I get a 10. Mark on my bag just like a letterman. Do the like, do the hoop, that's the aim one. Everybody swinging, let me know when you land one. Featherweight, now get your weight, see I don't take two, now this'll take one. They wanna run it back, I'll keep it laced up. Look, I ain't got time for your fake love. Roll up with the gang, we gon' violate. Jiggy hella fly with no stylist. Yeah, ain't no middleman, I get it direct. Yeah, big wrist watch, but it's timeless. Ooh, she gon' work it like she got no time left. Yeah, say she love my style, love my dialect. I know she like it by the way your eyes dilate. Ooh, she a bad vibe, wanna vibrate.
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Everything is on the line today as our top 8 is about to become a top 6. We've got a back-to-back elimination matches, which means the dreams of lifting that trophy will come to an end for 2 of our teams here. Hello everyone and welcome to day 3 of Champions Seoul playoffs. We're coming to you live from the COEX Atrium here in South Korea. I'm your host Yingsu and I'm joined once again by Kukuka and Mimi. It's elimination day, otherwise known as the worst day of the year. It's so sad.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if we think about the teams that we have. For example, Trace and DRX, they fought so hard to ended up getting top of their group, and look at them now.
It's heartbreaking for the teams to go home, but it is the start to a story for some of the teams that could end up going on a run here. There's a lot of potential in these rosters for G2 and Fnatic, and also for a Trace that has popped off, and DRX now as the last hope for their region. Something will start, but of course, it's sad to see people go home as well.
Yeah, and for some of those teams, they will be able to make a run from the upper bracket, because after what happened yesterday, Mimi, did you expect that Leviathan will be the one to get that chance?
I really didn't. I think that Lev's form has been really inconsistent this year, whereas G2, I feel like, have been so solid in their fundamentals. And honestly, I thought that Lev called a better game. After a rough start to Icebox, they came back with a lovely second on the comeback, and then their Abyss just looked great to stay in the upper bracket. The second one, though, was a surprise as well, Bea.
I think that at some point Team Heretics needs to stop, because yesterday they were very close to making history. They got the same... They got Fnatic to relive their worst result in the history of the global events. And we're talking about Fnatic. The form that we saw from them, especially on that first map, we were talking about how they're using the Fnatic composition, but the way that they use it and the lesson that they taught everybody that was watching was amazing. So very looking forward to see what they can do from the upper brackets.
Yeah, let's take a look at the bracket, because Heretics, they're on their way, and surely they're going to win a trophy this year, right? No more second places. Surely.
You're trying to curse Yinsu. Let him do the run.
It happened for Genji.
We don't speak it till anything happens.
It would, you know, it'd be fair as well, but yeah, I think also, you know, Sen has a good roots.
And I wonder how many other people, you know, managed to get the results right yesterday. So let's take a look and check in on our pick'ems, even from our watch party friends, powered by AWS. Because my pick'ems are in the bin, so I'm just gonna do whatever Razzie is doing, because he's overtaken Nate Shot, Mimi.
That's nuts. I mean, doing well up there. We all got rolled yesterday by everyone predicting G2, but some people a little bit smarter than us. I'm impressed that some of these guys are maintaining such high records with the amount of upsets we've had this event.
To be fair, I just wanted to get G2 Fnatic. I got both predictions yesterday wrong, but I still get G2 Fnatic, so I feel like I'm winning.
You do, because if we take a look at the bracket, the second game that is coming up today will be G2 versus Fnatic, of course, in elimination. But first, we have DRX taking on Trace. Of course, DRX, the last team standing as the home team, as the hometown heroes. So I think a lot of fans are going to be very excited to see how far they could take this. But before we get into all of that, let's take a look at our MasterCard fan poll. We want to know which team you think has the best shot at surviving elimination today. Scan the QR code on screen to cast your votes, and we'll have the results in just a moment. And while you're at it, make sure you use the hashtags VALORANT Champions and VCT so we can feature you guys on the broadcast. But before that, you guys, who do you think has the best chance of surviving elimination today?
I'm gonna go with DRX because in the second one, I don't know what to expect. If we get the same form that we saw from Fnatic, yeah, obviously G2, but I also saw some mistakes from them. It depends on how Trace is going to be feeling. If you think about it so far, they have won against the international teams. It has been against EDG, their regional rematch that they've lost. So, you know, there's hope there.
I think it's going to be really hard for Trace to come back from a really crushing loss against EDG at their first global. And DRX, even though they are now down in this lower bracket, I didn't feel like their game was quite as one-sided. I think that roster is still showing a lot of potential to maybe go on a run here in the lower bracket.
A lot on the line today, but we can't let the players have all the fun, you know?
We can't.
We gotta have some competition on the desk as well. I'm gonna put you two against each other to test your knowledge in the game that is known as exclusively as Ozat. Ozat.
Never had another name.
Ozat. I was hoping that GB would get to do that because I think that would be super funny, but we're going to show you guys a collage of VCT stars, and I will read a piece of trivia about one of them. You guys will have to pick who you think I am talking about, okay? And of course, tell me, who's that? So let's start right off the bat. This is your first clue as to which player it might be. Name the player whose global events are Champions 2023 and Champions 2024.
Only? Exclusively?
Yes.
Bianc?
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you both going for Bianca?
I'm going for Bianc.
Well, let's see.
Bianca.
Who's that? Who's that then? Who are we talking about? Is it Bianca? Because, drum roll.
It is.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, it's a 1-1. Don't worry.
He is the upset man. He's on Billy for their upsets. He's on Trace for their upsets.
And he's always losing to EDG.
Yeah, that too.
I have a feeling that they're no longer upsets. I just feel like he's just good, you know.
I mean, being an upset doesn't mean he's not.
At some point, I think we got to stop looking at them as upsets. Maybe today. Maybe today is the day. Maybe today is the day. Let's go on the next one. Who is the youngest player on the oldest team here at Champions? I'll let one of you go first, because then if you have the same answer.
Do we have the definition of oldest team?
I guess it's average age is what I guess they mean. Kukuka, you can start first, given Mimi went for Bianca last time.
What teams are old?
I can tell you who it probably isn't. I think there's a... he is 19 years old, if you want a clue.
I have my guess.
Okay,
what's your guess?
You go first.
Second.
All right.
I was gonna go for the same. Yeah, I'm gonna give it to second as well. Yeah.
You're both going for the same answer? All right, let's see. Who's that? It is second indeed.
I remember thinking about this in Madrid.
Very good job. You guys are on the money so far. It's a best of 5, so we got 3 more left.
Okay.
Let's see the next one. Who is the player with the most followers at Champions Seoul? Let's see. Who's that? That's an easy one.
Is it Tense or Benji the Fishy?
It's Tense.
Is it Tense?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's got like 2 million followers.
Yeah, but it's Benji. I'm gonna go for Benji.
All right, you're gonna go for Benji.
Yes.
Okay, first time you're not going with the same answer. Let's see. Who's that? Who's
Yes!
that?
He would never let me down.
Benji Fishy. Yeah, I knew that. I
You
knew
guys
that.
gotta heckin' love Tense a little
America
bit more.
sometimes is so like eccentric that you like forget about what's out there.
I swear,
I will
Tense has
say
an absurd amount of followers.
He does,
It is
but
an
the
absurd
only
amount of
reason that
followers.
I knew that is because Benji's spoken about that before. You know, in the beginning of his career, we were like, oh damn, he's come over and he's
Do you
got that
remember
many
the
followers.
presentation that I did in China pitching why Heretics was going to win and the amount of followers that they all had
I
combined?
knew he was
It a
clouded. I didn't
massive
know
number.
he was like tens clouded.
He's hella
I'm
clouded.
gonna be honest. I thought NA had that on lock. So
All right.
get your numbers up,
Let's
boys.
see who's got this next question unlocked, which is a player with the most kills on a single map at Champs Seoul. Who are we going for?
I feel like I want to go
Seoul.
Kong Kong.
Okay, you're going for Kong Kong and Mimi.
Blind guess?
Do you want the kills? Do you want me to give you the number?
Sure.
It's a cheeky 30 bomb.
I'm going to go for Buzz.
Okay, Buzz.
Oh, that's such a good
versus
one.
Some
Kong Kong.
That
good
is
games
such
in
a
group
good one.
stage.
Let's
That
see,
is
who's
such a
that?
good one.
Who are we talking about? It's
was
actually
Durke.
Durke. It was on
Nikita.
Lotus, right? Lotus.
Okay.
Damn.
Yeah, the cheeky little Lotus. And last...
Was that in the Billy Billy game? Or the
I think it was the
game?
crew one. I think it was the crew
Yes,
one. The
because
last
map
one.
3, he was insane.
Smash them.
Right, let's take the last one here. Player that has played versus PACIFIC at event at every global
There is no way I
There's
get this.
only one answer.
attended.
And it's ZMJJ. Kong Kong.
Very, very sad. That's a sad
Yeah, I'll
one,
give
I
it that.
feel like.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, we're both going
Yep.
for Kong Kong. Let's
Yep.
see who it is.
Yep.
Who's that? Who's that? It is
Oh,
actually...
What?
It's actually...
Honestly, I
but
would have never guessed that. Like,
but
I don't think I have that information in my brain. I don't have a lot of information, but that one, like, that has always played against PR, that's too deep. And I am the
EDG
one that
has
makes it
played
complicated.
Yeah, that's why I thought they were throwing you off with a Chichu one there, because Chichu was also in there. So I thought maybe that's what we're going for. But hey, I believe Mimi's the winner, right? Mimi got 2.
We won
Wait,
together.
I'll go the Benji.
Okay, you win
I
then.
think no,
together.
we win together.
We win
It was-
together. You're trying to...
Sure win.
We're so together and...
It's not going to be like that for the rest of the day, though, because there could
No?
only be one winner for the match 1 and match 2.
That's true.
And speaking of, we had a chat with Mako, of all people, about their loss to Sentinels and the pressure of playing on the big stage in this Omen player moment.
안녕하세요. DRX에서 활동 중인 마코라고 합니다. 오늘 경기가 되게 좀 1세트는 접전으로 가고 두 번째 맵은 살짝 밀리긴 했지만 사실 졌을 때는 어쩔 수 없이 모든 스포츠가 그냥 어쩔 수 없이 살짝 우울한 것 같고 뭐 진 걸로 인해서 이제 저희가 또 얻어가는 게 있다면 저는 괜찮다고 생각하기 때문에 지금은 그냥 안정을 되찾고 있는 중이에요.
Usual position to be playing in, but still with a rolling thunder aftershock. All combined through. Buzz has been unaccounted for, and he's spraying them through. Celsius, how will not save you?
사실 프로게이머라는 인식이 이제 되게 뭐랄까 그렇게 좋은 편은 아니다라고 생각을 하거든요. 요즘 들어서 이제 좀 좋은 것 같다라고 생각이 들긴 하지만 사실 프로게이머가 아니라면은 이렇게까지 저희가 힘든 건지도 모를 것 같고 사실 제가 뭐 다른 사회생활을 많이 해봤던 건 아닌데 그냥 제가 겪은 일 중에 이 프로게이머라는 직업이 정신적으로 되게 많이 힘든 것 같아요. 그래서 이거를 겪지 않고서야 대부분의 사람은 모를 것 같아요. 사실 저희가 질 때나 이길 때나 팬분들도 저희랑 같은 기분을 느낀다고 생각을 하고 있고요. 뭐 악플도 있는 만큼 이제 저희한테 오는 도움되는 글들도 많이 오다 보니까 사실 좀 반반인 것 같긴 해요. 근데 그건 저희가 안 보면 그만이고 또 악플도 결국에는 저희를 위해서 해주는 말이다 보니까 저는 그렇게 생각하고 있습니다.
I mean, you heard it there from Mako. Things do get stressful. And Mimi, we saw some of that stress and the way that they couldn't 100% deal with it in their last game.
Yeah, I mean, this was a tough one for DRX. Sentinels, I think, had the read against Genji, and I think they had the read against this DRX team as well. It was a heartbreakingly close loss to get things going on Sunset. And I think what really lost them this game was their flood retakes, which are normally so good for them. Sentinels was always pausing, fighting, and denying those setups, and winning out on a few of these key rounds to close out that map.
They were thrown up in many instances. I think that seeing the Neon on the other side, I like some of the things that they were bringing on the table, but I agree. I think that the loss on Sunset was too hard on them for them to continue and perform a reverse.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a young roster, and losing out in that way, it's always tough. We've seen multiple series that have gone that way. Lose a close OT, and then it's a lot more dominant map too once your opponent is feeling it.
But this is the thing, though. It's going to be a very different beast today that they have to face in comparison to Sentinels. But Kukuga, there were moments of brilliance from DRX.
Yeah, I love that we got that player moment from Mako
there.
because there were so many things that they actually tried and were so good on Sunset. I grabbed the round because I think that we needed to, refresh people's memories into what was going on in that matchup. So it's round number 10. Bear in mind, their attack wasn't you know, it was successful at the end of it, but they were struggling a lot because of many factors. One of them being Zekken on that operator. He was putting so much pressure into everywhere in the map that they were a little bit, you know, not having the right ideas. But there is something that they do, which is creating these conditions surrounding the map from the beginning that make this rounds like this one possible. So right at the beginning, right off the bat, we're going to see a lot of utility from both of the teams fighting for that A main control, right? And all of the attention is just drawn into this. The paranoia, the aftershock, the wall, the eye, everything is being put onto this, and we understand what's going on. But then we look, why is Mako almost on A-Link? He has decided, while all of this is happening, to just TP. If we look back, he goes from tiles and TPs into top mid just to generate all this extra pressure. That is the deeper layer into what they're doing. Not only that, he's just going to keep walking, making sure that he's in the right angle. And Flashback, with the right timing, very cutesy, you know, very demure. He's just going to be walking and covering his back and getting that kill onto Zekken. Not only this is important, because once Zekken gets that information, Mako is already onto site. I want you to pay attention to what happens here and just look at the players that have, by the way, been given all of the pressure from A main, now being... Just look at where the players are looking. They don't know how all of this is going on. Flashback is running onto A-Link. Mako's getting the kills. Poor Celsius, my guy, doesn't even know where to look because he's just being ambushed from every single part of the map. It's a very clean round. It's a very good set strat. And these are the kind of rounds that DRX, even in this situation, can pull up and will need today.
And I think that's the big difference in today's matchup. DRX lost a heartbreakingly close game where they had a lot of opportunities, where I think they were playing their macro really well in a lot of these rounds and couldn't close it out, versus a Trace who is coming in after a pretty dominant loss, which I think is really indicative of form and why I think people should still give credence to the potential of a DRX lower bracket run here.
I mean, this is the thing. We even heard it from Termi, I think, in a press conference where he said, Sen, we're just a better team on the day. There's things that we need to fix. And do you guys think they've had enough time to fix those things?
I think that it was extremely close. They could have perfectly won that map. And I think that they're a team with a lot of experience. You have players like Mako, like Buzz, that again have a lot of experience, and they have what it takes to bounce back.
Yeah, they do indeed. One play, which you mentioned, very demure, very mindful, very cutie, is Flashback. And he is standing by with Golden Boy.
Hey everyone, here with Flashback, and well, want to ask you first thing about, you know, what has the mood been like within the team since the loss to Sentinels, but also how has the experience of being able to play with the likes of Mako and Buzz and have Coach Termi there helped you grow as a player?
센티널한테 지고 나서는 5연승만 하면 된다고 최대한 좀 긍정적으로 생각하려고 했고, 형들한테 배운 것들은 지금 처음 시작할 때랑 저랑 비교하면 진짜 약간 병아리에서 좀 치킨이 됐다고 말할 수 있을 정도로 큰 성장을 했다고 생각하고 있습니다.
After the loss to Sentinels, we've just tried to think of it positively. We only need to win 5 games now just to win the championship, so the mood has been positive. In terms of playing with like some Mako, with Buzz, and having Coach Termi as my coach, these veterans have helped me grow from like a baby chick to like a full-grown chicken now. So I'm a completely different player as I was from the first beginning.
Okay, full-grown chicken. All right, love it, love it. All right, well, thank you so much for your time, my friend. Appreciate you. Best of luck. Thank you, John, for the translations. Back to you guys.
I love that analogy because he's not the only rookie, you know, we have in this tournament, but one that's definitely impressed a lot.
And his story is so cool because he's a homegrown talent from DRX Prospects, their farm team. We saw him come up last year and play with the roster for a bit and then got sent back down to the inactive roster. But since he's joined heading into Stage 2 for DRX, we have seen a meteoric turnaround for this squad. And his performance, despite how young he is, despite how inexperienced he was coming into this event, has not missed a beat compared to what he was putting up in Pacific.
And there are so many things that he can do, like the play that I just showed, the way that he plays with the Cypher, how he can also be a supportive player, how we can also see him with the operator is a very long list of things to go through, and to perform at this level, it is very, very impressive to see.
Yeah, there's lots of chickens in this tournament. There's also lots of chicks as well in terms of, I'm going to double down on that analogy forever.
It's a good one.
Because let's take a look at the rookies and see how they hatched as this year gone by, because Cuckoo Kuka. This timeline is crazy.
Yeah, exactly. Just think at the beginning of the times, and when we talk about experience, we talk about Buzz and Mako, and we just wanted to show people how, in the grand scheme of things, things are going to go down today when we talk about time on the server, because it is almost a couple of years of difference competing in the game for both of the rosters.
Yeah, when DRX were playing at their first global events, only Mako and Buzz were playing as pros. Everyone else has come up in these last few years and has kind of come out of nowhere. And for Trace, I think that's true as well from DRX. Bianca has been to an event before, but for the most part, all the rest of those guys are new, fresh faces making their first global appearance here at Champions Tour.
Yeah, and let's talk about Trace Esports on the other side. Probably the team that everybody was shocked at their performance in the group stage, but Mimi, they did lose, and they lost pretty heavily in their first round.
Yeah, I think this was quite a disappointing game for Trace against EDG. They've played against this squad so many times before, and well, unfortunately, it was the exact same outcome as when they played regionally. EDG knew their setups inside and out. I think did such a good job of just contacting around the map, finding those gaps, and then exploding these rounds and winning out with their superior team fighting.
It's literally like PTSD. Like, they've been performing so well in their group. They overcame, as we're seeing in this graphic, the victory against Leviathan and against Vitality were crazy to see. Everybody's pickings went on the trash, but then they face off EDG, and it's like seeing all their demons, and they have the face of Kankan.
I think this team, this game kind of proved that they have a really big reliance on their macro, their strategy needing to work. That's why they looked so fantastic against teams like Leviathan and like Vitality. But once the game gets simplified a lot and it ends up just kind of becoming a bit of a gunfight at times, I think that's where their plans start to break down. You have a little less like innate synergy between the players than some of the other top teams. But you can see they're still having fun, swinging them nice around on stage, and have time to bounce back here.
I think it's one of the things that it gives you, like debuting here in the international stage. Everybody feels like they have an idea on the other teams, but then when a new one comes in, it's not until you're in the server, or at least you're competing in the tournament, that you can really draw those comparisons or get a feeling of how you want to play against them and what to expect from them.
And I think there's only one thing that's going to be better than Trace shocking everybody, upsetting all the other teams, is being able to do a lower bracket run. Can you imagine them coming out of groups, dropping to the lower bracket instantaneously, and then going all the way from here?
Even if they don't make a run, I think just beating DRX would be a shock, eliminating the last Korean team at the tournament whose form has been so good.
And winning against an Americas team, an EMEA team, and a Pacific team.
Yeah, they're running the gauntlet.
That's a good end of the year.
They're running the gauntlet. But this is the thing, you mentioned Kankan and how on form he was against Trace, but this is the thing, behind the scenes of that stage, they are all friends. Very, very, very good friends. And you can see here, Kankan talking about how he doesn't want Trace to lose their confidence and want to make sure that they can actually bounce back, because he believes in them. And if Kankan, of all people, believes in a team, I'm inclined to as well.
I love the fact that they have that support, they show that support amongst the region. I think it has to mean a lot for them, because it's not only that they're from the same region, EDG has gathered so much experience in international events that if they can recognize that talent and that potential going forward, it says something about them.
It absolutely does. And for Trace, I think that they've earned some confidence. Those 2 wins that they got in the group stage, even though that EDG game was tough, I think it is easy to kind of wipe that away as, hey, we played a team we have played a ton of times before, we lost them again. C'est la vie. We still have had a great run here at Champions Tour, and this is an opponent who isn't familiar with them, who doesn't know them inside and out, and I think that can help them to reinstill that confidence they showed in the groups.
Yeah, speaking of confidence, let's send it back to Golden Boy and check in with Trace Esports, Bianca.
Hey everyone, here with Bianca as we get ready for their matchup. And well, I want to ask, this is going to be your second champs where you've shocked everyone, you've made it out of groups, you did it once with Billy, now you're doing it here with Trace. What has been the difference between, you know, the Billy squad and the Trace team, and how does that prepare you for the potential victory here against DRX today?
那就是首先恭喜你，这是你的第2次的冠军赛之旅嘛。那当然你们也是惊讶到了很多人，因为你们能够从小组赛当中出现。那去年是跟 BLG 一起来的，但是今年是跟 TE 一起并肩作战。你觉得今年和去年2支队伍有什么区别呢？以及说想问一下，今天为了赢下这场胜利做了哪些准备呢？
我觉得2支队伍更大的区别在于我吧，因为 毕竟是指挥嘛，然后经过这2年的比赛经验也好，然后更多的经历了更多的室外嘛，然后也是成长了挺多。然后今天打第2季吧，我就感觉要把我们自己的东西打好吧。然后赛前布置其实已经很透彻了，所以我们只要把自己的事情以及战术打出来就好。
I think the biggest difference is me as the IJL, and I have also learned a lot, got a lot of experience for last 2 years. I mean, from the failure, of course. And for today's matchup, it's against DRG. I mean, we have to do our own thing well, and actually our preparation is pretty clear right now.
Yeah. All right. Hey, well, losing is learning. Congratulations, and hopefully see you next time. All right. Back to you guys.
I love the way he talks about learning from his losses and failures, because some of you might not remember this, but last year when he was here, he was eliminated and he had to go up against EDG and DRX. It's basically history repeating itself, and a lot of the CN fans on Chinese social media is backing the Bianca redemption arc.
You absolutely have to. I mean, they lose to EDG just like they did at Champs last year, but now with a new team around him, and the learnings from not just what he achieved at Champs and at these upsets thus far, but from a year of playing in the VCT CN Partnership League and being able to have that really consistent gameplay against teams who are getting better, like FPX, like EDG. And while they didn't make it to Masters Shanghai, the best in the world were there, and I'm sure scrimming against this Trace team. We've even heard from squads like G2 about how good they've looked even back then. They seem to have come out of nowhere to a lot of the global fans, but they've really been grinding a long time to make it here.
And it wouldn't be the first time that we see a team that was good at some point in the game, but just as it evolved and as the region evolved with it, they were just left behind. Some of the ideas were lackluster, some of the players just lost the touch, or maybe the meta changed. The agents that they play, you know, were not good anymore, and they just didn't fit into the whole ecosystem. This has not been the case, especially for Bianca.
Honestly, I love that Arrival interview featuring Bianca with GB. So let's hear more from Bianca and hear what he had to say about the loss against EDG and today's matchup against DRX as well in this Omen Player Moment.
大家好，我是 T1速的 Bianca， 心情是不好的。E 最大的特点就是个人能力上比较强嘛，然后打法上也比较自信。就是刚开始打法上没有特别自信嘛，我觉得在战术部署上面是没有问题的。然后也是被他们以就是枪法发挥吧，然后加上一些个人能力吧，然后拿到一些比较大的优势，然后后面也是没有调整回来吧。个人上面以及主要是在 EDG 这次实力上面找到一些原因吧，就是我们今天其实战术部署以及赛前针对，包括教练组的研究，其实都很到位的，包括他们每一步的动作其实都是知道的。但是就是输在了枪法上以及自信上面吧。
Trying to draw their attention and a good angle for Kung Kung here. Tuck himself
Conquer.
in the corner. 1 HP's not enough. Kai prevails, and now the 2v2. They know about Chichu. They don't know about Simon. Now they do. They can get that defuse started. Chichu's got to close the gap and fast. Market his only option, his only way, and it's not good enough.
他们 DX 因为也是亚洲队伍嘛，所以比较了解，因为之前跟他们训练次数挺多的，然后也互相知根知底吧，属于是。然后就是我觉得在 DX 开局我们要去找到自己的状态吧，然后希望能针对到他们一些打法吧。
I think he hit the nail on the head there, Kakuka. They have to come out swinging with full confidence.
Yeah, I think that forgetting about what happened against EDG or understanding that probably they just know them too well, and just facing DRX as what they are right now, wounded, right? They were close to getting that first map. They weren't able to get it, and Trace has been looking good throughout the tournament.
I think Trace is as well as a team that has been really willing to change up their ideas, change up their compositions. The Bond comp they became known for was new for this event. I actually have a lot of faith in this team to go back, look at the issues they found in that EDG game, and not just come in with a newfound confidence, but also to adjust the macro, adjust their approach to the map veto, those kind of things, to show something new against DRX now in this lower bracket.
Well, I wonder if the fans believe in them as well, because it's time for the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you guys which team had the best shot at surviving today's elimination matches, and my oh my, this was a very close close one, and you guys went for DRX.
I'm not surprised about the DRX. I think that, you know, they're right. I'm surprised about how close it is between G2 and Fnatic. And
This
that
is
Fnatic,
G2 and Fnatic for you.
but especially with what happened yesterday, that they're above G2, right? I think that the performances, yes, it was not the best, but to see Fnatic still on top. Mimi, especially speaking about time zones, what do you think about this poll?
I love talking about time zones. It's a bad time for both Europe and, no, it's better for Europe. So
I mean, I think it's too early for us.
Yeah, I don't know.
I just think Fnatic fans are sick of losing to G2 in every other game, that they're like, this is our game, we have to do well
I
here.
was there. I don't want to see it again.
Something. But let's take a look at what we thought in terms of predictions, because we trolled yesterday. We hard trolled.
Yeah, it was bad.
Let's see how much are we trolling today. Doug and Baby Big coming out saving us, and I'm not biased ever about anything.
No,
so, yeah.
never been.
Never, not one time.
I really want to see, I would like to eardrops on the conversation that Baby Bay and Doug had about how Trace is going to win this.
How do you think it went? How do you guys think that went?
Bro.
Bro, yeah, that's it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
You're breaking everything back.
Yeah,
I reckon Baby Bay's internal clock probably told him to vote for Trace. Yeah,
I mean, it is an upset, but I don't think it's an absolutely insane thing to say. I think there is a world where DRX could look shaken off that loss. I think if Trace is more confident and play the macro game that they brought in that group stage, there is a real world where they can win this team. They're an underdog, yes, but they've already proven that they can make these upsets happen.
Yes or no? You think I was crazy for going for Fnatic?
No,
I think that's going to be a close game.
Yeah.
All right, okay.
It's like yesterday. We all predicted the same for the first game, and we were like, no, this is a bad idea.
You're too kind. You're too kind, because today is all about survival. It's going to come down to DRX, Trace, G2, and Fnatic. It's time to see which team will make it through day 3 of Champions Seoul playoffs.
Elimination matches. We're gonna send 2 teams home. It's not obliterate G2.
In a tournament like this, we have no time to dwell.
I'll just try to come back stronger next time.
Fnatic gonna have to fight through the lowers.
Trace just wasn't enough.
DRX down to the lowest of our playoffs.
Getting closer and closer to the top of the mountain.
Fnatic, one of the best teams Valorant has ever seen. To have such a prestigious IGL with Boaster, it's definitely an exciting match for me. Kind of like a proving match that I can be better than him. My team is better than theirs.
Boaster, he is a very good captain. When he's fired up, can lead the team to win a round just by himself.
Fnatic are poised to win this round. Boaster swinging around the back, finds a headshot on the first, the second. Looking for the third, he's got it!
You saw Fnatic being at the peak of the game, destroying everyone, having the best runs, but people are catching up.
Now he's left alone in a 1v2. Got it delivering and Sauce Bus on the other side. The time is in his favor. Val gets the 4. Nice.
Boaster and Ron are like really intelligent players and people as well. But I believe my captain will come out on top.
Boaster, you're known as one of the best IGLs, but I'm gunning for that title.
Because 在我没来到 T1之前，他们经历过太多的差一点嘛，每次都差一点进入世界赛，然后这支队伍是我职业生涯以来，感觉那种想赢、想胜利那种心情是最强烈的这种。
사실 뭐 IGL로서 당연히 이겨야 된다는 마인드로 들어가야 된다고 생각을 하는데 무조건 이기려고 악을 써야 될 것 같아요.
他们 DRX 因为也是亚洲队伍嘛，所以比较了解，因为之前跟他们训练次数挺多的。然后希望能针对到他们一些打法吧，对。
사실 레이스 입장에서 지금까지 좋은 결과라고 생각을 하고 있고 하지만 이제 저희한테 승리를 좀 줘야 되지 않나 생각하고 있습니다.
Trace Esports. DRX.
This is it. This is the lower bracket, which means there will be no second chances. DRX and Trace have to bring their A game if they want to make a run, and this is going to be a very important map pool.
It doesn't matter what happened in the groups anymore. It all comes down to this if you want to survive. First, we're going to get Lotus, which is probably the best map if we remove Ascend out of the equation, just as DRX did, right, Mimi?
I do think it is really interesting, though, to see Trace going for that second round banned on Bind. That's been the map that has defined them thus far at Champions Seoul, winning against both opponents in the group stage with that deadlock composition, but now moving away from it and trying instead 2 maps to start, which we haven't seen from them yet, at least at Champions Seoul.
Yeah, on the other side, I love this Abyss pick from DRX. I wish they did this in their previous game, which I feel like is giving us an indication that they put into the work when it comes to the mind games too of this veto.
It was definitely a conversation that was had, and probably they thought about it. Maybe we should have gone for the Abyss. It's a map that is ready. It's a map that they're liking, that they're playing here, that they're winning, so why not? As we're saying, this is do or die. If you have a card to show, it is the moment to do it.
And it's especially true for DRX, the last Korean squad here. As we look at the agent select here, Foxy9 is going back to this chamber comp. We saw DRX play this against Fnatic, and it was an absolutely dominant win there.
I love the fact that they mix everything that they like about the compositions that they play throughout the year, and they come up with this. But even though we see the chamber and how it can make the game different, I am looking at Bus, the games that he's having lately, how strong he starts on every single one of them. With DRX starting on the attack, I think he has to be the #1.
I'm looking at Bianca. He's the man of the upset last year and here again. It's the IGL on defense. He's going to have to keep his team in this.
Well, this is it. It's elimination, and we're heading to map 1 right now. Let's send it over to your casters. They're always quiet and reserved. I didn't write this. Brandon Saito.
Thank you very much. Didn't quite catch the end of that one, but it's all good. It's an elimination game on the line here. Trace versus DRX, and a lot to play for, a lot to go over as well. The desk has already kind of paved the way for us, I think, talking about the map pool. We can get into the nitty-gritty of that one, talking about how Trace have now having to pivot, I think, their map pick options. But honestly, the big overarching one for me is the fact that you've got DRX, the lone hometown heroes right now, up on the chopping block with elimination on the line as well. Not just the lone standing team representing Pacific, but also the Korean home crowd.
They're going to start on attack side, and they're bringing out this chamber composition once more. It was an adjustment that DRX made for champs. Foxy9 takes that first swing. It's a free one for him with the rendezvous setup. Doesn't find anything and backs off behind the one-way. But DRX, the spike is actually heading to try to find some kind of pick on B.
We go for a bit of a re-clear of this A setup, but it's a high-low as well. Foxy9, that is overzealous. A little bit eager as well. There's no follow-up and follow through by the rest of DRX.
That's very bold. Good hold from Trace.
And the one-way as well, renewed up, but still the Viper wall should allow them access. Looking for a contact clear as soon as the curtain will drop. Paranoia, and the Prowler doesn't actually hit towards the back of it, so unexpected, but still the trade is clean. Well, King with a lot to do into that spot, but just can't overcome it. Hail of bullets that end up coming his way, and Kai want to get cheeky with it. Pushing past, trying to take that time in, but he's spotted. Just onto the brink there, on the edge of the action. Bane, make sure to clear out Hey Bay. Sole survivor. It's a 1v3. It would require mistakes from DRX, I think, to allow him into this. Spots the head of Akko, jump spotting. Bane is weak. Gets himself in, but still Bane clean with it. 3-piece of the pistol.
A little bit sloppy from DRX in terms of how they were using their utility and how they wanted to break that rubble hold. But in terms of the shooting, they just had all of the advantages there. And I think that's where we're going to see this DRX squad really push that advantage, is by trying to take as many gunfights as they can. Trace are a smart team. But I think if we learned anything from that EDG game, EDG were forcing fights up in the tempo, trying to contact in and rely on the rifling, and they ripped Trace to pieces. If DRX watched that game, though, you can only take away big ideas like that because we haven't seen Trace play on Lotus or Abyss.
Okay.
Fung Fung takes down Foxy9's head right at the start. Foxy9's having a rough opening to play in Chamber here.
That's the thing with a Chamber pick as well. It's quite obvious in terms of where you're going to be trying to play.
Definitely. I mean, majority of these early rounds, Foxy9 is going to be trying to post up on those kind of lines. It's also somewhat susceptible to buying Guardian, Odin, something like that, and spamming.
Yeah.
Almost always he's going to have that rendezvous tucked into that corner of lobby. You can move it around a little bit, but there's a decent chance that a defender can get some good damage onto you, forcing out that rendezvous and then popping shots.
Just one shot fired to break the haunt as well, so Bianche doesn't really have much to go off of.
And I fear he's not going to be able to hold this one down on his own. So many players on the other side, and yet overthinking it perhaps here a little bit, Marco.
I'm a bit worried about this one because still Trace is sticking this 3 players stacking over towards A as well. And with time running short, that's a necessary element really that you're going to be needing to win the round if you are DRX in this spot. They might start to increase the tempo round about now.
Paranoia
as we mentioned, still pivot options aren't quite there. Beautiful with the flash still. Time just in there for them, yep. Whip the Outlaw around and catching it onto the back of Heybei. So the danger is navigated.
And I think Trace gave them that one a little easily there. I'm not sure what that decision-making was from Lord King and Kai. They had Paranoia, they went for... They assumed that the whole hit was coming through tree, and they're asking Fong Fong and Bianche to do an outrageous amount here if they wanted this round to go in their direction. It's damage, the name of the game at this point, I think.
Yeah.
Tried to take guns out of the hand of DRX. But you do not want to be giving orbs to Buzz.
He's steadily trying to build up to that showstopper. Going to be missing the target here, Mako. Oh, he's going down with a ship. Oh, no. And even dropping flashback. So the guns, that's some significant economic damage that Trace have been able to at least do to DRX here. See how many guns they will be able to keep.
Michael watched the lifeboat just escape the Titanic without him on it.
I know, it's tragic. Oh.
The paranoia is nice from Mako there, obviously catching Lord King and onto Kai, but they didn't fall back into defensive positions using that backside and the cover available to them.
Yeah.
I really feel like Trace thought that was coming full through tree. A bad read, unfortunately, for them. And DRX have got a bit of an odd buy coming into the bonus. It definitely feels like a bonus round, not a full rifle round. Can Foxy do anything at the start here?
It's going to be all that war occurring out towards the rubble as well. That paranoia is beautiful. Buzz caught up, but still he's safely tucked inside the smoke. Just tries to take that angle and fight, but again, nothing to really add on extra spice in terms of that util, and players are accounted for right now. Bane still looking snappy alongside flashback. Maybe enough to make something of this round still, but leaving it just down to the one, and he will be quickly approached, and the double-up discipline of Trace is enough to seal up that round. Puts at least the one on the board for now.
Bianche, what a round. Stacks over towards the site, correctly reads things as the IGL. He's already been eliminated from Champions once by EDG and DRX. Not today, he says, with a 4K in this Rubble fight. DRX have been putting a heavy emphasis over towards Rubble in these first few rounds. It's only been 3, but a lot of the early round pressure has been in that direction. Trace, I think that was a 4-player stack from the defenders. This time, going to be fighting it with 3. And Heybei coming over to help. Same stuff again.
Yeah.
Very, very early paranoia usage from Lord King. I'm not a big fan of that, especially if DRX start committing less and less to Rubble. You're going to want to see Lord King hold it. Such a big tool to play retakes, for example, reclears later in the round.
Just putting a premium on pushing Foxy9 away at least.
Which is interesting because he's still got a goose egg out here.
Exactly, 0-3. Was giving Fnatic a bit of trouble though when Haven was played. DRX.
He absolutely
pulling
was.
out this composition. The operator was doing work.
I'm afraid I've got to remind you that this map is called Lotus, though.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah.
That's
3
all
sites, close enough.
Yeah, that's reasonable, to be honest.
Yeah, listen, the brain fog comes for us all.
Still those 3 players from Trace holding in this direction. And if Foxy9 wants to make something happen here, got to get past the Prowler.
God. And he's absorbing a lot of util into the process as well. Does have the rendezvous. Gets out of dodge, tries to adjust with the shot.
All of this is not really doing much in the round. The time's ticked down, and now Mako's got a decision. Where do you go? How do you get in?
You're going over towards C. You haven't cleared any of this prior util down. Heibei wants to just land those shots, and he will do that. Nano Swarms as well, making sure that nobody can follow up onto this flashback. He's going to try and barrel through and find an opening in through the B site. With 2 players dropped in through the connector. Bianca now last alive on that spot. Alerts them. Nightfall scatters out onto the site now, trying to put the pressure and apply it straight to them. Kai. He's left into that 1v2, hops up and over, but a watchful eye of Mako will drop him down.
Oh, it's not elegant, it's not beautiful, but it gets the job done for DRX. Flashback opens things up just by bulldozing his way through this B main angle, through a Viper wall as well. Wide swinging to take down Lorking. And I think that that is going to be, like I said earlier, a really big key. It's just forcing gunfights. DRX have gone really heavy into rookies with solid rifling.
Yeah.
Really solid rifling. I think they outskill this Trace roster if they force fights against them. At the moment, DRX are playing some slow rounds and not really getting anywhere with it until they go for the fights.
That's concerning, I think, that waiting outside C, not clearing any of the mollies, pulling out some of that util. Kai, he's getting cheeky. Of course, risks need to be taken. Maybe not for Foxy9, though. He will be able to get out of dodge there. Taking a lot of damage in the process. In through the C site now we go. DRX get the confirmation. So player lurking out through Waterfall.
Does Feng commit to this? It would be extraordinarily ambitious to go for it in a 4v5 when you only have classics. So presumably, if Trace were able to get a pick here or there, maybe that would justify expending the ultimate.
Yeah, might hit the go button.
DRX don't actually have very much space on site here. They don't control Waterfall. They don't control Spawn. And yet, Trace are not really forcing the action. They're just playing for exits by the look of things.
Yeah, slow and steady. They are one of the most, you know, quote-unquote standard teams that we have out of the China region in terms of how they play. All about trying to be efficient with the rounds, and they don't make too many risky plays, even though timing would have been right for it potentially into this one. Still, as you said, going to be going down to the spike here, denying a lot more. But this is DRX now with 4 rounds on the board. They're getting up to this next buy round and starting to feel a little bit of a worry for Trace, I think.
Absolutely, especially just their decision-making in that moment. Which ultimates are you afraid of charging up there on DRX? They already have the showstopper, they already have Pit. What are you worried that Mako's going to get up to his Omen ult?
Yeah.
Like, why not go for that and try to do some economic damage at least? Keep DRX honorable. Okay, never mind, let's move on. Round 6 in the lower bracket here at Champs.
Same setup by Trace.
Very, very similar. Are we still getting that paranoia off the beginning from Lorking? Yep.
Yeah, paranoia, Horn 2, a lot of that missing as well. The Horn catching Foxy9! How the hell did that happen? Couldn't quite get out of there. I'm not sure if the nade rebounded and broke his TP. Might have been hard committed. No, it looks like it's still up on the minimap, so I'm not sure what happened there from Foxy9.
Yeah, mate, neither am I. I mean,
okay.
He was overwhelmed with utility coming at him. He's trying to find a timing past the paranoia, and then he has to deal with the Horn and the Boombot. He didn't have it. He didn't have the mental bandwidth, I think.
Nade though, it's going to be bouncing off the back wall, clears. And partitions out this side, still Kai. He's going to be holding strong. Needs to be that stalwart defender, but he's going to be dropped from the rocket, but still goes at least pound for pound there. Nade again to back them away. Still these kills in the favor of Trace. 3v2 for their retake, but the Pit placed down, propped up. Very difficult to deal with if you are Trace now. It's going to take a couple of raw duels, maybe a bit of spam, getting lucky. They're going to be hoping for it, hunting for it. Rifles in hand. In terms of util to work with, it's not too much here. Adjustment, smokes, dropped on Bane! My God! Just wrangles that rifle and brings it closer and closer to victory over the precipice. And a 5th round for him, with how important that is as well. Economy most likely broken for Trace. Listen, I'm no mathematician, They might be able to scramble together a buy off the back of it because of the losers bonus, but this is getting really, really tricky.
Certainly is. And another big round from Bane. He's had a couple of them so far. He's 8-1 in the server right now. Good to see a rookie player that hasn't had the best performances just yet at Champs find his place, find his footing. Trace are going to be broken. The economy's not looking good for them. You're dead right, and they're looking to push.
Taking that contact as well. Oh my God, weaving in and out of the bullets. Barely escaping death there from that main fight as well, trying to put the squeeze onto DRX.
Nice
Chasing
reaction
them from behind, yeah, and it is a good reaction.
I like this. They got out just in time to avoid those players pushing them from C. Now they should have a good idea that it's an empty A site. They should be accelerating. They're a little slow with it, to be honest, but Foxy9's watching the flank.
He is watching it, but he's really going to be locked down onto this spot still, nailing his shots. There's a bit of danger that he potentially might lose his operator, needs a bit of help from the rest of his team, but Plaid's down, and apparently easy pickings for him. He's on for the ace.
That's definitely going to make the stats look better. Grab the 4K on the anti-eco round as everybody's pushing you one by one. Not bad. He does his job there, Foxy9. Stops any level of danger. Trace, try a little pocket pick. But I think what we've seen so far from them in these first 7 rounds is that they do look a lot less comfortable, a lot less good, strong ideas compared to the maps that they've been winning on so far at Champs, which is Ascent and Bind. We've only seen them win on Ascent and Bind. We've only seen them play on Ascent, Bind, Sunset. It's a bizarre situation in which they got the same map pool against Vitality and Leviathan.
That's why we were kind of thinking about, okay, I'll hold that thought for now as well, as Foxy9 does once more pay the price of peeking that angle up through that is. Ooh, I mean, okay, hey, Bay, listen, team's already up 1, but he decided to take the fight anyway, so he's brought it to that 4-on-4. Nade held, sees alongside it. Good additions to try and clear this space into it, but a corner not accounted for, and Bianchi happy to oblige. Feng right over the shoulder. Buzz dropped in the process. Now ADS, but lining him up. Flashback might just be their savior. Weaving in and out of the angles. That's ridiculous. Even getting a bit of a run on as well, because he knows he's done the business and done the damage. Feng needs to isolate this fight in through the corner, but Mako drops him.
The rookie players are just taking turns, cycling through, seeing who can step up for DRX and pull off a big round win. Trace is going to take a time out here. It's already been called. It is ridiculous, I think, that they got themselves up into a 5v4 and then committed to try to stop that. I don't believe that we saw the snake bite come out. I could be wrong about that, of course. But it looked to me like Hebe had swung without really having too much of an advantage in terms of how he's going to stop that from snowballing on top of him.
Yeah.
It's a scrappy game right now. DRX seem to be hard leaning into individualism. I do think that that's a good game plan, but it's creating chaotic situations all over the place. Foxy9 is still trying to do the same swing over towards Rumble
and over again.
Because he's realized he can get in front of the paranoia. So in Foxy9's head, he's thinking, okay, Law King's throwing a bad paranoia here, I can punish this. And then Tracer thinking, oh, he's running in front of the paranoia every time, we can punish him. So it's just a bit bizarre swirling of interactions of kind of suboptimal play and who can get the better end of it, who can grasp it.
But form being that deciding factor, I mean, it's kind of expected, right? When I think us coming into this, we're looking at the map pool overall, and Bind and Ascent being the only 2 maps that Trace ended up winning on. Bind took a big knock with EDG. They hard antied them. I went over that VOD thinking Bind was going to be played today, much to my dismay. It's not. But EDG really did hard counter a lot of what Trace were doing on their setups, and it has knocked their confidence. Even still, it shows with them second banning the map in this map pool, in this big ban system that we've got here with these games played.
Let's have a look at the A-Rubble fight again, though. Does Foxy9 get in front of the paranoia?
Oh, yes, he does.
Yes. Do they try to punish him again? Yes. Same scenario. It's like they're just rolling the dice to see what happens there. Both teams believing in their own individualism, not changing anything.
It's a fake TP forward as well. The Satchel might do enough to remove, just the one Nano Swarm.
That's not bad, though. I mean, they've removed the alarm bot as well, so they've got rid of some decent util over here. Trace got good information on the A site. Do they choose to go for a lockdown?
Oh, TP in through the back. That's Mako as well. He's trying to clear the most of the way. He's been naded by his team. All good though. Paranoia sweeps through. Buzz follows up off the back of it, and his team are at least trying to collect up these kills onto the site, and they will do just that.
Lockdown goes through, but they've already lost 2.
Yeah, so the lockdown is going to be used to try and play this one, but the nade is perfect. It just rebounds, and yeah, you can feel it, man. It's untested, it's untempered here by Trace, taking him onto this map, and you're going to need raw individualistic aim to carry them through this round for even a chance of a win. Listen, the Guardians in their hand with a decent amount of chip damage. Pushing back Foxy9 in through the corner. Bane, though, still locked onto sight. Slightest of off angles, anticipating the wide swing, and he'd be right on the money with that. Earns himself a kill as a result of it. And rapidly, the options are running out here for Trace once more. Gotta hightail it, gotta save the guns. Stem the bleeding in whatever way you can, but at this point, the map is running away from you.
There's not even a trade as they come through that smoke there, Trace. It looks like they're pretty far behind the Lotus meta compared to teams like DRX. And we've already seen DRX pick up big wins on this map. They managed to take down Fnatic on Lotus, which is a huge accomplishment. I think mostly because Fnatic got caught off by the composition and how well DRX played around it. Foxy9 was having a blinder of a day on Chamber at that time. But Buzz was also a monster. Had over 1 KPR in that entire match. And this is the kind of game where you can really flex your muscles a little bit and try to take things to Trace.
Yeah.
Right, here we go. Does Foxy9 swing in front of the Paranoia again?
They're holding a Season 8 this time, but again, it's probably not going to be stopping him. Yeah, as soon as the util goes flying, he's back out of there. It's pulling out so much of the util from Trace that leaving them with nothing but scraps, really, for a lot of these retakes.
He's fine doing it at this point. There wasn't a Paranoia used from Law King, so Trace were trying to adjust something there, and it looks like Foxy9's not really trying to contest the angle anymore. He's doing the same thing because he realizes it gets his team a util advantage, but he's not actually staying long enough to get punished. So we are now seeing both sides adapt to this fight over towards Rubble in subtle ways. Foxy9 gets that rendezvous back online again, but there's a one-way in his face. Should get broken by his team as the Viper Wall goes up.
Bianchi sending out the util. Spades of it now, and needs to assist with most of this. Buzz is hot on the heels of all these players. Goodness me, he's just chopping them down. There is no defense over towards the A Rubble. The protocols in place from DRX are just immaculate.
He had an outstanding kill on Fong in the previous round, and that's another world-class shot. This time, though, Fong with the revenge.
He's got to try and answer back, hasn't he, Showstopper? It's going to be used. That's incredibly preemptive. To no avail.
On whom?
And now walking back up, creeping to try and take up that space once more. In through B, there might be an appropriate response again from Trace. They have 2 players up through heaven. It's Kai, shoulder to shoulder. Shots need to be landed here. Spraying them down, the spacing just not good enough. And time now on the other foot. DRX pushed into a hole there, really, with nowhere else to go.
Trace finally managed to be able to pick up a round there. A big one from Heybei. This guy's been so incredibly important for them in their run at this event. We've seen him wear his heart on his sleeve too. And it would be crushing for either of these teams to go out. It feels too early to be sending teams home from our playoff stage already.
Yeah.
But that advantage, that extra lifeline of the upper bracket quickly dwindled away for squads like Trace and DRX.
And now just the hardest possible path if you want to survive in the tournament.
Fong's been spotted. I don't think he even realized it there. It was that box jump peak. And Fong wasn't ready for it. They also, though, DRX did not manage to punish him. They were going for that wallbang spam to try to aim punch him, knock him off the angle. Instead, the fight comes towards Bianchi.
Well, Maka's already crept up onto this. The lack of presence over towards A Rubble as well. Pretty big indicator now to Nightfall as well. Buzz through. Again, Showstopper in his hands. Be able to pave the way, lead the charge to the rest of his team, but honestly, the damage is already done. Kills are already through against the back wall. Heybei might need a change of trousers after that one, I think. Barely surviving. $3v5 though to play this retake, and with an operator in the hands of Fong. He's only watching for the flank.
Sees nade. Kai dodges.
To the corner, yeah, Kai's able to survive. Still time is running out here. Spike's going to start to at least tick away from them. And the kill's also getting away with them at that. There's a trade, at least online, but you won't be able to save this operator. Feng. Shots off, but yeah, quickly approached in terms of his position. DRX just trying to essentially get this up to a 10-2 finish at the first half. Looking unstoppable.
It's absolute domination. It really is. Trace don't have the layers to their game on this map, despite picking it, which, you know, that's a surprise in itself today, I think. But they don't have the layers. For example, here, there's no real idea of what they can do to stop the showstopper from Buzz, taking all of that space away. And you see it in the body language there from Bianca, the IGL, who's been to champs before, won games at this tournament before. Feels like he's out of his depth here.
Similar play to what we've seen prior. This time the Haunt is able to just light up Fung Fung. And Buzz for the easiest diff in his life there. It's all supplemented by that util. Taking point, Prowler spots it in through the door. King, lucky to be alive. Bianca traded out, just trying to hold it down through the side and wasn't expecting players to creep up behind him when the door swapping by. That is just absurd. Flashback just flexing on him at this point. And Kai, it's not going to be long for this world. Tagged up through the wall, stray bullets. It's enough to do the job there. That's a 10-2 half for DRX. Domination doesn't even begin to describe it.
This is the experience difference. This is Trace having not played Lotus against top teams in the world and been able to refine their meta over the course of scrims. This is DRX winning the map, barring a miracle.
Oh, come on. Trade in any phone in any condition, guaranteed, and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
See my word, I'm a man of it. Every dime I be sent it down. Split the percentages, they ain't give me no choice.
Specialized dope boy from the 213. Yeah, the kicks powder blue like the UNC. All I need is one time and now she won't leave. Girl, this ain't no K-pop, ain't no G-O-D. I fly to Bahamas just so I get a 10. Mark on my bag just like a letterman. Do the hoop, that's the aim one. Everybody swinging, let me know when you land one. Featherweight, now get your weight. See, I don't take two, now this'll take one. They wanna run it back, I'll keep it laced up. Look, I ain't got time for your fake love. Roll up with the gang, we gon' violate. Jiggy hella fly with no stylist. Yeah, ain't no middleman, I get it direct. Yeah, big wrist watch, but it's timeless. Ooh, she gon' work it like she got no time left. Yeah, say she love my style, love my dialect. I know she like it by the way your eyes dilate. Ooh, she a bad vibe, wanna vibrate.
For the map so far, it's, you know, scrappy, it's individualistic. Teams and players, you know, they're leaning into that raw aim and just hoping that they can brute force their way through a lot of these scenarios here. But for Trace as well, I mean, reflecting on how far they've come, this is a bit of a heartbreaking scenario for them, I think, as well, when the expectations were probably quite high for themselves. They come out of their group as the first seed, but now it's feeling like they're in a bit of a free fall.
I would agree with that. I mean, they got the most unlucky playoff matchup they could have done, playing against EDG, who know them like the back of their hand. And now, as we get more closely to playoffs, these teams now respect them, know how to punish their map pool. DRX today banning Ascent to force Trace to take us here to Lotus. And DRX have woken up and realized that they're going to win. They didn't let the DRX loss to Sentinels affect them, and they've come out here with some fire.
Yeah, and the pressure's just sliding off of them, I think, at this point, despite the fact that they are the last holders of the kind of respect here for Pacific, the chance for them to lift a trophy, for the Korean crowd too. That would affect them.
Yeah, there could have been a huge amount of weight on their shoulders coming into today, but they're playing quite freely.
Foxy9. 2 bullets expended, just from the Headhunter.
I actually think the DRX have got better over the course of this map too. It was looking scrappy at the beginning, but some of the stuff we were watching from like round 8 onwards was pretty clean, pretty nice. And as they kind of relax into things, we'll see whether they can convert the pistol too. 50 seconds left, and this could go A or B. I mean, it looks like an A fake that they're going to try to pivot through the blue door, which is open. And Bane's watchful eyes are here.
And Ben's going to have a lot to do into this spot. Anchoring player into it. Prowler in through his face, but it matters not. Foxy9, he's there to push through the smoke. Is watched by Lao King. He's to follow the tracers. Meanwhile, the rest of his team happily cleaning up. And now it's curtains. An 11th round for DRX, a second pistol round.
And if there was hope for Trace, I think it's just gone down the drain. Law King did manage to double his kills, but he's gone from 1 to 2. That's a big fall for a player that people were excited to see popping off in the group stage against two great teams. But DRX today perhaps taking their opponents more seriously, maybe?
I think they've definitely done their research in terms of the best way that they can find the win here.
Yeah.
Banning Ascent, essentially telling Trace, pick your poison. Do you want to play Bind again, where you've just been anti-stratted? Mako will send out that Paranoia. Sees nade is, oh, it's perfect. But a TP to evacuate, so survival there for Lao King. Posturing them over towards A Rubble.
I mean, Kai is attempting to get this play through, but there's a trip right to the left of him. So Kai's got angles to heaven. Obviously, DRX know that, though, and there's nobody posted there. So this is going to be another opportunity for Foxy9 to mop up some ecos. See if he's good for it.
And he's got the backup, at least to back out the rendezvous, but at least behind him. I mean, he saw a lot of heads.
But they're not trying to contest.
No.
The time is simply ticking.
He's missed the timing, though. Maybe falling asleep ever so slightly. The bullets not quite landing onto the heads there, so player surviving. Kai heard the footsteps, baited out into the open. That was Buzz. He had his aim trained onto that spot. Expected outcome for him.
And a good
35 seconds.
Good time into the snakebite too to stop any kind of reactive push from Trace.
And it's not synced up too well, is it, from Trace? Throwing everything at the wall, seeing what can stick. Fung Fung's got to go down with the ship here. Can't survive into the next with his Marshall in his hands. And he won't, but that's up to 12 now for TRX. Right now, they're on the cusp. The confidence has been there right from the beginning, to be honest.
And have we had a more dominant map here at Champions Seoul? Not that I can remember, but my memory's not photographic.
Yeah, we're getting old.
But this is not just dominant in terms of the scoreline, but quick. And the rounds haven't been very close either.
Right, it feels like we just got here.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if it's the fastest map that we've had so far. Trace is going to give it one more go.
Exactly, one more go. See if they can survive a bit longer in through this map. Opting into this fight over towards A Rubble once more. It's delayed in terms of the util here, and you're going to start to see it once more. It's a season nade. Caught onto the corner. Lao King is happy to stand his ground. Rest of his team alongside him. Taking these fights onto the open. Bane was spotted there, but as the door was just the slightest of angles, enough for Mako to capitalize.
Trace are not really using that pick and the snakebite they just threw to go forwards on A, though. They're going to allow Buzz and Mako to set up another quasi-crossfire setup here. And Foxy9's dangerous too. He's front B with a judge. And
yeah,
Kai
this spot is brutal, man.
appears to be wandering into a spider's web.
He's clearing it well. It's the appropriate way to clear that spot. And Mako also just goes for a little bit of a peek as well, seeing if he can offset that advantage that's now earned and gained over for Trace. Following through here, Buzz spotting these players out, but just can't quite land it. Not there with the reaction times. So off the back of this, Trace will be surviving a little bit longer here in through this map. Any damage that Flashback does will be good for the team. Taking guns out of the hands of Trace, just making it that much more awkward.
Important for Trace to be able to win one of these rounds where they're advantaged in the economy, just to feel like they can, to feel like they're not outclassed. There is a mental difference when you're in groups versus when you're in playoffs. There's also a mental difference when you're on a map that you've won on before and you know that you can beat global teams at, versus this, which is newer territory for them. Getting anything here is just going to give them a slight flare-up of that flickering flame of hope.
The trouble is, not much room to breathe, and every single round has danger lurking around the corner. Doesn't matter if DRX are on the low buy. Seen enough thrifty wins to know that that's the case. Sees nade up and over. Paranoia as a response. Buzz is right round the corner. Shoddy in hand. Upgrade obtained. And beaming him down. My God, Buzz! Didn't have to do it to him like that. It's dirty. It's disgusting to finish. And the angle, once for. Feng Feng dropped to his knees. 13-3 is the finish. Map 1 sealed up.
In the blink of an eye. We barely got started with Lotus, and DRX have already sent us barreling into the next. They have absolutely no interest in being here longer than they have to. Whistle forward to Abyss.
Yeah, dinner reservations, I think, something along those lines. But Abyss is that next map coming up as well. It'll be an interesting one to see if Trace can really pull anything from those hidden reserves.
All right, here standing by with Coach Termi as well as Jen, and we're going to dive into this here. What did you tell the team after the loss to Sentinels that not only motivated them, but also how happy are you with the performance on map 1? Because it was incredible.
일단 오늘 선수들이 굉장히 좀 침착하게 잘 해준 것 같고, 사실 센티널전을 저희가 첫 맵을 이길 수 있었는데 마지막 라운드 뭐 5대3 같은 경우 그런 부분에서 저희가 침착하게 대응하지 못한 게 그때 당시에 패배의 요인이라고 생각하고, 오늘은 특히 그런 것들을 성준한테 강조하다 보니 선수들이 좀 차분하게 잘 한 것 같고, 그래서 이제 좀 스코어가 좀 쉽게 나온 것 같습니다.
I think the players are staying very calm because I think when we look at that Abyss map from the Sentinels match, we could have won.
Yeah.
You know, we could have gotten away with that map too. And then I specifically mentioned you guys have to stay calm because, you know, look at that 5v3 situation when we had the man advantage. Don't make that happen again. Just stay calm. And I think the players are doing extremely well in terms of staying very collected and calm, getting the communication flowing very well. So I think that kind of, you know, the results on Lotus kind of speaks to how they remember to stay calm and play their best game.
Well, I mean, it speaks for themselves for sure. Back to you guys.
Literally. We heard Tommy there speaking about staying calm in a man advantage situation, but this is the thing. They were staying calm, Mimi, when they were in a disadvantage situation.
Yeah, I mean, they were more than calm. They were chilling in this map. This felt like the fastest match of the tournament thus far. And some of these round wins, especially at the beginning of the map, were wild because Foxy was losing the first fight like a million rounds in a row. They were playing out these 4v5s and then just winning them in the late rounds regardless. They went over 80% of their 4v5s.
I think it is so important for them. Also thinking about the rest of it. Yeah.
I love it. Sorry, carry on.
No, yeah, but thinking about the rest of the tournament, it's so important to listen to Jeremy and think about, even in this situation, you can still win the round. You have to take things little by little. Do not underestimate your opponent. Even when the score was getting very, very separated, it didn't matter for them.
Yeah, and this honestly had echoes of the EDG game that we saw for Trace, where the initial game plan is something that is very structured. They went for a lot of these A fights, and then once that started to fail, right, that chamber was baiting out the utility. They weren't getting value from it, and these rounds were getting into positions where the DRX individuals could just take fights. They were winning them every time, and that just built confidence and snowballed this win for DRX.
God. It's crazy to see that they were evened out on those first kills. It was such a quick map. It is very important also to notice that this was Trace's map pick. They decided to go here in Lotus. They had good results regionally, and it was one of their better maps. So now going to Abyss, things might get shaky.
And it's not like they didn't do well. They came out with full confidence. They got the first pick, like 8 rounds, but they just couldn't convert them. This is the other thing though, Foxy Knight, even though he went down in a lot of situations, let's take a look at this crazy 4K we had in the Verizon high speed moment. What a redemption moment for him as well after going down quite a few rounds.
There are like 7 rookie players in this matchup today, and I think there were a lot of questions as to how they could perform under the pressure of the lower bracket. But I think we can be happy to see that all of these DRX rookies, and Foxy Knight especially, looked outstanding in this game. You could not see the pressure on their faces. They were up there, they were having fun, they were winning individual rounds, and they were playing incredibly well as a team. Everything you could need for your first map to maybe get a lower bracket run started.
But being realistic, those kind of plays, that play in particular, should have never happened. Like the spacing between the players, how and you know, the attempts of trading being so separated is the kind of thing that is going to make Trace lose this matchup. Because as I'm saying, going into Abyss, things are only going to get even more crazy because DRX feels very comfortable in this map.
Yeah, once these rounds crack open for Trace, I think they really struggle to slow down and focus on those fundamentals. Instead of fighting forward, taking that time to regroup, set up your double swing, set up those basic things that are really hard to do under pressure. And again, it's now 2 series in a row where we've seen these problems crop up.
I'm glad you mentioned Abyss as well, because Buzz was having a great time on Lotus as well. He's about to absolutely dominate. I am genuinely, at this point, Mimi, a little bit worried for Trace.
I think you have to be. I mean, map 1 was a roll, and they're going into very, very comfortable territory for DRX on Abyss.
Yeah, speaking of Trace, let's hear what their coach had to say ahead of map 2.
Hey everyone, GB here alongside with Luna for translations and Coach Destroyer as we dive into this one. Your back is against the wall here. Abyss is coming up for map 2. What did you tell the team as they're getting ready to take on DRX once again?
我跟他们说，他们现在打到这里，我已经为他们骄傲了，他们不需要有任何的负担，只需要尽力做好自己的就可以了。
I told them, don't be too much pressure on your shoulder. I'm already proud to all of us to get this far.
Yeah, and we are all proud of them as well, of course. Let's go ahead and send it back to the team.
That's my coach. That's my coach. But how beautiful will it be, though, if out of all of the maps we go to, that Trace Kakuka can come back on Abyss?
I think that it would be very poetic, and I don't want them to have another one of the Lotus that we just saw. I want that even if they get with this feeling of you already gotten this far, you were already first to the group, think about your year as a whole and how much you've grown and how well you've performed. You do not want to leave in that situation.
And I think the coach telling them that is all you can. If you're talking about the swings, the mistakes, everything that went wrong on that map, I think that'll just continue to weigh down on you as a player. You have to kind of take the gloves off. You've done something amazing already.
I think you just speak about it.
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, like I think what matters now is the mental, the confidence, bringing back into that, seeing what you can do, playing with your cards already out on the table.
I would love to see what they go with in terms of composition, because 2 times they played at 2 different cons, maybe a 3rd time lucky, perhaps?
Yeah, probably. Now that they're coming into the international stage, maybe they want to swap things around, maybe do a mix and match. We've seen a lot of Abyss, so it wouldn't be that big of a surprise that they pick up something from another team.
Oh, it's the Astra. They're incorporating the Astra.
I love the Astra on this map. I think that global utility is super powerful on defense. It adds a lot into the post plants as well on this map. And having that KO Sova, as we've seen on a lot of other maps, really powerful combo.
It is 2 very similar composition. For a second, you might look at this and you think this is a Sen, but it goes a lot about gathering that information, trying to read onto your opponent, and setting your duelist very, very well to try and get those openers, and maybe this time getting the rounds for the side of Trace.
And Kai going up against Buzz as well on that jet is going to be a feast. So this is the thing, Coach Destroyer, he's proud of his boys already, but Brandon Sideshow, imagine if they bring it back.
Well, it's going to take a miracle, I think, for Trace at this point, but they have completely chopped and changed up their entire Abyss composition. They needed to do that. They haven't had good showcases when they played this map in the past. Only 2 times that they have played it, they've both been losses. And DRX at this point are quite well drilled. They've got a lot of reps on the stage playing this map, but that does open them up to potentially getting counter-stratted, getting antied to some degree, I suppose, as well. And maybe that's why Trace have opted in as well. Kai on the jet. This guy can be a heavy hitter. Maybe an element to try and shut down Buzz in that head-to-head.
Yeah, and with Trace having an only 20% win rate on defense on this map.
Yeah.
Really poor performances, 0 and 2 in China, and DRX here being their home territory. Yinsu asks the question, you know, imagine a comeback happening. I mean, John Lennon had struggled to imagine a comeback like that happening, I think.
Yeah.
Your imagination's pushed to its limits, but we'll have to see.
I really do think so. It's a high-low setup as well to try and cut up the addition of the attack side here. Flashback gets caught straight up into the cam. Buzz! He responds. It's 2 players chopped up, maybe going for the second one. That is just decisiveness and composure on display. In the blink of an eye, the round upended. King pull back at the start, tries to fake like he could be backing away, but still double player hold. Buzz jiggling, gets the info that he was looking for. Open side over towards A if King really does get a move on, but that might be heard by Foxy9. Footsteps, potential. He's actually taking a long way around.
It's such a big map. I don't think he will have heard the footsteps there.
All because King decided to take a bit of a marathon sprint, and he's got time to do this.
Yeah, and he can play a post plant, but he's going to have to try to fight aggro for a kill first.
Yeah.
You're not going to be able to win a passive post plant here, even as Astra with a pull, by just, you know, plant. What on earth is he up to here? He's trying to fake it out, seeing if there's still a defender over on the A side. He doesn't quite understand. He's still going to have that recalled smoke, though, as a pull. But like I say, I think he's got to try to fight for 1 pick here at least. A 1v2 you can just about manage.
He might be offered one. Him versus Foxy9. No way. They spotted each other, though. King, that's cheeky.
Winnable.
Baited almost. It is winnable, especially with a star online as well for the first tap. One way in his face, though. Difficult to get through. Paranoia is perfect. Buzz sticking a bit of body blocking action.
Oh.
No way. They get half. Vulnerable up, though, but Buzz is now sticking this, and King forced to do a lot more where that came from. It's a 4-piece in the end, but still a pistol round. Earned up by Buzz, just full sticking it away in some cheeky plays as well. The mechanics on display. That's hard to do. You can try it in a custom game.
I mean, that is brilliant. We've seen so many teams at Champs try to do the same thing.
Yeah.
It only takes the slightest misalignment to throw that off, and you just both go sliding past each other. King did the best that he possibly could. He even found that pick that he was looking for to bring things down into a 1v2. He's going to be gutted there. In his head, he probably thinks he got the timing wrong. It's only when he watches the VOD back later he'll realize that DRX outplayed him.
And DRX, you know, despite the comp being quite, I think, you know, boring, I think, by the standard, by a lot of teams in terms of what they're playing. You see G2 and Fnatic are throwing in. It's quite a standard comp that has a lot of ideas. It basically follows the exact same blueprint as maps like Ascent. You refresh into one ways to try and control extremity control. You try and put an op in the hands of your jet play, as you see in here. Buzz, this time with the Outlaw. And it's too many angles, really, for the attackers to clear. Still, they're going to use the drone to do just that, but Buzz can disrespect it. He has that liberty, and yeah, 2 shots available. That's precisely what they're used for.
He's been so good in this position, trying to anchor.
He's been a monster. And he's looking to keep that form going. Bit of a slip-off when it comes to his matchup against Sentinels, but okay, finally denied that spot out through the back of the site. Sheriff shots need to be clean. King just can't quite hit them. And Feng, oh no, dropped down to 1 HP, no chance in that spot there. 3 surviving for DRX into the next.
I wonder if the Outlaw gets picked up here, put back into the hands of Buzz. Looks like it has been.
Yeah.
That's the style that DRX love to go with. They always have somebody hard anchoring on the B site, and then the rest can flood in based off that distraction. While the rest of Trace are trying to deal with Buzz in this position, they can't really be putting their crosshairs over towards Heaven and over towards B-Link. Just allows people like Bane to flood back through.
Yeah.
And Buzz is amazing as a distraction. He's often good for 1 or 2 in that back of B site. I thought the Outlaw was going to go back into his hands, but you can see Bane picks that one up, looks towards mid, as Buzz gets the knives online. DRX have often gone for flash or dash stuff with the Blade Storm, but this time, sitting back.
Yeah, trip for the mid presence. Knife delay by Foxy9. He's looking for signs of util to be used, but contact plays, but now he takes the timing anyway. Gets the acknowledgement, just from the 1. Might not be a lot.
A spot that Benji loves playing there, getting that break, getting that cage, sorry, threatening. I'm not sure the cage was actually good. I believe Buzz got that sightline through, but they're going to look for an easy plant here.
Yeah, Cosmic Divide, but there's only 1 spot to play into. That's just onto the bridge, and there is util that could potentially be used to try and push this one back. Shock darts already flying through. Kaido is ahead of most of this one, underhanded. Foxy9, a flash to play off of, but they're going to be biding their time, waiting it up, and they have full site control. It's going to be trying to play it from B main, rifles in hand. Feng at least dismissing Buzz out of the fight in the action now. But util back and renewed. Once more, they've got a pull for this one. They're going to be trying to body block this again. Yeah, looks like it. Why not? Second go of things. Mako. No way, man! They just stick it! It's stolen away! Players survive. You keep rifles into the necks if you are Trace, but that is just brutal.
We haven't seen another team be able to pull that off with the level of consistency required for the Astra to look useless on this map.
Who the hell was it? Someone was about to give it a go, and he said, no, actually, Mako, you do it. Yeah. It was Foxy9. He was like, no, I don't trust myself. Mako, you do it. You're so good at it. And just a full stick for flashback. The nade delayed. They think that the timing is perfect there.
And it was. The timing on everything is still really, really solid from Trace on pistol and on round 3. No problems with the way that Lorking is playing these spots. It's just that the pull is being countered.
Yeah, and it's such an odd scenario for them surviving. Money is flourishing right now for Trace with the loser's bonus. Getting ahead of the knife. Buzz does not spot any targets. Stars at his feet. It's going to be difficult and tricky to survive in this spot. It's being pulled this way, that way. Needs some help and backup from the rest of his squad. Body's opened up. What an adjustment! That is snappy. It's magnetic. And he has bought that time. Critical element for his team to get back into play.
Trace have got no chances here. Do not come to B. B is for Buzz and he's waiting for you. It's disgusting what he's able to do with an op and Outlaw at the back of this site. I don't think, unless they're going to put the Cosmic Divide up and use it again as like a tool of being able to get into B and cross these sight lines, they've got no hope. When Buzz is hitting flicks like that,
it's nasty.
What are you supposed to do about it? Even if you try to flash him off the angle, he's just going to take cover and re-peek.
Yeah.
He's so confident in himself right now. And the Trace players they just simply haven't been hitting today. If you want somebody to step up and be able to pick up a Vandal and hit that head before Buzz is able to get the scope on you, who is that going to be today? in the past at this tournament, Kai was good for it. We saw Fangfang be good for it as well. Other players would step up at various times in other rounds. Today, it's flat the whole way through, frankly. And I do feel for them because round 1 and round 3 essentially stolen away, despite how well Trace played those situations. And it's not consistent. I mean, most teams have struggled to perfectly align themselves to block that
the Astra pull every time. I mean, it's like you said, it's not consistent. It's honestly quite ridiculous that we've seen DRX pull it out back-to-back to steal away those rounds.
Now, I don't think there's any level of actual randomness to it. It's just that it's difficult to pull off in the moment, get yourself exactly aligned. So, if that's something that DRX have practiced and they're just better at it than other teams, good luck to Lorking.
Especially if that's part of the strategy with you opting into the Astra being played. Strong post-plan util. It's getting outplayed, and now is that upgrade with the operator. Buzz has had it in the prior, jump spot. Barely seeing the shoulder. He's out of dodge, away from this cam.
Has the cam spotted him?
I don't think so. Drone's not broken. Kai has to go for a second peek of things as well, and Buzz is out in the open. Yeah, it's just, you're seeing holds, I think, in terms of the protocols of Trace.
It is a new comp, and it's a very different comp to the one that they ran the last couple of times. They're relying on Kai to try to open things up for them here, but he's blocked off by a one-way on the A site. A has been slightly weaker in terms of the defense for DRX, but Mako's home. Kai would have to land a good one to take him out early.
There are so many positions that Kai potentially has to account for. There's one though, plucks Mako out of the picture. No longer a defender at this A side. The rest of his team can follow up off the back of it.
Yeah, that's pretty bad from Mako actually. There was a while there that the one-way was down and he didn't realize, hadn't refreshed it.
Stray bullets up from heaven. I'm playing for this one. Kai is getting aggressive. 2 bullets left in the chamber to do some damage. Cam to clear, just the intersection of hell there. And yep, Buzz is unaware that the backside was completely lost. Still, it's traded out. The knives to no avail there for Kai. Dart's going to start a rebound here. They are pulling some of this util out of Trace. Reveal onto Hebei. Position is there, sprayed down by the bullets. A string of things going wrong now for Trace with only 2 players left, but time is still on their side. Bullets need to be landed! Transfer Lowking, slowing it down. No way! No way! Not again, man! Oh, goodness me.
Which fickle deity has Lorking betrayed recently? Why must all of these situations be pried cruelly away from him? In the most devastating fashions.
Yeah.
His spam is so close, but he's only got like
this
2
transfer,
bullets left in.
It's beautiful to collect the 2. And he just can't quite land it. The bullet's just running out. He can't get the weapon in time off the floor.
5 rounds in a row from DRX. And there is something that feels a little cruel about this.
Some sort of, I don't know, home territory buff or something. I'm not too sure. Luck is definitely on their side, though.
The home territory has not been a buff historically.
Oh, really? Buzz just clips the side of Hebei. Up and over the dash. The res is online because the ult was popped off. Buzz is feeling it right now. He actually is fully suppressed, so he can't use too much in the form of util to save himself here in through the back. Bane, he has to try and provide that supportive fire, but at least backs himself out. Foxy Knight's been played himself back in. Up and over the top as Heaven was not smoke, or at least it faded. Now the paranoia glides its way in. Blind as anything, all Q's cut away, but just the tip and top of the head of Foxy 9. It's taken clean off. 2v2, you can slow this down if you Trace. You have options. Bianche going for the plan here. That's a double face. Good discipline on display here by DRX. Bianche's got to try and make that play. Dart clears in through the back of the sight. Run and gun from Mako. He knows the weapon well, and he knows the play to make.
And this is why DRX's strategy on B works so perfectly, because even when Buzz, Flashback get overwhelmed in that position, the distraction plays in all of their teammates.
Wait. Okay, I've just seen something ludicrous. The operator fell off the map, and somebody just jumped off the map and picked it off as the round went into the next to save the op.
Ain't no way.
I'm not kidding. I don't know if anybody can pick that up on the replay while we've got replays going, but on somebody's POV, I think it might have been Bane, He just grabbed the op as the round went into the next, off the edge of the map. And you got to listen, Tracer just taking a timeout, so please, if you can grab that, that is insane.
Wait. Explain what you're talking about.
The operator fell off the map, off the edge as Buzz died.
Yeah.
And so it was retrievable, but you had to drop off the map to grab it. So they've timed it as the round is ending. Bane has grabbed the operator as he's falling in midair to save it into the next.
Hey, no way.
I'm telling you.
That's unbelievable.
I'm telling you, I can't believe what I've just seen.
There's the op. You can see the op. It's still there. Oh, damn.
Okay, well, Trace, to focus on them just for a moment as they're taking the tank timeout. This one has been utterly brutal. It's been so different to Lotus, and yet the scoreline suggests it's been exactly the same.
Yeah.
DRX have much better ideas on this map, absolutely, similar to Lotus. But Trace have still been in very winning positions across 3 super important eco swing rounds, and all 3 of them have gone the other way. And I think that, you know, hand on the forehead, rifling through the hair like that.
There it is. Okay, look at this.
No shot.
As the round's going into the next to save the operator. How insane is that?
That is so sick, man.
Oh
what a catch.
my God.
What a catch. Wow, has it just landed on a little ledge down there?
I don't know. Not questioning it.
Honestly, DRX are... The ways in which they've been winning these rounds, it hasn't been luck, it has been skillfully done, but from Trace's POV when they watch this back, they'll be amazed.
And Buzz is getting ahead of this one. He's got a dash. Active, and with the Hunter's Fury as well, there is no safety. Can't stand your ground against that. Bianchi drop to the spectator seat. Feng, oh no, just about missing that timing as well, but he's trying to play Kai in. Sneaking up and creeping up through mid. There is these timings to be taken, and this is potentially frantic, but they are winning at least some of these fights. They are going their way. Dart backed off and away. Can potentially be happy with the fact that they did manage to get that kill onto Mako.
Yeah, I think that this is a better situation than Trace have been in. They're now applying a lot of pressure to mid, even though there's nobody there, because DRX have got no re-clear utility. Bane doesn't have a recon, doesn't have a drone. They've just got to give up mid and hope there's no lurker. It should make the sights a little weaker. But DRX now anticipating an A hit, because B has never worked. Buzz is over here now.
And he's just so fluid with this operator in his hands. I mean, he was here at the beginning of the round, but there's a lot of angles to account for. He smoked off, away from it. Rifle fire from Foxy9 instantly. Traded off, but he's still taking that peek. And guess what? The flash, or at least the dash, is right back at him. And it's time to play him back in, lining up these players. In and through. Buzz is having the easiest game of his life because he's being supported so elegantly, man. He can do no wrong.
I love the recon dart as well that Bane throws out. A lot of the top Sova players are throwing that one. Learn it for your games as well. Everyone's going to take this as a learning moment, I suppose. Trace as well, because what else can you do from it? But you fire the recon the opposite side of the choke point so that as the attackers are facing towards heaven or facing towards sight, they'd have to do a 180 flick to break it. It's a nice idea. It plays Buzz in again. I mean, look, they are dominating.
Yeah.
Any area that Buzz is at is untouchable. They really can do no wrong. I think that's a great way of putting it. And from Trace's point of view, when you flip that on its head, it's like no matter what situation they get themselves in, DRX are always, they've always run into the operator. They've always got the perfect player flooding in off the back. And here they're trying to go into Buzz again. They do have the drone to try to push him off the angle.
Okay. Not that it stopped Buzz before.
No. And here in this round, pay attention to the way that the other players come in onto B.
He's been
based
missed.
off Buzz distraction.
He's been missed. Shots fired, and Buzz is right ahead of most of this.
This time they hold for Foxy9's flood.
Yes. So dropping one of the players there, Mako just cannot control the rifle. Looking sick of this. He's taking matters into his own hands and has cleared out, rooted out the stalwart defenders, watching it slightest of off angles and wandering from Bane will be punished.
What a nice adjustment from Trace, realizing that if you focus on Buzz, you get killed by either him or everybody else. So instead, they just push Buzz back a little bit and try to kill the others coming out through Heaven, through B-Link. A really solid adjustment, I think, to try to deal with that. Unknown if that came from the tack timeout that we saw earlier or whether that's from, you know, Bianchi, for example, as the IGL trying to make that adjustment on the fly. God, Luo King hasn't been able to get it done with his utility the whole map. But
yeah,
finally, rifle out.
How many times do you see the controller player just clearing backside?
Yeah, business done.
Like I said, I mean, taking matters into his own hands.
Now imagine the comeback.
I'm imagining.
I'm still struggling, to be honest with you.
I'm engaging my brain.
I think Trace would have to put together at least some better post-plant situations. So, you know, get in, get plant down, get out, still be able to sync some post-plants, maybe get some post-plant flanks going, aggressive on-site positions, some extra layer for me to believe that they can take the majority of these next 4. DRX, are they going for an aggressive play?
So maybe off the back of Buzz, at least the hold over towards B with the flood defending getting clocked. They want to go for something aggressive. Drone is used pretty early on the mark here for DRX, but it gets them that information. They know where Kai is playing with the operator.
Obviously here, DRX trying to push Trace into this trap on B.
Yeah.
Here.
Buzz has not popped the Blade Storm as far as I'm aware. So he's not going to be able to go for like the updraft play. Mako taking some chip.
He's right in the middle of the box. There's a flash play up and over with the dash as well. Buzz getting ahead of himself, and he realizes it's still Kai. He's watching for the exit, and there's the punish in sight. Well dissected by Trace.
Good awareness of that stuff as well. The spam onto the box, clearly aware.
It's given that player advantage up over towards him once more.
Here.
It's all about not letting it slip.
Dangerous.
Could say the same for Foxy9. You don't want to be slipping there. Hunter's Fury. They should be pushing out through the back of the side. No way. The bullets barely survived and saved in the end of the day by Mako. In through the back here with 30 seconds left. The Trace still want to make a play for this one. There's a full swarm of players here. Defending rotations from DRX. They shore it all up over towards B, and it leaves it into that 2v2, but time is no longer on the side of Trace here. They've got to try and make the play forwards for it. Bane. Miraculous. He's working magic across the site. Fung Fung sees the operator, feels like saving it, but no, just backs away with a rifle.
He's going for the save in the 1v2. I mean, if that doesn't give you a glimpse as to the mentality of Trace, I suppose the rest of the match, you could figure it out for yourself.
Yeah.
And that's another round where Trace get the opening kill. And this one, not a scrappy affair where things get traded out immediately. They just have a solid 5v4 here to try to convert on. And their spacing isn't great as they get into side. The time ends up ticking down. All of DRX are on B, everybody. Even Flashback's full rotated away from his Cypher setup on A. Confident that Trace are not throwing anything weird into the mix. And I'm afraid it's looking just as dominant as Lotus was.
They're going all in. Into the trips too as well, up and over the top. That's a beautiful flash. Kai is played in perfectly with that. And they have dismissed Buzz as easily as that inside the cage. A bit of spam will deal enough damage. Straight bullet to the cranium, a flashback. Now this flood defense play from DRX still as the smoke does dissipate. Bane trying to hold his ground, stand it down up towards heaven. Still Kai, he's on one. Dashes here, you can feel it in power, but doesn't account for Foxy9 there, so there will be no ace. But still, with the damage done, Trace are got to be happy with that.
A much better attack. Buzz playing in a very different position as well, trying to mix things up. And he got caught by that flash, up and over. That made all the difference. Round 10 though, and Trace only putting their second on the board. And Buzz is still going to have that operator. They've gone to many lengths to protect them.
Oh, they certainly have.
They've thrown themselves off cliffs to make sure.
What I really should do as well is thank the EVS team for that, I think.
Absolutely.
Listen, I don't know if they're here, but I do owe them a drink of their choosing. Because, yeah, pulling that was something special, to be honest. But you're right. And it's going to take, I think, the following up, the next 2 rounds that are left in his half to even make it, I think, a possibility for Trace to make it doable, because 8-4 at minimum, if you're getting pissed around and you know, moving forwards.
And I know it was a very different composition that they brought out today, but Trace, historically, 20% win rate on their defense side on Abyss over the 2 games that they've played against FPX and EDG.
The map has just been a struggle for them.
But it does look like they're heavily favored to win this one. The economy, I was going to say massively favored for them, but you know, an AWP, a rifle, and a Blade Storm, to be honest with you, there's still a lot of danger that DRX can throw out here.
Stacking over towards B. Pulling players back over as well if they make the great retreat over towards A. It's a drone for a drone, and neither of it's broken, so this essentially feels, I mean, now it definitely looks like DRX know exactly what's up. They're trying to fake presence over towards B with the drone.
Yeah, and that drone from Bianca has got absolutely nothing done. In fact, it's achieved the opposite of what he intended. It's given DRX the read instead of made them confused.
Updraft dash though, here from Kai. Trying to navigate away from most of these trips as well. I believe the knife connected. Mako's inside. One. Flashback still here. Updraft up and over. Blade Storm in hand. Not enough for Buzz to do too much more. Still Bane is there. Sheriff. Just the one before the trade. 1v2 that Foxy9 can play for. But the Operator is the weapon of choice. Maybe not by his choice, but he's got to work with it nevertheless.
He might want to save the op for the final round. But even if he doesn't, this is going to be difficult. They already knew roughly where he was. Fanfan had that neural theft out.
How does he play it? This side is brutal to take. Alone. Doubled up. It's a bit of a high-low setup there by Trace. Enough to sail there through, at least out a third round. Add it to the tally. One more, potentially makes it doable.
One more is all they'll have access to. I mean, they better hope that it makes it doable. Squandered their chances at a better half thus far. Kai has been the only player really opening things up. Lorking had his chances and he did a great job. So I suppose I shouldn't count him out either. But Kai's aggressive entrying has actually worked to get them into sights. Kind of double op on the attack side here, despite the fact they're set up to go for something fast on B.
Yeah,
seems
a bit of a head
odd.
scratcher. Flash and dash play out through mid as well. Feng will survive. Uses the cage just to make sure he can back away there. Looking to reclaim some of that space up through mid. Now to no command.
No blade storm.
Emanates his way out. Trips. That is bizarre stuff that I'm seeing. Up and over through these are kill trips to try and at least potentially play off here. But DRX, they wanted to try and play in front of all of this. Bodies swinging out wide and still collecting and claiming all sorts of kills.
Look how annoying that smoke is.
You want to fight it?
Not much you can get through. Another one way. Blooms and blossoms. How do you play your way past this one? Cosmic Divide is committed here. Lao King wants to try and get himself in, but that's an underhanded with a flash. Cleaning him up. Still walking straight into Kai. Does have the Blade Storm. Up and over now. Updraft dash. Nowhere near is his teammate playing with him, though, and as that fades away, that is great reactions. Kai once more has to be that playmaker. Steps up to that challenge. Wasn't quite a tap, now a full stick. Feng's been smoked off though, and the angle not watched for. He's looking all the way up into the high ground still. Down to just Kai. Again to do it. Dodges the paranoia, but plenty of bullets raining down onto him. Up and over. He's hoping and hunting for the head. Operating out in his hands. Maybe a chance to isolate one of these fights. Mako! What is going on, son? Dashing away. You cannot escape your fate. Bane tracks him down with perfection.
Kai did what he could there in the final moments. But it's still only going to be 3 for Trace. I thought Mako was about to throw himself off the map there.
It looked like it, man. It looked like it, but still.
DRX maintain control, don't they?
Held down, yeah.
Love the way that they've been playing this map in general. They only need 4 more to close things out.
That's looking like dominance, though. Another similar tale that's just weaved here by DRX. We're going to see if it continues into Abyss.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Watch me pop the top, Betty to the club. Shawty in my crib, it's a light. And let me hit it, I just wanna hit some fun. And out that baby, I just wanna take it right. Until you turn, I don't need it too much. When everything all the same.
passion now. Whoa, go crazy, go crazy, go crazy, go crazy, go crazy.
All eyes on to the pistol round here, 9-3, DRX. Once more, I mean, in terms of just finishes for the first half, you can feel, I think, very confident if you're a DRX fan. I think DRX themselves are going to be feeling very confident, I think, heading into this next follow-up in through Abyss.
And for Trace, it really is only those two players at the top of the scoreboard that are doing much, to be honest.
Yeah.
Kai's 17-9. How do you get that scoreline when you're down 9-3? That is pretty ridiculous, no? But, yeah, almost 6 times as many kills as the people at the bottom of the scoreboard.
That's
and
insane.
Historically, the defense has been bad for Trace, but it's a brand new comp. We should probably just reset our expectations, but it's difficult to reset, and even more difficult for those players down on stage to reset after what they've experienced so far today. Kai's gonna have to go nuclear, I think, to be able to win this one.
Even more so. Very familiar position. Been watching Buzz perched up onto that ankle all map long. Over the top though, lineups for days here from Foxy9. This is going to be attempting to disrupt any sort of hold. Flash, updraft dash in through the smokes as well, but a kill's collected on either side here with the Jets going down. And now barreling away forwards, DRX just trying to take a bit of space in through the back of the site. They haven't actually disjointed some of these players. Hey, Bay Sheriff cannot get the job done there. Just one stray shot to the chest. Mako watching for the hop up.
That's a really important fight.
And they're winning all of them. Lao King. Second top performer. It's been heartbreak for him in terms of the rounds where he could have had that impact. Stopped in his tracks. Taking these fights, very individualistic, but yet Mako's there eventually to swing and collect up the kill alongside Flashback. That's 10 rounds now for DRX, a pistol round as well. And for Trace, what options do you have at this point? I mean, you've got a force, I think, really, but you're on the defense side, you don't have the plant money. It's not looking good.
No, I don't think they're going to be able to force just based on eco. They didn't even kill enough players. I think this is DRX, long suspected after what we saw as the opening to Lotus, but I think this is where we're going to see DRX closings out fairly easily, barring a very unusual twist and turn in this match. And it is really confidence building, I think, for DRX and for DRX's fans to see them come out in their first game of the lower bracket.
It's a play cooked up by Trace. Trying to use the weaker weaponry and util maybe that they can find a few kills there through the main fight. But you're right. I mean, DRX, for the fans, I'm not going to say expecting an outcome like this, I think, some sort of dominant performance, but they definitely needed it, I think, in terms of Pacific representation, the Korean representation too, at this event in Seoul.
The Korean fans here in person would be absolutely gutted and very unexpected to lose Gen G and DRX this early. It would have been unthinkable.
Yeah.
And it doesn't look like it's going to occur. Trace go for a stack in the right place, but
exactly
doesn't catch too much.
Everybody accounted for. Up to 11 here for DRX. At least you get the rifles online if you are Trace, but yeah, the fans, they needed something. It's not just signs of life from DRX as well, though. This is just purely a clean sweep almost in terms of a win.
Yeah, it's dominant. And it's also two maps that they're really strong at and have showcased that they're really strong at this event. DRX's Lotus was kind of so-so before coming into Champs, but I think the addition of adding that chamber in certainly caught Fnatic off guard. That's a huge win to be able to get, and it's worked beautifully here as well. And Abyss has just been home territory for them.
Yeah, they're going to go for the B-hit simulator. Look at the util, just sails up and over the head.
They're very practiced.
Yeah, Fung Fung makes a go of things, just peeking past it. Again, he's going to get traded. Trying to take the fight outside of Heaven. Foxy9 with his plan, and it's in quite a difficult spot as well to try and pick apart. If you're trying to play the retake now as Trace. Spammable box corner, you got Buzz taking point as well. You're going to have to use util to try and clear him out. Knife against it, through the back wall. Tags onto him, so they know that Buzz is playing into this spot, but the drone's going to be used as well. Sees multiple players spamming away. Bullet's not landing though, not through that box. One way in for the smoke, and the dart snaps it round to the behind. Buzz though, eventually overwhelmed. The util is good, but still time starting to tick. This is where the problems start to stack. Trace, they need to try and hold these guns and hold them well. Fire in line, sticking it forwards. Now the defense needs to come online, but again, bullet straight through the wall. And then Foxy9 even fooled. Flashback was wrapping it all the way there.
DRX do end up losing their weaponry towards the end of things here. But I mean, this round, it's looking like it could be exactly identical to Lotus. 13-3 is on the horizon. And the way that DRX dealt with that did end up just being textbook. And I think that that word could be used to describe how the Korean squad has played all day.
They're going into it again. Listen.
Run it as a scrim at this point.
Exactly. Limit testing. They don't want to give away footage of how they play the rest of the map. They can't stop the B hits. Just keep running it. Flashes are connecting. Nade in through the back as well. Fang, that's good. Stands it down still. Damage was done to him, so he was softened, weakened enough for the stray bullets of Bane to find him. In through the smoke as well. There's time is to be taken. Bianca and Kai, they are capitalizing. Mako drops him, crouch down, coverage, and fire over the shoulder still. Leaves Mako into that 1v2, and Hey will deliver those death blows. Enough for Trace to survive another day.
Perhaps DRX are going to have to bring something different out heading into the round after this one. Going to be going into an eco for DRX. The amount of util dump that goes in onto that backside player is phenomenal. Fang does a great job in that moment to be able to get a kill out of that. He's flashed up, runs into a fragment grenade, has to readjust very, very quickly. But all of these bright spots, they can't quite obscure the scoreline at the top. And we do often see eco rounds to close out these kind of situations.
We saw it on the last map.
Yeah. That time, though, there were Stingers online. This time,
sure.
Genji, DRX only coming into the Sheriffs. That's...
Maybe wishful thinking on your part? Do you hope that Genji was in playoff, Josh? It's not the case. Gotta lay your hopes on DRX's shoulders.
Would have been nice for the stories, but alas, I'm another broken Genji fan that's here to support DRX now.
Smoke at the feet there for Buzz. Trying to obfuscate whether or not he's crossed that one, and does pull out an ult. I mean, Heibei's using an ult command. You can feel just how tested and pulled, I think, Trace are, that even against the weaker buy, they feel like they have to use ults.
Now going back into Kai, a full rotate while Trace stay anchored to A. The cam spots it out. This should start the defensive rotates coming through. And yet, it wasn't real.
What is happening here? What is going on?
The entire war chest is being unloaded, and in what direction? Where's that going, Bianca?
Listen, if there's anything...
thought it was B.
Yeah, and it clears the way to absolutely nothing still. Now the indicator is on, but they've used so many ults into this round. It's already a win for DRX, even if they lose the round. Up and over with the dash. Attempt to play these players in. Foxy9. Just the one before he's shut down. 12-5, but as we were saying, I mean, what is going on with the ults?
A bit panicked, and I think that's what's going to happen when you've only won 8 rounds to your opponent's 25. You know, when they're winning 3x more rounds than you are over the course of the entire match, you're going to get shook in these kind of situations and feel like you've got to use the ults to close them out. It seems like a decent protocol on a rifle round if that had been a B hit, but it was a cute fake into a re-hit called by Mako. It's created a massive ult advantage for this one. Though having said that,
oh,
hello, Kai, up and over.
Yeah, Flashback not dodging the dart either, so he was lit up. There was chances for Kai to rip the opposition's head off. Cam up, it's almost precarious. I mean, there's backup arriving potentially there with a deep knife as well.
They're leaving.
Yeah, Cam is cleared.
Kai.
Oh, Flashback's caught him.
Well, I mean, Kai's teammates just left him out to die. They marooned him on a desert island.
Oh, yeah. No SOS or smoke signal saving you there. No rough F online for Flashback, you can hear it. He's got it. Hat flung wide, gives him that information now. They know it's split, straight down the middle. 2 for 2, Loud King's position, out through the back of the side as well. Where's the supportive util? Flash is there, it's perfection again. The execute's clearly drilled well by DRX. Util up and over, Bianca, he's hoping he can spam and spray down. Oh my goodness, he's moving all over the place. The aim is going wild and so are the bullets.
He hit his jump button throughout the middle of that as well.
Oh boy. Trace, left to pick up the pieces, but only 2 left to do it now. This is it. Turning point. in the map in the series. DRX on a blinder. Form playing that significant factor. And they've got a chokehold onto this side into the post plant. Good luck getting through this. Good luck stepping over that barrier and that finish line. DRX, it's flawless once more to finish the map. And almost perfect all the way throughout. Cleaning up the lower bracket game. And it does mean that Trace, unfortunately, will be eliminated.
Flawless, clean, textbook. A great match, I think, to restore a bit of confidence to DRX fans who might have been worried that the last bastion of hope for Pacific, for Korea, was going to end up in an inglorious end. I mean, they certainly looked excellent today. They got to showcase two of their best maps and dominated, crushed Trace.
Yeah.
But what a performance from Trace to even get to this point. The fact that they went out ignominiously does not mean that their results from the group stage should be looked down upon. BNK, Mr. Upset, back here on a big stage, delivering results against Vitality, against Leviathan, and Hebe as well got the full range of emotions, from tears to a determined look after his win in groups.
Absolutely.
And now a bit of disappointment, I'm sure, but today belongs to DRX.
It does, they survive. One more day, a little bit longer in through the playoffs as well, a chance to potentially dish out some damage and get revenge for the Korean compatriots that were failed in the groups. They have that chance, they've earned it here and today.
Yeah, and I think they didn't just survive, they made a statement, I think.
Yeah.
That these two maps, they can crush teams that have earned their spot in playoffs if you're not ready for them. If you're not confident enough on Lotus, on Abyss, DRX will happily take you there. A deep map pool, and this team's starting to get a bit of momentum going.
Flexing their muscles with it. Multiple ways. I mean, it really was just DRX consistently flexing, and yeah, unfortunate for Trace with a few of these early rounds, these moments where, you know, you just think a few stray bullets potentially land onto the players when they're trying to pull something like that off. Maybe it makes a difference.
And maybe it would have made a difference to make it a closer game on Abyss, but I don't think there was a world today, at least, where Trace were going to win this map.
Yeah.
And certainly on Lotus, because they didn't actually even have those winning moments, those possibilities on Lotus. It was all pure domination from DRX. Today, there was a gap between these two teams.
There really was. I had questions about form for individual players, whether Buzz is going to be able to play back up to it after getting knocked hard down by Sentinels. To be honest, the whole team did. I think they all picked up the pieces and they all dominated in their own regard. Let's send it down to the floor. It's the Verizon post-match interview, and I believe it's got Flashback standing by.
Thank you guys, and a dominant win by DRX, sending Trace Esports home. I'm standing here with DRX's Bane. Everyone give it up for Bane!
Hello, hello.
Now Bane, this is your first ever Champions, a big stage you've been dreamed of, and a lot's been going on already. I mean, you guys blasted through the group stage, played Sentinels. You also just played your elimination match in Champions. You know, how are you dealing with all the pressure, and what do you think of your journey here in Champions so far? 베인 선수 오늘 승리 정말 축하드리고요. 꿈꾸던 무대에 드디어 도착했잖아요. 너무 많은 일들이 일어나고 있습니다. 뭐 그룹 스테이지 바로 통과해서 센티널스랑 경기를 치르고 거기에다가 오늘은 이렇게 단두대 매치까지 멋지게 승리해냈는데 부담감은 좀 없는지 물어보고 싶고요. 또 여태까지 좀 챔피언스는 어떤 시간인지도 물어보고 싶네요.
그냥 사실 이번 연도를 마무리하는 제일 큰 무대이긴 하지만 딱히 의식 안 하려고 노력하고 있고, 오히려 이제 단두대 매치가 됐는데 오히려 더 마음을 내려놓고 편안하게 했던 것 같아요. 저도 잘 모르겠는데 좀 신기하긴 한데, 그래서 오늘 좋은 기량을 보여드릴 수 있었던 것 같고 손쉽게 이길 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
Well, it definitely is the last event and the biggest event of the year, but I'm not trying to put an emphasis on that fact, trying to lift the pressure off myself. And even though today was the elimination match, it felt like, you know, our backs were against the wall, but it kind of helped us stay more calm and more collected, you know, have no pressure at all, which is kind of weird, but I am really, really happy that we get to survive and play the next match for us here in Champions. Now, other teams from other regions, they still seem to struggle against the CN region teams as well. Now, you know, do you feel like you guys were able to play your A game today because you guys were so familiar with the CN region? You know, you guys screamed TE a lot as well, right? 그 이제 다른 지역 팀들은 조금 아직도 중국 팀들을 만나면 약간 흔들리는 모습을 보여주고 있는데 오늘 DRX는 그냥 100% 다 보여주고 흔들림이 없었잖아요. 아무래도 좀 스크림을 많이 해봐서 익숙한 지역 팀이기 때문에 라고 봐도 될까요?
네, 저도 그렇게 생각하는 게 저희가 워낙 중국 팀들과도 연습을 많이 하다 보니까 그런 특유의 중국 팀다운 공격적인 모습들 그런 거에 저희가 좀 적응이 되면서 다른 팀들은 그런 거에 좀 당황을 해서 좀 지는 모습도 있었던 것 같은데 저희는 좀 알고 있으니까 좀 받아 먹으면서 쉽게 이길 수 있었던 것 같아요.
Yeah, of course, and it's something that we were able to exploit because we scrimmed the CN teams a lot, and it seems like teams from other regions, they're caught off guard by their aggressive styles, but it's something that we can definitely predict from them and take advantage of. Now, we don't have a lot of time, but you guys are so close to playing in Inspire. Will you make it happen? 인스파이어가 얼마 남지 않았잖아요. 각오 한마디 시원하게 해주시죠.
사실 센티널 경기를 이겼으면 조금 더 쉬운 길로 갈 수 있었을 텐데 저희가 놓친 만큼 힘든 길을 왔지만 진짜 꼭 그 경기장을 가고 싶거든요. 진짜 뭐 비록 준비 기간이 내일 하루밖에 없겠지만 이틀 뒤 경기도 진짜 저희가 모든 걸 쏟아부어서 꼭 팬분들한테 좋은 결과를 보여드릴 수 있도록 열심히 하겠습니다.
I mean, it would have been easier for us if we had the chance to beat Sentinels, but we let that slip away. So, you know, we don't have a lot of time to prep, but we will put our 100% into our prep and the next match coming up for us to make sure that we play at Inspire. And thank you everyone for supporting us as well. Now, congratulations, Bane, once again.
Thank you.
And that was Bane with the post-match interview. We'll be back soon.
This is it. This is the lower bracket, which means there will be no second chances. DRX and Trace have to bring their A game if they want to make a run, and this is going to be a very important map haul.
Safely tucked inside the smoke, just tries to take that angle and fight, but again, nothing to really add on. Make something of this round still, but he's going to just down to the one, and he will be quickly approached, and the double-up discipline of Trace is enough to seal up that round. To work with, it's not too much here. Adjustment, smoke, drops the Bane! And brings it closer and closer to victory. Dropped in the process now. ADS for lining him up. Flashback might just be their savior. Buzz is right round the corner. Shoddy in hand. Upgrade obtained. And beaming him down. My God, Buzz! 13-3 is the finish. Map 1 sealed up. He needs some help and backup from the rest of his squad. Body's opened up. What an adjustment! And he has bought that time. Critical element for his team to get back into play. Okay, I'm just seeing something ludicrous. The operator fell off the map, and somebody's just jumped off the map and picked it off as the round went into the next to save the op. Ain't no way. Into the trips too as well, up and over the top. That's a beautiful flash, Kai. The split defense play from DRX still. The smoke does dissipate. Bane trying to hold his ground, standing down up towards heaven. Still Kai, he's on one. This is where the problems start to stack. Trace, they need to try and hold these guns and hold them well. Fire in line, sticking it forwards. Now the defense needs to come online, but again, bullets straight through the wall. And then Foxy9 even falls. DRX, it's flawless once more to finish the map. And almost perfect all the way throughout. Cleaning up the lower bracket game, and it does mean that Trace, unfortunately, will be eliminated.
dark, so crusty like syrup and oh. Hasn't been a week already, but I feel a weekend dizzy. I've been grinding for too many day and nights. I forgot already, gotta stay alive. But my music's still busting, I may die. But the song will never die, never die. Stay alive, stay alive, stay alive. Stay alive, yeah, they may shoot, but we fine. Say goodbye, our records play till we die. Bulletproof, yeah. Bulletproof, yeah. On the roof, yeah. We going up, yeah, we going up, baby. Bulletproof, yeah. Bulletproof, yeah. On the roof, yeah. We going up, yeah, we going up, baby. Say an oath to my mirror, I won't slow until I'm bigger. Whoa, till I'm thinner, so my flow will never simmer. Gazing at the stars, cause I'm born to make art, though they'll never know I'm far. My mentor, stating judgmental, shady, no mentor. Only role models that I'm making, don't cuddle. I can take it, bulletproof, how I make it.
Welcome back once again to Champions Seoul Playoffs. I'm your host, Yingsu. I'm here once again with Mimi and Kakuka as we look ahead to another elimination match. Things does not get easier from here.
No, not at all. And so far, every single match that we've had in playoffs has been a 2-0. But right now, with the match that we have ahead, with the expectations from both of the teams, knowing that one of them is going to go home, I expect to at least get 3 maps.
Yeah, both these teams have had a surprising year. I think Fnatic in not making deep runs at international tournaments like they have in the past. And for G2 in shocking everyone and going deep when we saw them in Shanghai. So either of these teams going home in the first round would really be a shock.
This is the thing, though. It's G2 versus Fnatic. Every G2 fan and every Fnatic fan is going to be very excited about this matchup. This is a very historical one in other games. And Kakuka, you wanted to see this. Why?
Because I think it's very interesting to see the matchup between a team that came from Ascension, that, as Mimi was saying, had this journey throughout the year, gathered a little bit of had already that international experience, has gotten very, very far, but not really achieved that goal besides actually making it into Tier 1 against a Fnatic that was in everybody's mouths last year. It was the team to beat, it was the team to be also. And this year they've hit it in such a different journey that I want to see where they stand at the moment.
Yeah, for G2, I mean, they're the ultimate challenger of this year. The team that came out of nowhere and has really surprised everyone. I mean, they didn't come from nowhere. They've been grinding for this opportunity for a long, long time. But for them, I think that this would be a real proving ground to beat one of the most storied IGLs in Boaster, especially for a guy like Valorant.
Not many teams can say that, you know, that they've bested Fnatic on an international stage. And for many teams, that was the goal for a very long time.
Yeah, let's speak about G2 a little bit more because, Mimi, I know you have a telly prepared for us.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about the Icebox against Leviathan, because I think Leviathan had them red in this series, and this close map is how they went. I want to start off on their defensive side, taking a look at how they set up with this Viper wall. Almost every team in the world at the top level is throwing that default wall that you've probably seen on all your ranked games. It has the normal stuff. You can flood in from these angles, isolate fights. It lets you also hard anchor on the site. G2 aren't doing that. Instead, they're doing this one that we see cutting down the map. And some of the ideas you can do with this are A, fighting up and over to isolate a duel and stop the belt player from swinging in. And secondly, when you're playing retakes, it also lets you segment off and take this fight and this fight kind of as an isolated angle instead of having to swing into as many crossfires. So they're going to be really relying on retakes, and you can see that in their setup in this round. Leviathan have some key ults, Killjoy Lockdown, Sova Hunter's Fury, and Mazzino has his Harbor ult as well in just 1 pip. But they know that G2 is almost always playing off-site. So they're set up here for the retake, and Lev don't use any of that utility to get in. But this is now where the disruption for Leviathan, which is a key thing we saw as well when G2 lost to EDG on this map, come into play. Those ultimates are going to begin to get used into this one. You see that dart get popped deep, and Calm is going to start firing off this Hunter's Fury. That'll give space for his teammates to get into this site and plant off the lockdown. And G2 have critically already used this Harbor wall which is really their biggest piece of utility to fight back into these sites. So now that's gone. G2 have to scamper away from this one, but it's still a winnable position. 4v5, plant coming down, and this is where the next layer for Lev come into play, and where G2 really get cooked in this round. Because look at the minimap. Instead of falling back, every player on this team, except for Calm, is fighting in and taking these deep duels. They're not going to let G2 play those set retakes that they look so structured on, and instead are just going to brawl out and win this one through. I think G2 had a real problem with an over-reliance on the retakes in this map. And once their initial strategies got disrupted and some of those Lev individuals stepped up and had big rounds like we saw here, that map slipped away, and then it was a tough map too to lose that series and now have to go down to this lower bracket.
I think that Lev did a very good job of putting G2 in the one situation that they didn't want to be in. There were so many rounds on their attack where we would see G2 players dying where they shouldn't be dying, taking fights that should never be taken. And for example, in that round, that Viper wall, it also conditions you. It gives you a very big spot where you can plant it on that right side. Okay, that is yours. You want to plant there, but Lev was smart enough to know, yeah, I'm going to take the space that you think it's yours, and I'm going to play in that space against you. And that is what disrupts G2 so much.
But surely none of this is going to be an issue for either of these teams, because Fnatic have just been taking away the Icebox.
Absolutely, but I do think it is a bigger issue that we also saw on the Abyss of G2 sometimes having kind of an over-reliance on what their big game plan is. On Abyss, I think they were very reliant on the post plans, and Lev's Harbor comp on the retake cooked them. And Fnatic is also a really good team at those Abyss retakes.
But again, are we going to see Abyss as well? Is that going to happen?
I think that's more possible.
Yeah, it is more possible than the Icebox, that is for sure, no? But yesterday we had questions about why Fnatic decided to do some things and not others, so it is up to them. I think that with the G2 conversation, it ends up in G2 is a very well-structured team, and when it comes to these moments, their biggest enemy is themselves. Literally, because they will make mistakes that are completely unforced.
Sounds like Fnatic's problem as well. I feel like they both have a similar issue. But let's check in very quickly with the professor himself, Jonah P, who's standing by with Golden Boy.
Hey everyone, GB down here with the Professor, Jonah P. Of course, we're going to yap about what happened yesterday. Where did you guys feel like yesterday kind of slipped away from y'all? And, also, how do you recover in such a short amount of time? Because that was literally just yesterday.
Well, I think Icebox, it came down to just nerves and us being indecisive, hesitating. And Abyss, I think it was just, there was zero plan making for us. We got into many post plans, but just couldn't convert any of them. So last night we're up to like 2 a.m. in Josh's room, just VOD reviewing and just having a nice team talk, getting stuff off our chest. So today I feel like we played better under pressure, so elimination game today, so I'm not worried at all.
So confidence overall pretty high?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah, brother. All right, appreciate you. Fist bumping. We'll catch you soon. All right, back to y'all.
I mean, that's a great thing to hear if you're a G2 fan, right? You want them to be able to bring some answers back. But having said that, it was a very close match. Mimi and every player on G2, they had their moments. They could have won yesterday.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, we saw them start to rally a little bit. There was rounds that made it look possible with some of the individuals popping off on Abyss. But it really was all about those individuals for G2 and Map 2. But what Jonah was saying in that interview, though, I think is very apt. This is a team who has done super well under pressure this year in these big events. The comebacks at Shanghai, the run there, playing back-to-back-to-back matches to make it into the top 3. These are the situations where this team now has the experience to dig deep and think, hey, we've done this before, we can rally back, learn from that loss, and do it again.
And also, do not forget, at least DRX and Trace had a day off. G2 and Fnatic were playing yesterday. Fnatic was here less than 24 hours ago, playing their match and actually being here. So it comes down to the experience. It comes down to getting together as a team, having those conversations, and maybe spending more time talking and discussing than sleeping.
Honestly, I bet you a lot of problems are solved in Josh RT's room. Okay. I feel like that's where you go. You're just like, we have an issue, let's solve it.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. This team has such a bond, right? Josh wasn't with them from the very beginning with the guard, but that's all that these players really talk about, right? How close they are as teammates, how much they've grown together this year from that squad who ascended to now this team who is a consistent contender at global events.
Yeah, and we're seeing here in this B-roll all those clutches that we were seeing coming from G2. Things were not working in map 2. They do have what it takes to have those individual moments, but of course it's something that you cannot rely on, especially not here.
Yeah, and speaking of individuals, Durke. Nikita.
Yeah, Nikita Shirmitev, as we call him in Spain.
He good.
Well, that is his name, to be fair. But yeah, I feel like the performance that we see from Dirke, even when they lost against Fnatic, like, he is onto something. Throughout the entire year, he's been questioned about how he plays the Euro and why he plays it. Like, some of the decisions, okay, hit or miss, big hits or misses. But in this tournament, I think that he's performing so well. This is the form that you do not want to face Dirke against.
When you think about Dirke, you think about the other top duelists in the world. Your Aspases, maybe even your CNETs, those guys who have lifted trophies in the past and been there and done that. You don't really think about Icy, but he's a guy who, after a rougher start to his year with G2, I think has really stepped up here at Champions. So just like Dirke, switching over and playing a lot more of that Yoru, I think he's looked much more comfortable, has been willing to take more individual risks, and I think his individual form has really started to shine a little bit more, partially because of that.
I mean, I've been very, very loud when it comes to shutting down the Dirke haters, but for me, best Yoru player in this tournament. He's shined when Fnatic haven't done well, and there have been a lot of moments, though, Kukuka, when Fnatic, they just haven't done well because they're throwing away 4v2s, 5v3s, which they really should not be.
In so many of these occasions, right, we saw this pistol, this was a 4v2. Yes, Benji had hell of a match yesterday. The shots the Heretics were shooting made completely no sense, but if you're Fnatic, okay, it happens once, it's fine. But that it happens again, and this one in round 24 out of Sunset, this took Heretics to OT, made them win the series in a 2-0, something that could have ended in a comeback for Fnatic, and again, they put their hands down, they think that the round is over just because they have a 2-man advantage, and everything is done, and everything is over. It's like losing that kind of threat.
Quite frankly, this is one of the roughest games I've ever watched of Fnatic. They generally don't get stomped like they did in that game, but they do have that experience factor of having been in these positions, knocked down to lower brackets before. I think the biggest question is just resetting the energy, going back in and figuring out what went wrong. Why didn't we show up? Because they've had a real problem with map ones this tournament thus far, and they're going to have to solve that quickly now, playing back-to-back days against G2 in the lowers here.
I just want to see them lean towards that Haven. Lean towards maps where Alpha yet doesn't have to play Killjoy. We've heard it from him in EMEA. He's bored of it. He's not focused when he's on that agent, and we saw a lot of that yesterday.
To be fair, we have seen many faces of Alpha. I remember when they used to run the race on Ascent. Like he
was always good.
And he was always good because he's Alpha. Sometimes we forget. And yes, sometimes he's been relegated to playing the Killjoy. It doesn't mean that he's playing bad or that he's not going to perform, but then you put him on an agent like ISO, for example, on the Haven, and you're mind blown because for a second, you're forgetting he's still Alpha here.
G2 can really struggle when teams kind of start to take a lot more of those risks and get really brawly. And Fnatic this year have shown the ability to do that, playing those ISO, those Yoru comps that you're talking about. This team has grown a lot from that team that was only about the structure, was only about the like perfect mid-round having to go right to win games.
And one of them is going to have to go home today. If you're Fnatic, internationally, you have not done well this year. You have something to prove. You have a name to defend. But for G2, you're the new kid in the block and you still have a lot to prove.
Well, without further ado, this is it. Elimination time. Let's bring the teams onto stage. Here's G2 and Fnatic.
Fnatic. G2.
Oh boy, this matchup has the potential to become one of the all-time classics. But this is the lower bracket. There is no room for mistakes when elimination is on the line. And look, they've gone with the Haven. They did it.
I mean, I absolutely love it. Yesterday, we thought that maybe this was the solution, and we will get a response very, very quickly. But on the other side, I know, and I think everybody knows, that G2 could have expected Fnatic to go back on their steps and actually choose this map.
I'm interested to see how G2 is going to play into this one. They switched over recently to a Yoru comp, going back to the Viper that they had played on the past in this map when they were the guard. And honestly, I think it looked really solid. A lot of the mid-rounding they have off of that Viper wall, the conditioning it provides is super good.
Lotus is going to be the third one. I'm scared after what we saw yesterday for Fnatic, but Bind being the second one. Fnatic is not a team that changes compositions that very often. Yes, this year there's been some changes, but we saw a change when they came here onto Chance. I don't think they were feeling that comfortable. Maybe they swapped things around. I think that the preparation for both of the teams has to be on point and very like on the lines of, yeah, we're just gonna play our game.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this as well, if they do keep Alpha on the get-go, this means for map 1 and 2, he will not play the Killjoy. We should expect him to move over to the ISO and the Gecko on Bind as well. It's a very predictable map pool, but Mimi, it's the map pool that we wanted to see as well.
I mean, it's really, really gonna be fun to get to watch this one. I think that Haven has always been a comfort for Fnatic even before this year. This has been one of the maps where I think that Boastars and IGL really thrives in calling those attack side mid rounds, and that's where VALORANT is going to want to sink his teeth in. You heard in the daily tease, he wants to go out there and beat the best IGLs in the world, and he shows Boaster in that regard. And as we look at this agent select, Fnatic are back to it. I loved watching this comp in EMEA.
And we're going to get the Euro head-to-head. I'm very looking forward to this. A lot of doubters on Icy. Now, G2 has not played this map that much often as Fnatic has, and that actually gives them an edge because we know that the preparation for Fnatic is going to be thorough. But if there isn't that many reps on you, there is so much more that you can learn from them. Do not get me wrong, it's not going to be easy, but you know, it's something.
Yeah, this is what we want for elimination match. Could be an all-time classic. G2 versus Fnatic. Who better to take us through than your casters is Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, Insu. Yeah, we've been blessed with a banger, and they're always playing out this way when there's elimination on the line. To see these two teams clash for the first time on this stage with everything that's at stake, I mean, it's a gift.
Yeah, what a moment in time as well. G2 versus Fnatic, and we're starting off on Haven of all maps. And yeah, the Yoru head-to-head is going to be the shining light for me because Durka has been looking fantastic on Yoru all year long. I mean, in the beginning he struggled a bit, but who struggled most recently is Icy. Yeah, G2 took that win away from EDG, but it was so close. It was 13-11. And Fnatic, they're 6-0 on Haven this year, Doug, ever since it came back into the map pool.
Yeah, spotless record. But G2 has decided to take a step into that ring. It's a map that hasn't necessarily been weak for them either. I mean, they've only played it 3 times, but every single one has been close. They've won 2 of them. So it's not like they're slouches on this map necessarily.
Yeah, neither of these teams are going to be slouches on any of these maps in the map pool. So evenly matched, it feels like. And it's just quiet across the board right now from G2. A very, very slow approach. They showed top C, broke the camera, but it didn't bait out any rotations from the side of Fnatic.
That's a dink on VALORANT already. If they decide to continue to go B, you've got Durka who's close by, you've got Boaster there with him.
Yeah. Members of Fnatic need to be careful from this front B pop from G2. That Yoru flash, it could be so hard to dodge.
I think that's why they're playing off of it, and as soon as it goes off, they know they can try to refill it onto the side. Trent back already through, taking care of Boaster, but the trade is timely. It's perfect. Durka's not able to get it. His hero does. 2 kills on the round for him. But they've managed to get the spike down. G2 in these post-play positions found, again, just down to 19 HP. It's just a tap. It's just a threat. Just enough to try to get him out of position. Do they have a flash? Do they have anything? They all just swing out. They all just face. And they're outnumbered. Fnatic will get the pistol.
And you're right, the approach from Fnatic in front B, they understood when that Viper orb goes up, they need to be careful, they need to back up. And the flood in, it was almost perfect. Boaster, his paranoia was on point, but he just couldn't connect the shots, and he ended up going down first. But the flood from Hero, the flood from Durka, it was too much for these boys of G2 to handle. And the 4v2, they're not going to throw it this time around.
I was going to say something, but I didn't know what to say.
Hey. Choosing to stay family friendly is Boaster at the beginning of this. We'll see if that's the case though as the series goes on. I mean, there's both. You think about this matchup between Boaster and VALORANT. They're such deep competitors, right? Like they're the quintessential fighter. Both of them.
And they have such a deep map pool, a deep strat book. And the coaching staff that's behind them as well. I say that as Leaf just takes the head off of Durka. That's a Bulldog gone now from Fnatic. And on a map like this with 3 bomb sites, when you drop a member early like that, you are really spread thin. That's why you see this proactivity on the minimap from Fnatic. That's a double A long approach. G2, they need to be careful right now because Alphier, if he gets heated up, it's going to be over.
Yeah, the terror that can be an ISO.
Yeah, he's been superb on it as well.
A little bit of tap there, not connecting the shots, but honestly, Jonah P, it was a bit labored. It took a little bit of time, but ultimately does connect. It's a 3v3, but it doesn't feel like a solid one. It doesn't feel like a comfortable one. It just feels inevitable. Alpha gets his 3, as Fnatic at the second.
And that's something that I said G2 need to be very wary of. Once he gets on fire, especially towards this A site, you're going to see Alpha taking a lot of swings down short A. And he's going to hit those shots 9 times out of 10, let alone the fact that he got 3 into that round to build towards that ultimate. And yeah, it was costly for Fnatic, but they ended up saving the majority of the guns that they needed. And Alpha, he's popping off already. That first peek that he did, it was a little interesting, a little dicey, but he settled. Now he's sitting at 3-0 with a Vandal to his name. 3 orbs off of his ultimate.
See that cheeky little vulnerable shock setup. IC's been dropped. Leaf has 2. This is an excellent start out for Fnatic.
Yeah, picks across the board. And off of utility in mid as well. The 1-2 punch, the Yoru walking down. They swing out. Boaster is going to have a tough ask in the backside here. He is alone, but they don't know he's here.
Meanwhile, Fnatic is getting a ton of info. You've got Durga who's pushed down C long. You had the drone come out from Chronicle towards A, and they've got him fully funneled into the middle of the map, and they know that. The paranoia is going to be a little bit wide, but Valorant shots do connect. Now they can flush back C. The thing is, I don't know that they really have a good idea of where Durga is.
I think they might have a notion that somebody could be down C long, and that's why they're planning for CT right now. And this drone, it's going to get good info on where Alpha is.
Again, Durga is the problem, and the problem has not been solved.
Nasty work from Durga. What a transfer.
That's a scary sight for G2 fans. If he's hitting like that already.
Oh, he commits to the TP backside.
Jonah P fully surrounded in a 1v3. No idea where Durga was. Fully left guessing. And Fnatic win the bonus. This is an excellent start.
Yeah, it was a big investment. Had it not gone their way, maybe the economy isn't that great, but with how these players are already coming into form in the first 3 rounds that we've seen so far, yeah, that's something you're going to see Alpha do quite a bit. They're looking on point right now, and the proactivity from G2 to bring that back to a 3v3, it was pretty good, but
then Durga happened.
Yeah, then Durga happened. That transfer was too much. And when you think about Fnatic,
It's my balls, boy, bro. Good job. Nice kid.
and when you think about Fnatic as a team, they only really tend to struggle against very, very highly talented players that have good mechanics, everything. And it's not that that's a dig to G2. They have great mechanics, but they rely on more of their fundamentals and the high percentage plays in order to win. That gives Fnatic a lot of breathing room to be confident in their own aim.
Jonah P doesn't have a ton of breathing room here. You look at the mini-map, you've got Alpha who's taken all of A long, you've got Chronicle again up A short. But they've managed to get him in there now. The middle of the map has been taken, the paranoia is out towards Garage.
It's flawless.
The question is, how much more is concealed? Do they realize where the rest of G2 are? He's going to try to get out.
They know where Jonah P is, and he's going to fall shortly.
Alfier's waiting on the other side. It was that spacey that you taken at the very beginning of the round. He shouldn't be able to get away with anything.
That's a clone, buddy.
Yeah.
So it's a stall towards front B again. Last time G2 were down numbers, this is where they decided to go. And I think Fnatic are a little bit ahead of this. Durga got that pick in short A. He's the forefront. Can't connect yet.
This is notably more difficult. Remember the last time they did this, they had the Viper Orb that they could play around.
And they also had rifles. Oh, that shield. So damning.
There's really no way for them to fight back to this, at least not in this round. So a flawless one comes through for Fnatic as they get to 4, and I think it's concerning as we look into the next because Fnatic have a couple of ults to speak of. Durga has his, Alfier has his, and then you've got, I believe, both Hero and Chronicle close.
And they haven't stopped at all. It's been aggressiveness every single round so far from the side of Fnatic. But the difference is once they get those key kills, they fall back and they play as a unit. It's looking very cohesive right now. And very smothering for the side of G2. It's going to be an early timeout for good reason. It seems like the G2 players, they just can't seem to even hit shots at this point.
Yeah, Fnatic full steam ahead for now. A 4-0 start for them. You've got Alfier who's coming online. And again, that's what you need on that ISO role. He's been able to deliver so far, 6-0. Perfect bill of health so far.
Yeah, this Durka and Alfier combo has been the bread and butter of Fnatic's success on Haven in 2024.
Yeah, I mean, the ISO and the Yoru, and
it's so unique.
Their willingness to innovate and bring those into the fold has just, you're right, it's netted them so much success. It's netted them a perfect record on this map.
Yeah, and for G2, it's tough to prepare against a composition like this because it's so niche.
Yeah, who else is running this?
There's not a lot of teams that are running it. Maybe
Right.
a couple teams in APAC that I've seen. But limited reps against a comp like this can be very hard to play against. And the way that Fnatic are approaching playing against this Viper comp, kind of getting ahead of the Viper wall and honestly trapping Jonah P a lot, even giving that A short space. It's an awesome approach. A lot of good prep work has been done from the side of Fnatic. They seem to have a good read on how to play against this double controller.
Well, it's the adjustment for G2 on the other side of the timeout. You've got Trent, one away from having his Hunter's Fury. An aggressive TP out from Valorant again to Cubby. And the dart to buy some space. But again, you see the utility being exchanged from the defense.
And I think this is what G2 needed to do. They needed to shut down this A control. If Alfier is there, push him back, at least get his shield off of him. But he's not even here this time. He's waiting for a 1v1 opportunity. He has that ISO ultimate online.
That was so dangerous. The drone expiring just before it catches a couple of members.
But as soon as anybody makes contact around the map, Alpha's gonna pop that shield. He's gonna ult. So if G2 take too long, here it comes. Here's the 1v1.
Alpha and Leaf on the other side. He's got full health. He's got full armor. But how do you deal with the double tap?
It's too hard. Not at this high of a level. Most of the time, the ISO will win that exchange.
On the other... Oh, it seems like they're going to try to get out onto the side. Not going to lie to you guys. Didn't really see what happened there. But lo and behold, they've managed to get decently far out. You've got the Paranoia coming out. The Decay as well.
30 seconds
But it's Surface in such a good spot. But Jonah P just decapitates him. Boaster able to respond at least a little bit. Now a 2v2 as the spike goes down. It's leaving Trent on his own. He's got two shocks, but position's been given away. Knife out. Shots not settled. And again, Trent has to go. No armor. That's not the right weapon in that position. The defuse will come through. And again, they're going to continue to feed this in Alpha. They want to lean into his ult.
Yeah, he just used it. He already got full 4 ult orbs into that round. And you see the value of the ISO on this map. The way that G2 like to play this composition is to do a little bit of a push and pull. They like to break utility, make teams second guess. But you can't do that if you're getting ulted. Wherever you make noise, whether that was going to be at A, whether that's in Garage, he's going to ult you. He's going to take the 1v1. And with his mechanical skill,
yeah, forget it.
It's over. He has a shield on him.
9-0 so far. And again, more than halfway to having his ult online.
The desk was talking about how Fnatic struggle when they start off slow. Or even when things just don't go their way. Keep in mind against Heretic, they lost a 4v2 to start the match. This time around, they're so confident because they won the 4v2.
I mean, it's perfect. It's a map that they're familiar with, a map that's netted them a ton of success. And the beginning of this could not be any better. Couple kills traded, 1-for-1 Leaf with a lighter. We'll lighter weaponry here, just a Stinger.
Yes.
But he's the tip of the spear with Jonah P close by. They're going to invest the pit into this? Boaster's just waiting on the other side. But Trent is too. Surely he's been spotted. They've got to know that he's there.
Trent is so far away. Just now going to get in range to use that Hunter's Fury if need be.
So they have full A main control. But the pit is down. And that's going to make this so much more difficult. Leaf's going to fall too. A 2v4 that needs to go the way of G2 for any semblance of hope. And it does not look like that will be the case. What in the world can Trent do? Outnumbered and dead. 6-0 the way of Fnatic. And that's another ISO ult online.
What a retake from Fnatic. That was a chef's kiss moment. It can be so hard to go up against a Viper's Pit, especially when it's all in CT, but opting to just go through window. And Durka in that entire moment after this kill comes down, he still has a clone, he still has a flash if need be. And you can't just not shoot the clone.
Right, you have to.
When that Viper's pick comes down on Trent's screen, he's shooting whatever's in front of him.
I'm feeling today.
Yeah, he definitely is. He's 11-0.
I believe it. I believe it 1,000%. Defensive op-out in the hands of Durka.
It's interesting. In the last series, we saw Boaster pick up the defensive op quite a bit. But this time, maybe Durka is feeling it in his own right. And Leaf, oh
Leaf
my
again.
gosh.
He's got a Bulldog, light armor. Alphair again trying to pest him out, but this time the duel goes the way of G2. Now what's the response? Where do they go from here?
It's going to be aggressiveness down C long for Durka. He's going to get some info, but his TP is leaning towards A. So G2 need to be very careful right now because they might be running into the remaining 3 members of Fnatic.
If they commit to this, they're freezing real.
I mean, this Odin could do so much damage against light armor.
Yeah, 1,000%.
You just spray and pray, get a little bit of a collat. Oh, that's why the Killjoy ultimate is invested, but there's still 2 trips to play off of. Chronicle, he's going hunting. He might find the timing.
He's exploring. Valen's there on the other side. He's got to spot him, and he does. The Stinger up close nets him another win. A 5v2, but again, remember, it's lighter weaponry. It's not great. It's a Bulldog and an Odin. Patience out from Hero. A 2v4 would be devastating. It would be back-breaking.
Durka's going to save this operator, surely.
I mean, he's got plenty of money.
Wait a second.
The newcomer.
Durka's doubling back.
For this Fnatic roster. He's continued to knock on the door. He's continued to unlock the bolts, and he might be able to swing this back in their favor, but heads-up awareness from Trent. Now Durka has no choice but to get out. Not in that situation. G2 will finally get on the board. Again, I don't know that they can necessarily even upgrade any weapons. They're going to carry over Valen's Odin, but that might be it. Oh, Trent does grab something there.
Yeah, he grabs the Vandal. But Leaf drops anyways. I guess he only had a Bulldog. It was a light investment from the side of G2. But winning that round, that was a must-win round for G2 to get any type of momentum back in their favor. And Leaf winning the head-to-head this time around. Durka, Alphair, apologies, just could not settle the shots.
He tried his best at it again. Chronicle's patience there was so nice. He sat there for what felt like an eternity and then just got a little bit too far up. So G2 get on the board. Get that monkey off their back. Now you've got 4 rifles and the Odin to speak of.
Still have the operator on the side of Fnatic though.
Dude, so much aggression. What a combo. Could you imagine if they were trying to take a main there?
Yeah, they would have gotten decimated. One-shotted because of that vulnerable that ISO can throw.
And the paranoia out from Boaster. You wouldn't see a damn thing.
Yoru clone is so good against the Cypher. Breaks all the trips in Alpha. He's going crazy right now. It's 1-for-1 though.
Leaf again. Able to clean him up and have his number. Trent pop the ult. Not really going to connect out onto anything. They have a little bit of garage control, but the thing is they don't realize that there's somebody right behind them nipping at his heels. It's Durka again getting as much info as he can. Meanwhile, Boaster's trying to do a bit of the same, but Trent anchored in. We'll clean him up. What's the rest of this retake look like for Fnatic? The drone will create a little bit of space. No ultimates on the side of the attack.
No smokes on the side of the defense either, so it's just going to be complete RNG. That's a good start though, yeah.
That's a big one, but Leaf's timing. He's given his position away. He's only able to find one. It's going to be Chronicle on his own. A tap of the spike into the swing, and Jonah P will best him. G2 get their second.
Good proactivity after that kill on the flank by Trent. And so far, we've seen Trent. He's sitting all the way back most of the time that G2 get on the site and get that spike planted. They're aware that Fnatic like to use flanks. After that kill comes through, the double flank. Yeah, there's a bit of a whiffage going on from Leaf, but no one's ready for Jonah P in this moment. The numbers game too much in favor.
Alpha just jumps out the window smoke.
Yeah, G2 are going to need to be more aware of the crazy plays that can happen against this basically double duelist comp of ISO and Yoru. I mean, that's another free pick, but I think that was spam this time around. And the 1-2-3 punch.
They're investing so much into denying this A main control from G2.
A main mid,
I mean, every single round. If it's either the Decay Shock or it's the Paranoia with the Vulnerable and then the Hunter's Fury, like, they're dumping so much into this area of the map, and I think that makes the game plan very clear. Fnatic walked in with the intention of denying that space, and so far they've done so.
And this is why I'm so surprised that G2 aren't ready for this. This was a set play that Fnatic had already previously ran like 2 or 3 times. Durka walks down mid, Hero swings off of him. Alfier, of course, he's just gonna peek A.
Not shock. Yeah. Just a little short.
This is just such a hard post plant to play. There's 3 members flanking long. And still an Omen Paranoia for Boaster. It gets committed. Hero just absolutely decimates Valen. And deleted from the server.
And Trent's left in a 1v4. That first shock will go out. The spam coming through will clean up 2. But there's still so much work to be done. Note Boaster did not get it to half. Now finally done so. The Classic just cannot connect.
Yeah, not enough ammo in that Vandal. And Fnatic taking the disciplined approach, playing all together. Yeah, they get collided through a smoke, but still, it's a 4v1 in that moment. Oh, the turn from the Yoru flash, but that's the weird thing, that turret. Leaf thought that it would clear that spot of mid, but Durka, he just knows. He's so aware of what that turret can actually see and how he can finesse around it.
And that's part of the issue is I think not only are they willing to invest so much utility into A main, but then you've got Alpha filling the space behind it. So yeah, you can try to wait out the shock and you can wait out this, that, and the other, but then what?
Look at this. Another walk down mid, this time with more members. That turret does not clear this box. Leaf, oh my goodness!
He's punished again. First it was Alfier, now it's Durka.
That was such a nasty shot. Off of the jump spot, you have to be so precise to hit that. And right now, if you're G2, it just feels like you can't do anything. You cannot take control of mid. You need to start doing a different turret, maybe through window. But the problem is Fnatic were ready for that adaptation. They had 3 players, front B, ready to spam window.
Every single corner seems to be considered for Fnatic. He stuck that. He stuck that right into Hero's lap. He's gonna get a second on Valen too.
So risky.
I imagine there was a flash behind it or something. I'm sure we're gonna see that on the replay, but I think the story doesn't change. Jonah P has gotten 3 on the round. He's gonna have to get 2 more. An ace to potentially just get G2 their 3rd round of the half.
Problem is, Fnatic have the spike in full control. They can see it. It's in their sights, and it's a crossfire in garage. This is impossible.
How in the world does Jonah P do that? He can't. This has been near perfect Valorant out from Fnatic.
Yeah, other than the MasterCard Thrifty that G2 got, there was only, what, 1 other round they won? That was, oh my, that's absurd. That is absurd.
She killed me jump spotting, bro. 4-4.
With a Phantom, too.
It's disgusting. Disgusting work.
And there was Hero dealing with what Icy was trying to get backside on.
So limited on what you can do on the Yoru, especially on the attacking side. And Icy, he's sitting at 2 and 10 right now. He's struggling again.
I mean, all of G2 struggling.
Yeah. Oh, man.
This time it's Trent.
Oh, he's
just trying to take the fight right to him. But Alfier, 2 for 3 on the Gulag this map.
Yeah, and off of that, Durka gets all that free space. There's a triangle setup here in A. If G2 want to go back, they're going to be met by so much opposition. That smoke, Valen, he's trying to finesse in the minds that maybe Fnatic are going to back up, but they're ahead of this, so it's a hard read right now from Fnatic, they know.
Boaster still playing close by. If they fully commit to this B fight, he has a Paranoia that he can hit from there. It's all off the cue from Alpha, but he gives the space up.
Look at how far back the trips are from Hero.
Leaf's gonna get tagged. The Hunter's Fury has been invested. Leaf is already dead.
What a setup.
No corner is safe. Valen's left in a 1v3, and yeah, he has the spike, but again, it's these miserable 1vx situations.
That was so sick from Fnatic. What a great round. And Alpha just spams him through the smoke. That's how the game's been going. Everything in favor for Fnatic. But to take all of A control after Alfier wins that 1v1, it allows for Chronicle to have that crazy Hunter's Fury line if anybody goes garage off the trip, if anybody goes front B off a contact. And that's exactly what happened. That was such a nice set play. Look at this. I mean, it's beautiful Valorant right now.
It takes the entire map away, right? You remove a full third by denying A main space, and then you've got the ult that's just going to deny everything else.
And right now, I like I said, I've been so surprised that G2 haven't tried to speed up C long at all, because that has really been the weakest area for Fnatic so far on this map. But they took so long to identify it. And it's just too late at this moment. There's 3 members pushing up A long right now. Leaf is... He's going to have to create a miracle right now with this Guardian.
Meanwhile, Icy's ulting on the other side. They're going to try to accelerate, as you were mentioning, towards C, but you're right, it's probably too little too late, and Leaf has been left with so much to do. Meanwhile, Icy trying to get back sight off of the flashes. Leaf dealt with. The sight still up for grabs. You still have so many members of Fnatic that are playing close by. Icy trying to swing out the buggy from that distance. Will not connect, but Valen will. How do you deal with Durka, though? Number situation, the pit invested, Trent on the swing, Chronicle dead. And now the pit in play. Can they do anything to get rid of this? He's gonna flip the map, he's gonna get out. Valen's fully TP'd, but it finally commits back. Deciding that with Durka dealt with, this is the strong site. Alfier's 20 HP in a 1v3, but they're leaving. They're quietly making an exit.
30 seconds left.
So tense right now. Even with Alpha being at 20 HP, look at the respect that is being given by G2. They understand that he's popping off. They understand that they need this round. They need the 9-3. Oh, that was close.
All 3 members that are up for G2 have taken damage. Some notably worse for wear than others. One benefit is that they're all playing together, so Alfier has to very carefully and cautiously check every single corner. And then there's the Viper wall he has to deal with too.
Yeah, and either way he goes right now, he's going to get swung by Valen.
The tap. Where's the swing? Where's the challenge? Where's the dare? They all want to swing at the exact same time. And G2 will get their third. Fnatic again, I mean, borderline perfect for that entire half.
Yeah, that's a wonderful half for Fnatic. Alfier was popping off. Durka was popping off. Hero had his moments in the backside of A, or backside of C.
We'll see what G2 can do on the other half of this. Maybe there's hope. It doesn't seem likely. We'll be right back.
Oh, come on. Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
A borderline perfect half from Fnatic. They're up 9-3. They obliterated G2's attack side, and now they have the benefit of being the ones to dictate the pace.
Yeah.
Now they can really lean into this Yoru Isu comp tray.
Yeah, and they like to work a lot of garage. They like to work a lot of mid, much like the defensive side that we saw. That aggressiveness towards mid.
They made the map feel small.
Yep.
And to be able to do that on a 3-site map, applying pressure in every single facet of the game is just really impressive. You understand why they're perfect on this map.
Exactly, and they're playing the comp to its strengths. They're going for the duels. They're taking aggressive aim fights. And when their aim is on point like that, it's just so hard to play against. Now, I will say that Trent, last time they played this map, he was a big key to the success of G2 in beating EDG. He had a very, very huge defensive half. So he's going to need to step up again.
The setup here, I mean, you can see it. The writing is on the walls. Any sort of contact. Valon's got the flash.
Oh, yeah.
And then the fight ensues. The question is, will there be enough of a trigger? Will there be enough to tip the scales?
But this is the Fnatic approach. We're going to contact up mid. Maybe we'll go garage, break the alarm bot, make you have to re-clear that space. And then while all that's happening, look at A-Site.
Yeah, it's up for grabs. It's free.
You take everything.
They can waltz their way in.
Yeah. And G2, they are known for their retake approach on a lot of maps.
It's going to be tested here if they want to try to pull this off. They're going exploring now. Across the middle of the map again. 2 there. Found Alfier again. Gets away with murder.
And now are you ready for the second? You're not.
No. No way.
And Trent just got spammed all the way in heaven. Look at how far. Look at the minimap. Look at where he got spammed at.
Yeah, he's so deep.
What a pistol round from Fnatic.
What a map from Fnatic.
This is why they're undefeated on it.
I mean, I'm hard-pressed to identify anything that you can look and go, oh, they probably should have done that better. Where do you go? Where do you look?
I guess Alpha should have won that second ISO ult that he got. That's about it.
How dare that guy not win every single ult?
How dare he?
Unbelievable.
Leaf is in a 1v3, though. And he gets flanked. Durka. Too much for him to handle. Fnatic are running away with this one. This is a very fast-paced map.
He's 20-6.
And this is without a shield, by the way. Oh, look at the spam.
Yeah, there's that deep kill you were talking about up in heaven.
Unreal.
And then the layers. There was no way that you'd be expecting Durka in a position like that.
Here, actually. That's a really nice idea. That's actually kind of genius.
He's talking about that cam on the post plant that was watching short and long. They're having fun with it, Doug.
Wouldn't you be having fun if you were up 7 rounds in an elimination match at Champs?
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
There's really no gun to fight back here for G2, but I think this is just going to continue to be like a styling performance out from Fnatic.
And Alpha almost has another ultimate.
The second round of the half.
He's going to have it for the bonus, and he has a Vandal already.
If we can walk through this unscathed, and then he's got the shield, and then I mean, it's perfect.
The setup is so beautiful, too. Oh, as I say that, the cam gets picked up. So now nobody's looking short A. G2, they're so worried, though. Oh, they're about to be met by Alpha. This guy's about to pop off. Oh, he can't handle the pressure.
In the face of 3, he does fall. No real way to upgrade the weapon. And they're just going to walk into Fnatic's crosshairs again.
Just a hard freeze to the round, and while it's happening, the actual hit is coming through at B. It's just beautiful play right now from Fnatic. I can't stress it enough.
30 seconds left.
Boaster is calling such a good game. Leaf, he gets a Vandal.
And he puts it right back down as quickly as he scooped it up. Now Chronicle on the swing back side will clean up the last 2 members. Fnatic get up 11-3.
Yeah, and that's the Vandal grabbed by Boaster as well. So all the good guns that they needed, they have into this round, and they're 1 orb off of the ISO ult.
This is just, again, I mean...
It's good awareness from the side of Fnatic. They understand how to play in these anti-eco situations. When you get up numbers, it's pretty likely that the defense are going to try to even it out.
That's whatever.
Yeah, it looks like G2 are just going to have fun with it as well. Maybe just go next map. I don't think Fnatic's undefeated streak is going to end here.
No, 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 I don't think it will. That's some hard-hitting analysis there, Trey.
I mean, bruh.
What in the world can G2 do?
Warm up.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what they can do.
Go next.
Try to start hitting some shots.
That's a good start.
There you go. But again, as soon as you kill one, you should expect the other. That's how it's been so far.
And I think the other is on the move.
And I think Leaf has an idea of it too. That's why he picked up the CT area.
They're concerned about it. Alfier's timing. It's leaving a little bit to be desired there. They're going to commit to getting the spike down with no real resistance.
Spike planted.
And Alpha's still in this window area.
Leaf's going to clean him up, but how do you expect the other? I mean, he was surrounded. He thought he could deal with what was happening B main. No real idea of what was happening garage. And now they're not even necessarily concerned with dealing with the spike and covering for it. Look at Chronicle's position. Just so aggressive. A brawly approach. And well, for good reason, it's all gone their way. A turn of the flash. No kill found. A 2v2 now. Icy weak. Valen not much better off.
Alpha's just going to ult the diffuser. This round should be done.
This map is very likely done.
It's done. It's a save from G2. They know they don't have time. And yeah, it's because of that positioning from Chronicle. He basically just slips the net. And yeah, he's on an island there, but he buys enough time for this to happen right here. That spike goes off. It was a great start to the round for Leaf. But Alpha, who just sat in window the entire time, didn't get re-cleared.
It's like
us, just cut the map in half. Again, it's what you said. It just feels like it's so smothering for
It feels
G2.
small, yeah. Again, Chronicle's positioning. I mean, in for a penny, in for a pounding of G2. Like, they're up 12-3. What rounds have G2 won? They won the Thrifty in the first half.
Another post-plant round. It was the Viper Pit round that they won at the end there.
It's just been dire straits.
No pistol rounds. And it's tough. It's tough getting decimated like this because, like I said, like at least if it's kind of close or maybe even a 13-8, 13-9, you get warmed up.
Yeah,
and you're ready for the next map.
Right. You have something to hang your hat on, if nothing else.
Yeah, exactly. But like G2 are working off of nothing right now. So even so, they want to just try to string a couple at least.
Yeah, this feels like, let's see what sort of moral victory we can get to close out the map. Let's see what sort of benefit we can carry into the next. Because for as much as we've talked about Haven being Fnatic's domain, we're headed to Bind next, and that's a map that G2 are very comfortable on.
Yeah, and Fnatic aren't slouches on it either, but yeah, G2 are extremely comfortable on Bind. We're not quite yet there, but we'll be there shortly.
Yeah, we'll be there real soon.
Yeah.
Real soon. And it's tough to point this out because, again, from top to bottom, G2 have struggled. Icy at 3 and 14.
Yeah, the head-to-head, it's been rough. Even starting on the attacking side on Yoru, sometimes it can feel impossible to entry. That jump spot's going to spot a lot of people.
Hello, off the paranoia. They're going to bait all that out, and yeah, they're going to lose full A main control, but Fnatic wisely accelerating, taking the rest of the map.
They're not even taking the map, they're taking heads. Taking names.
Fnatic up into a 5v3 situation. Boaster again on the prowl, behind enemy lines.
Just feels like there's always somebody behind G2.
There's really nothing that's safe. And again, I know I've mentioned it a couple times, but it feels this way once more. The map feels small. It feels so claustrophobic for G2. And Fnatic are just running circles around G2, a 13-3 stomp. And again, really nothing for G2 to hang their hat on.
I mean, that was looking like the last series of DRX versus Trace, a 13-3. Is that 3 13-3s in a row?
I believe, or no, the second map wasn't. Either way, it's been a very one-sided day. We'll see if Bind tells a different story. Maybe we get to Lotus. Who knows? We'll be right back.
I'm so tired of this darkness. Maybe I just need some sleep.
Not refreshed, but not defeated. I need to choke my envy while I'm looking and looking around. Climbing my way up onto higher ground to find my wings away. Maybe I'm trapped underneath, 'cause I've been pulling me down. Yeah, I've been pulling me down.
Hey guys, GB here with Coach Putty, and absolutely dominating victory for you guys. Haven always seems to be a good map for y'all. But the thing is, you guys are like one of the only, if not the only teams playing ISO at this event. Why do you think this comp, that agent, works so well with the playstyle that you guys have? And, well, I mean, can we expect more of it?
I mean, who knows? I won't tell you what else we got in store, but not every team has an Alpha Jar. I mean, we got Alpha. He knows how to play that agent. I think he's probably one of the best ISO players in the world. I think the other one might be Durka. So it's one of those situations where we just have the right players for it. It suits our play style. So yeah, we like the map and we like the agents we got there.
Feeling good about map 2?
Yeah, I think G2 are pretty good at buying, so it should be a good game, but it's a map we're happy to play as well.
All right, brother, you have a good one, and best of luck. Right back to y'all.
We've got an Alpha Jar. We've got an Alpha Jar. I feel like no true words have been spoken. And also, we talked about it a little bit, right, Alpha? He didn't really want to play the Killjoy anyway. And Mimi, put him on the ISO every map.
Yeah, I don't care. Every map. He was 9-0 in opening kills this map. I mean, this was... Alpha's a great player. He's always been great, but this is one of the best single maps I have seen from this guy.
I mean, to be fair, in EMEA, we see this, we expect this, we've lived through this. We know that the ultimates have a success rate that is out of the chart, that is off the charts, and Alpha just feels so good. But it's not like he's just playing for himself. Honestly, it is so interesting to see this composition, to see how we make it work, how they have the micro plays to control the map from the defense, how well he synergizes with the rest of the team, how difficult it is to go into C when heroes defended. Like, this map just, all in all, it looks so good for Fnatic. We keep asking ourselves, why is it that yesterday you did not want to go here?
If you're playing in ranked and you want to lock in ISO, watch his tech. The way in every ult he is sliding to the very edge, peeking out at the last second while his shield is up. It's such a huge advantage to not be able to really be ready for where he's going to swing through. And I mean, it's ridiculous. Just look at the contrast to his last game. 270 damage around.
Free my boy, free my boy. Like what? I mean, his breach, I love it. His Gecko, lead way, his raise world class. But I I agree with you guys. Just put him on the ISO every map. What's the worst that could happen?
And the thing is, it's not just that he's a great individual on this agent. It's that they have amazing game plans, like you're talking about, Bea, built up around it. The different ways they're walking down mid and getting those opening engagements. The way that they're so much more willing than on some of their other maps to take risks and be proactive. There's a lot of VODs of Fnatic on this map out there, but G2 still looked utterly unprepared for how Fnatic was approaching those opening fights on defense.
And would you guys be surprised if I said that today's HyperX Reflex goes to AlphaJet and friends? In his defense,
this round is just all of Fnatic.
But in his defense, the friends were also doing all right.
Yeah, I think that it's also very interesting to see Fnatic adapting to a team using the Viper on the other side. We know that, especially in Americas, is something that is very popular to see the Viper everywhere, or maybe even some Harbor. But the way that they interpret when and where to put the pressure with just the right amount of utility, like everything that they were spending came up to so much good for them.
Look at the value they're getting out of the Yoru flashes in this clip. They're so consistently setting up and getting kills off of that between Alpha and Durka. The synergy is excellent. On top of that, even just the Decay coming out from that ISO has a lot of good ideas. I think when you look at this comp, it looks like the biggest weakness is struggling to fight a lobby, but the Decay shock dart combos, some of the ult plays they had, it was all excellent to control that area, even against this Viper comp from G2. You couldn't have asked for a better map from a Fnatic who has struggled with the slow starts thus far this tournament.
Well, this is the thing though, it's a best of 3 for a reason, so let's hear what Josh RT, the head coach of G2, had to say ahead of Bind.
All right, everyone, GB down here with Coach Josh RT, and hey, that was a tough loss on Haven, but if there's one thing we know about this G2 team, especially from Shanghai, is that you guys are known for your comebacks, you're known for your resiliency, so what does the team have here to be able to get this job done, be able to force that map 3?
We just gotta have unshakable belief in each other. We gotta support each other. We just gotta believe that your teammates have your back, and that's all it really is. It's a brotherhood. We're trying to make sure our team play shines here, and that's how we're gonna get there.
Still confident going into Bind?
Of course.
All right, brother. Always a pleasure, my man. Back to y'all.
Do you know what? I'm also very confident in G2 going to Bind because we talked about this. They get both of their best maps in this pool, and I wouldn't be surprised if we even see a similar scoreline in the favor of G2.
Yeah, and think about what happened yesterday with Fnatic. They lost that first map. They were in the receiving end of the 13-3, right? And they took the second one all the way to OT. That's the kind of resilience that you have to show. And especially on a map like Bind, as we're saying, if G2's going to do it, somewhere it has to be in this map. And historically, it has been in this map.
Yeah, G2 is on a 5-map win streak on Bind. They're basically the only team in Americas left not playing the 100 Thieves comp. They're still subbing out that Sky instead of the Gecko in the mix. But this is really comfortable territory. On their attacking sides, Valen's mid-rounding is really excellent. I think Leaf is providing a ton of value to his team on this map. He's always been good here. And even when we saw it once at Champions against EDG, it was a close game. But G2, I think, were pretty well in control of that one as well. This is the map to bounce back, but I think the question, as always, is after a game that dominant, can they?
I think they honestly can, because on the other side of this, Alfie will not be on the ISO. He should be on the Gecko, and he hasn't had any reps, really. He had 1 game ever on Gecko on any map, and I think it definitely wasn't perfect the last time they played it.
We still have to, keep in mind that even though they came to champs with the composition, maybe they changed it, but no, they're going to be sticking with that Astra. We know that from the past is an agent that Boaster adores, but as you're saying, we think about Alpha, we think also about how Leo used to play this map and how he was an absolute beast. Are they going to be able to keep this up?
This map, I'm looking at the guys who have been on G2 since the beginning and thinking back to what happened at their first showing at an international event when they made it to Reykjavik, went out in the first round of playoffs there. These guys have felt that, but they're a much stronger team from them, and they're really going to have to dig deep now.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Leaf. I think that there's going to be some stopping power that is going to be necessary. I see also on the other side against only one duelist this time around.
Unfortunately, the fate is in their hands. Doug and Baby Bay, this is their best map for a reason.
G2's blade was left dull and blunted on the first map. 13-3 the way of Fnatic. Now we'll get to see how things shake out on Bind. Again, a map that generally has been very strong for them, and the Des mentioned it. There'd be no surprise if it necessarily went the other way with a similar scoreline, Dre.
Yeah, it's always been a solid map for G2 in terms of their macro, but it's also a map where Icy has some really good pop-off moments. He looks so much more comfortable and confident on a map like Bind. He really gets in the enemy's face. He's not afraid to take the double satchels over Truck. Keep in mind they are starting on the defensive side this time, so they don't have to deal with that defensive side aggression that Fnatic did to them in the last half. But
comfort and confidence will be paramount for G2 as they're fighting for their life, not just in this tournament, but again for the year. Against a team that seemed perfect on Haven. Very little error. We'll see if their attack side Unbind reflects a similar performance.
We'll also see if Alphier pops off on the Gecko. If he's farming and he's getting those orbs like he did on the ISO, that Thrash can be very, very devastating as well.
I mean, we've talked so much about how instrumental of a tool that it can be. Oftentimes seeing it in a bonus and that converting into 3 rounds, 4, you know, snowball into 5, 6.
Yeah, but look at this, Doug. Jonah P. and I believe it's Trent.
Yep.
They've gone on a solo mission right now. And they're really deep behind enemy lines.
There's nothing to cover it. The only thing that might catch him is if they decide to turn around. Jonah P on the prowl with, again, Trent over his shoulder. Every single target spotted, every single corner checked. Now, finally, gunfire erupts as Alphier is the first to fall. Hero's going to join in as Chronicle on the swing. Not able to settle, finally does onto Trent. Delivers on a second. Jonah P down, and now numbers equal.
That's so insane that we're in a 3v3 right now with how the start of that round went for G2.
The possibility, the ability to capitalize on a moment and to swing things their way. But again, Fnatic on the counterpunch.
Yeah, and Boaster, he's in pocket right now. He has all this space. He's controlling all of U-Haul. The smoke on site to separate. He might go hunting for a play of his own right now.
So it's just tough 50-50 to be in. You can choose to swing in, you can choose to take the fight, or you can tuck inside of it. But be careful, they're going to check you, they're going to swing you. Leaf cleans him up. The spike does not get planted. Chronicle's doing his best to frag his way into the round, but time will expire. Yes, another kill comes through for Chronicle, but G2 get the pistol.
Some crazy shots out of Chronicle to even the score. But the nade that Icy held onto from the start of that round, with the time going so low, Fnatic, they were left to their devices. They just couldn't get that spike planted in time. And Boaster, he got caught at the worst moment trying to re-smoke that. This last shot was beautiful. Nice settle onto Jonah P. That was almost really bad, though, for G2.
Yeah, it was.
But now, finally, some confidence going back in favor, and Icy, he got 2 into that round. Sheriff headshot to start off.
He's got the Outlaw this round. A little bit of pace out from Fnatic.
Yeah.
Durka the first to fight with the Bucky in hand.
And when we think about Bind, we think of, you know, players giving up the A site, but playing back site. This time around, it's Heaven, Spawn, Shower.
That doesn't feel good. That does not feel good. Heroes down, Boaster. Surely not along for this world much longer. 6 HP. Somehow gets away and buys some time. It's upgraded to Weapon 2 as a Bulldog in hand.
Yeah, the members are low right now on G2. Look at Valen, 20 HP. Chronicle's going for the late flank.
What a bloody mess this would be. But that's a Bulldog down. Flash on the other side as they try to push through the wall. Jonah P on the snap to Alphier, but Durka on the exchange.
It's a stick.
Icy's gotten it to half. He's the last one left standing in a 1v2. With the Outlaw in hand, has found his one. But Durka on the other side with the Bucky again. There's just not a lot of time on this. Durka can swing, but he's gonna hold it. Oh my goodness. The MasterCard Thrifty as Fnatic tie us up.
0.05 seconds. I was praising G2 from their setup, but Leaf, he got absolutely sniped by Alpha, I believe, with a classic. He was in heaven and he got deleted. Gotta see the replay on that.
Surely we get one more look. Yeah, this was a tough spot to be in, and Hero taking one down with them, but that shot out from Alpha is just filth.
Nastiness, and now G2. That's so bad for them. What a round from Fnatic. Stealing it away.
Again, such a desperate need for something to go your way. And the window has been shut. Fnatic now, they're the ones with the gun advantage. They're the ones with the Outlaw. They're the ones with the rifles.
And I was setting it up in the last map. Fnatic are a team that when given a lot of space, they're able to formulate the correct plan most of the time. It's when teams smother them as well. Take the fight to Fnatic. When they're the ones getting headshotted instead, where they fall apart, they crumble.
You have to step into the ring, and you have to be willing to fight. You have to be willing to brawl.
You cannot show this team the amount of respect that G2 is showing them right now. But it's so tough because that's the bread and butter for G2. That's been their success all year long.
You mentioned that this matchup really doesn't seem to favor G2, and at least for now we're tied, but Fnatic looking like we're just waiting for another round to come through.
They have such a good read on everything. They get the first blood most of the time on their attacking rounds. I mean, keep in mind Haven is their map, but
right, sure.
But right now, anti-eco, they get the pick, they freeze. They don't rush the plan. They set late flanks up like this. And then once they start getting confident, I mean, Alpha, he's just going to try to get his ultimate online. 2 orbs off of it. 1 away now from that Thrash. Chronicle 1 away from the Viper's Pit.
And the most devastating part of all that is that they all upgraded weapons. They're all carrying rifles into the next.
Yeah, their economy is insane right now. It's what happens when you win a Thrifty the way that they did.
And then convert the next with really no disadvantage.
And the economy for G2, once you guys see it after this replay, you're going to see it's an absolute shambles. That's why you see Boaster buying the Outlaw. He knows that a lot of players on G2 are going to have light armor.
It's only Valen with full armor here. The biggest investment, the greatest spend.
And that's so hard to play against because once they figure out that Boaster has one, I mean, it might be too late. They might have an entry onto the actual site. So it's this two-pronged approach, again, this contact style on Fnatic's attack. One person will walk up, the other one will hold an angle for him, and they'll gather space like that.
Playing anti, and Chronicle just plays his position perfectly.
Beautiful. They were so ready, and now, yeah, what's the reaction?
Oh! That's a hell of a reaction there.
Yeah.
Val not taking any damage, dealing with the Outlaw, and tying things up at 4. The pit's still in play for Chronicle, though. And you mentioned it at the end of the previous round, Alpha 1 away from his Thrash.
Yeah, if he can get that B long. That should be a free B site. But it's going to be...
Durka's got to be careful here. There's a lot of lean towards B. If he tries to take the TP, they have lost sand. We'll see if Hero can do anything about it. The Prowler to attempt to pave the way, instantly cleared out. There's Alpha's Thrash. Now they can go forward. Now they can commit.
Really good molly to delay, but Chronicle spams Trent in the process. And he's just going to clean up house.
He's gotten 3 on the round already. The spike down, the Thrash back up online, and Icy and Valen left to answer a miserable question. Do you try to go for this?
It's 4v2.
Do you save?
Oh, this was bad last time around for Fnatic, but Chronicle, he's taking things into his own hands. He has 4 to the round, and Durka will clean it up. Again, nothing going the way of G2. The pistol round, it looked promising, but even so, with that late flank that they had, they still made it even numbers. They really have to fight for every inch. Oh, he was full blind.
Dude, I thought he was playing anti with how clean that was. Forget it.
He was in the beginning, but sometimes it just goes your way. The follow-up, though, is what was most impressive. A true one-man army on the site.
Yeah, I would say that was nice. I must agree with Durka there.
And although it was Alpha popping off and Durka popping off in the last map, Chronicle, he was kind of quiet. He's now sitting at 10-2. Didn't even need to commit that Viper's Pit.
Not a bad performance at all.
And he probably won't commit it this round either.
There's no reason to, really.
It'll most likely be a very slow approach, seeing for any type of aggression G2 does. 2 Stingers, 3 Sheriffs across the board. Some ult economy working up towards G2. So not all is lost. It's just an info game now, Durka. He has an idea.
Dude, they read the bait.
Yeah, he's sniffing it out.
Jonah P was supposed to be the trap.
But with those 2 players being seen in hookah, that's what causes the speed up in short A, but it's still a contact approach. Now the pop. He's going to be able to pick that one up. The delay on A.
They realize they don't have full showers control because, again, of Hero's positioning and because of his utility. Boaster, careful now. Again, almost getting caught in utility, realizing that he's being hunted, he's being pushed, he's being pressed, and he's been dealt with.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, he got caught out sleeping.
I mean, but again, such a small victory in light of every other devastating defeat. Hero again finding 2 quick kills. They've kept this one competitive. Sure, they're tied at 3 apiece. And just as quickly as I say that, the advantage goes the way of Fnatic.
Yeah, the mid-rounding from Boaster, it's been very good the last couple days. Yeah, yesterday they lost, but the stuff he was doing on Abyss, the decisions he was making, really got them back into it.
A map that they felt like they should have been able to get away with. Any attempt at a retake is instantly stuffed. It's squelched, it's stymied, it's completely obliterated.
The around the world strat.
Take a look at it one more time. Again, Boaster was caught in a position, and again, there was just this tiniest of windows where we thought G2 might be able to catapult this into an advantage of any kind. But the response from Fnatic.
Nice listening to me, boys.
See, that mid-rounding that I was speaking of. He's hit a flow state right now. He might not be at the top of the scoreboard. He's quite the opposite of that, including the last game. But it doesn't matter when you're winning stuff 13-3. And now you're up 4-1 against G2 on one of their best maps.
It's still early in this stage of the tournament. But remember, this hardware has what's been so elusive to Fnatic in their time together. If they keep playing like this, I mean, it might be high time.
Yeah. And they're picking the right site right now. Just now the rotation made it in from Trent. But it's so hard to hold against this double initiator comp.
Dude, the C's nade was Nidus. Durka knew exactly where he was going to be. They popped the ult. He's going to find another. Trent falls. Icy's going to try to exchange with his own. Waiting for the right time to strike. Pulls the trigger. Does connect onto Durka. Just a sliver of health to his name. Now disposed of. Nade's going to separate things for just a moment. Again, keep a close eye on Icy's position. Val, no smokes. He's got the molly, and he's caught with utility out. Terrible timing. Can Icy deliver for G2 with Boaster on the other side? Yes, he can. A 3K for him as the defuse comes through, and G2 get their second.
The problem is it's ugly for G2. Icy, it is good that he's stepping up big in this moment. I said he's very comfortable on this map. He's very confident. But it was so hard fought. It's not consistent to rely on him like this. So yeah, it will be G2's second round win. But off of what? Off of heroics. Seems like G2 are getting caught in these weird moments. Valen with a molly out. He heard Alphair use that Gecko flash.
Let's go.
One round at a time has to be the approach. It has to be the mentality for the number 2 seed from Americas. 4 ults to speak of on the defensive side. And they're big ones.
And Fnatic, they're going to run it back. They like what they saw last time around. Durka gets a freebie on the Leaf. Not close enough with that judge. And now it's the follow-up. I mean, Jonah P has to give.
Durka with a lot to deal with. And not able to find any of it. Trent's positioning was really nice. Jonah P on the swing. This feels a lot more brawly. This feels notably more bellicose. But again, advantage Fnatic. A deep hit now that they're going to attempt to counter, but Valen will crumble under the weight of the moment, under the dominance of Fnatic.
Fnatic are making G2 look so uncomfortable. They're making G2 play a different game that we're not used to seeing, Doug. They don't look controlled. They don't look poised. They look like they're rushing things, rushing steps even. And it's all because of the way that Boaster is calling. There needs to be a timeout for G2. They need to gather their bearings. Because Fnatic, if they keep going in this exchange, they're going to take this one away. It might be another 9-3 half.
G2 decides to leave hands off the wheels for now. Josh not calling a timeout.
You could really feel the weight of the moment getting into the head of G2.
And early flash on the swing. Yeah, they have a little bit of space sand, but nothing really to do with it.
And the thing is that they get that space, and Fnatic will take space elsewhere.
Yeah.
It's very reactionary.
The pendulum may swing one way, but Fnatic will quickly take what's given to them. I think the other alarming thing to consider is G2 dumped almost every ult they had into that previous round. Durka now satcheling up, perched over the site, trying to stare into Heaven's window.
No one's holding his U-Haul right now. I guess I say that as Chronicle picks it up, but they're ahead of that.
Now he realizes where they're coming from.
Icy's been so good on this map. This nade Molly combo.
Again, there's futility in trying to stand in front of the utility. They're instantly flushed out. 3 members stunned. No need to swing. They can take the fights exactly when they want them. As soon as you have attention drawn one place, the hit comes from elsewhere.
This Fnatic, they look insane. This is the #1 seed from EMEA.
They look like it. They're playing like it.
Yeah, they're playing so together. It's something that I praise G2 for doing quite often.
I mean, that's their calling card usually. But the truth is, Fnatic have taken that approach, they've added their own flavor to it, and they're obliterating G2 with it.
The individual playmaking for G2, it's just not there. But even so, the team play isn't there either. I mean, keep in mind of the retakes that we've witnessed previously in these rounds. It's been scattered. Valen running out CT alone into a Viper's pit while there's 2 players in hookah. They're not really playing off one another like we know that they do normally. But it's all because of the way that Fnatic is playing. They're making them very uncomfortable in these situations, corralling them into U-Haul in that moment, not giving these free picks. I see he stepped up, but it's just not been enough.
There's got to be more. There has to be more on the side of G2. And so on the eve of the 9th round, they call a timeout. Josh decides to get involved in the conversation and see what he can do. It's been a stomp. It's been another borderline perfect performance from Fnatic.
He's got to be telling him as well, not like this. We can't go out like this, surely.
With every round that passes, the sun sets a little bit more on G2's dreams and hopes and aspirations of lifting the championship trophy. Opportunities are running thin.
Yeah, a team that's been getting 3rd consistently, 2nd in an A consistently.
I mean, to be on the podium in Shanghai and to bow out like this after a brutal stomp from Fnatic would be just devastating. But the truth is, again, Fnatic have just played perfect.
So this time around, it will be a Viper's Pit committed into B long by Leaf. Usually the reaction of teams is to either flip from hookah or just go towards A. G2 have the fighting squad here. Valen, Icy, and Trent. And they're really aggressive and short. But there's pings. There's pings from Fnatic to clear out close areas.
Alfear 1 point away from his Thrash. The Prowler spotting the first. That crossfire is going to get dealt with.
Icy stuck. He uses a satchel, but he doesn't get out.
He uses the second one to try to find safe passage, and somehow, by the thinnest of margins, manages to survive.
But that's no satchels now to cut the ice, to cut the cake on the retake.
We'll see if they even get that far. Fnatic calling a freeze into the round. The second Prowler through. Chronicle with glowing Phantom pushing his way forward for Fnatic. Eye goes out. Wingman goes through. Plant not committed yet. They're going to try to flip back. Not fully convinced that they like what they see. Additionally, they've left Chronicle.
Oh, barrel scene. Jonah takes out Boaster.
That's a punish. How much more can they find? Leaf with 2. Make that 3. A great response. How Chronicle was planted over A is left alone.
It was good calling from Boaster.
10 seconds
he was just a little too far ahead. The barrel was seen by Jonah P on site, and that was enough for Leaf to just absolutely mow down everybody jumping out of hookah. But the call was good. Boaster baited the rotation from Trent back over to A off of the tap of the spike. The transition with the TP was good. The execution just wasn't quite there. But again, it feels like it was heroics. Felt like Leaf really had to pop off in this moment. If Leaf falls early, if he goes 1 for 1.
He doesn't do that.
If he goes 1 for 1, I think Fnatic take that round. They're just playing as more of a unit right now. It's way more cohesive.
Little bit of an aggressive look towards Showers.
Oh, he's going to get detained here.
Alfear's here, and you're right. He's got the Thrash.
There's even a tether being held out.
There are 3 here. This could be devastating.
And Astra Orb is going to be on the left side as well if they actually want to commit into Showers. This is a really nice setup.
First ping on the minimap. There's the eye. Cleared. Icy's position still concealed.
That is 2 smokes baited out in 30 seconds of this round, though. So Fnatic, they're aware that for the retake, G2 only have 1 brim smoke left. That'll give them the opportunity to contact up short, because if that smoke is used too early on, G2 will not have enough utility to stall the plant.
And so it leaves Valen in such a miserable condition and position. When does he invest it there? He decides to. The
but he has nothing else. Valen's going to die. Oh, that was so close.
Just barely finding the safe space amongst all the lava. Icy tucked in the smoke, the nade, the satchel. He's buying time. He's trying to delay as best as he can. Trend able to get 2. Icy on the swing. Durka there. Satchels exchanged. And it's only 2 on the side of Fnatic now. Holy smokes. He does that, and now he's got the ult. Icy so weak. Durka gets another. A 2v3. This was a 2v5, if I'm not mistaken. If they can convert this, what in the world will be left? Boaster spotting 1. A 1v3 left to convert. Confidence from the captain as he delivers another. Can he find clarity in the calamity? No! Jonah P saves the day for G2.
Boaster's always so close, but he can never finish. But what a round from Trent. He got 3 in CT. And Jonah P winning the head-to-head. Full steam forward, full confidence ahead. Look at the spam. Great spray control. And this time around, G2 did a really good job of holding back sight. Durka, he almost brought this one back.
Boaster almost brought it back too. I mean,
yeah. No, this pre-fire 1-tap was cold. We didn't get to see it.
It doesn't have to be pretty. Yeah, it doesn't have to be pretty, and it hasn't been for G2. Let's not mince words here.
Let's keep it a buck.
But they still find themselves within 2 rounds.
Yeah, finally bringing it back, getting some momentum back in their own favor. Icy can't connect, but he has a showstopper of his own. If it's a commit onto this B site, that showstopper's going to do some mad damage.
What lights the fuse, though? What's the primer? Gen P on the swing, spotting 2 here. Leaf has been dealt with, but Icy, the firing squad over his shoulder.
What a great trade from Icy.
Able to equalize.
It is 1 for 1, though. Every time G2 go down numbers, they double up towards this A site. They'll push together, whether that's short. This time around, it's going to be Showers. But they're so spread.
3 cheating towards a short, and they've invested the Seekers here.
Yeah.
They've been starved. They've been deprived of information.
They don't like the silence.
It's deafening. Hero now, position given away. He's been spotted. He's been cleaned up. Cautious now because Boaster's going to be on this late flank. Is there anything to spot him? Is there anything to stop him? Just a bit short of being the hero that Fnatic needed in the previous round, and he might be able to clean it up. Icy choosing wisely to hold onto the rocket for just a bit longer, not connecting. Again, Boaster on the flank, taking his time, patiently prowling his way forward, and playing everything to near perfection. Another kill found. As Durka's going to join in on it. They've got to deal with him. Trent's gotten it to half, but that's all it can be so far. As Valen's left alone, he's going to get dropped. Fnatic gets to 7 as Durka gets 3.
What a re-flank from Boaster, getting a pick. Making sure that Gecko cannot defuse the spike. And Durka coming up huge. 16 and 6 for the lad. He hasn't slowed down since last map. And when you think of Durka, you think of great raise plays. You think of bind as well. And this is the attacking side he's doing this, where he has to be the entry. But it's actually in the mid to late round where he's finding most success.
Outlaw in the hands of Boaster. For good reason, light armor on 4 of 5 members for G2. Between that and the Guardian, there's so many things that could punish. There's so many things that could hurt.
Fnatic have done a really good job of trying to identify where the aggressiveness is from G2 in these rounds, in these early rounds. And Boaster has done a great job formulating a plan in the mid-round. Look at this. They're abusing the B-Long Viper Orb. They're so far ahead of this. They should be aware that it's going to be a hookah walkdown, or players at least corralled in hookah.
Yeah, I mean, Boaster's going to see it, or at least he almost had a timing on it. Heroes in such a brutal spot. They know that he's there. He's been dealt with.
The speed up on B site, though. The spike should get planted.
And now they can go ahead and try to take back site. If Durka really wants to, he can push all the way into spawn. It looks like it's exactly what he's doing. Trent has to be careful. He's
not planted.
He's going to be the first on the swing. And he just can't stand up to Durka.
Just so unaware. They're aware that Chronicle is here, though. Valen made contact with him, but the timing.
Icy. Stomping like a Clydesdale around the way as Chronicle gets two. And now the Cosmic Divide has torn them asunder. Separated. Silenced. How do Leaf and Valen get back into this? Look at Alfier's position. It's gorgeous. Posted up on the other side of the wall. All the info he can possibly gather, but Valen.
His barrel was sticking out.
He's gotten it down to a 2v2 to close the half. A tap of the spike, but it's not committed. Leaf just walks into his death. Valen on the tap. No real way to pull this off. He's gotten it down to one, but again, time is short. He's got to commit to this, but he runs away. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Fnatic hit 8.
Another great half called by Boaster. It's not 9-3, but 8-4.
I mean,
you'll take it.
It's damn close.
And it felt like they were in the driver's wheel the entire time. Look at that little barrel. Unfortunate, but it didn't even matter.
Oh my god, Valorant.
I mean, maybe there's one more blunder, I guess. Either way, Fnatic up big. We've got Josh Ortiz's parents standing by on the stage right now for an interview. Take it away.
Hello, everyone. Jen Lee here, standing with Josh Ortiz's mom and also his auntie to talk to them about today a little bit. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
Now, Mama RT, Josh actually said he's extra nervous today because you are here supporting him. And you know, what's it like watching your son perform and leading the team at a big event like this? 어머님, 감독님이 사실 오늘 가족이 와가지고 너무너무 떨린다. 그리고 이제 뭔가 내가 일하는 모습을 인정받고 또 보여드리고 싶기 때문에 너무 기쁘다는 얘기도 하셨거든요. 좀 이렇게 아드님이 팀을 이끌어가는 모습 보니까 어떠신가요?
너무 감동이고 장하고 반대했던 저희들이 너무 부끄럽고 예, 그렇습니다. 예.
Well, I am just so moved. I am very touched. I'm so proud of him as my son. And you know, it's a shame that we said no when he first said he wanted to work in esports. Now, you know, it's weird for parents, though, of course, to see their children, you know, jump into esports industry, wanting to work in esports. So what was he like as a kid? And, you know, talk to me about how hard he's been going after his dream of working in esports. 반대하셨다고 하잖아요. 사실 부모의 입장에서는 처음에 e스포츠에 이렇게 일한다고 했을 때 좀 받아들이기 쉽지 않으셨을 것 같아요. 이제 아드님이 얼마나 열심히 해왔고 꿈을 쫓아왔는지 좀 설명 부탁드릴게요.
이 게임에 대한 비전을 항상 버리지 않았고 나이가 먹었음에도 불구하고 계속 그 꿈을 가지고 있었어요. 그리고 특별히 이 발로란트 게임이 나왔을 때 정말 관심을 많이 가졌고 그리고 우리 자슈한테 정말 맞는 게임이었어요. 그래서 계속해서 그 관심을 갖다 보니 지금 이 자리까지 온 것 같아요.
He was very, very passionate about esports, always. He's been chasing his dreams. And even though when he got older, he just never lost that vision and the passion about gaming itself. And when Valorant came out, we thought, oh, this was the perfect game for him. And it's the fact that he kept pushing himself to chase his dream, make his dream come true, that kind of enabled him to be here leading the team today. So I'm super proud of him as a mom. Well, thank you so much, and good luck to you two and Fnatic.
Always good to hear from family members in positions like this. I mean, the reality of the matter is, though, G2 are in a position for dreams to become nightmares. If they cannot convert on this attack half of Bind, their year is done. Meanwhile, Fnatic, masters and commanders of their fate.
They've been taking the fight to G2 all series long. Jonah P's gonna get caught here. He's dead. He's done.
He has no idea. A quick tap, assassination style. Never knew it hit him.
And look at how slow G2 are to make a decision. They want to take the teleporter.
But they decide in that moment, just briefly, to dig their heels in and turn and fight. And so that equalizes things for at least just a little bit of 3v3 Alfia with 2 HP. Trent not much better off. A stiff win cleans up both. Do they realize how close Hero is? Valorant's the first to fall. They're gonna have to attempt to fight for this retake. Boaster now joining the fray. He's healthy too with a ghost in hand. Silence, just a moment of pause as G2 realize this is a desperate need to pull off this pistol, and it's gotten down to 1. Trent is so weak. Boaster left in a 1v1. A catastrophic call to arms for G2.
Will this be the one, Doug?
Boaster's gotten it to half. The spray coming through, 40 HP again, just a tap, just a dare. There's the swing, he spots the heal. He's nipping at it, but again, the timing, the position from Trent is gorgeous. The kill comes through for Boaster, but the round for G2.
And the second pistol round as well on top of it. Good proactivity from Fnatic, but they couldn't settle.
Remember though, this is where disaster struck in the first half. Yeah, they got the pistol. It was messy, but it worked. And this is where things changed.
And I almost want to see G2 take a more aggressive approach to this anti-eco. I don't think they will, Doug, because they're not a team that likes to really do that and take risks in a round when you don't need to.
That's not the G2 way.
But it really feels like they need to make some magic here. They need to really start feeling it.
Durka with the Bucky again. 2 satchels. No armor. 18 and 8. Chronicle falls. Alpha Year does too. And so far, G2 with a much better attempt at holding the line.
And 2 rounds shown now that G2 like to do a 4-1 heavy lean towards B. This is all conditioning. Next round, maybe you'll see a change of pace. Maybe a look towards showers. But for now, it's just a freeze of the round, using Sky utility for more info. It's timing. Is Boaster gonna find it? Barely misses it.
Hero just eyed back showers, didn't tag anyone, including Leaf. So now he can fill in on the space behind him. If they want to commit to B, they can, but they can also take the T. Well, I guess they can't anymore.
Yeah. Just letting Wingman plant that.
Yeah, now Leaf on the move.
And the contingency plan of him as well, just as you said.
Heavy numbers from G2 back towards B. There was that first satchel, still one more to try to propel him back into stealing another round away from G2.
And this is where G2 shine. They get the spike planted. It's the post-plant scenarios. The cycle of utility, the fighting together. Leaf also getting a kill on the Boaster from the flank. That's gonna live rent-free in the rest of Fnatic's head. Now they have to be worried. Yeah, it's only an anti-eco, but still. Every round moving forward, when you see the main pack of G2, you're gonna have somebody staying, holding for Leaf. So it was a little bit of aggression towards B long, but ultimately a freeze. And free picks going their way. A lot of light armor on the side of Fnatic. That's why you see the Outlaw invested by Leaf, and he's deadly with this weapon.
Their money's in such a good spot, too. I mean, if they can convert this, we might have a game on our hands.
Yep. We're within 2 rounds right now. That's that look I was telling you about in showers, the change of pace, the new look. Sky's shown towards B the first 2 rounds.
Now the dog out A.
Yep, that keeps 3 members of G2 of Fnatic towards A site. But it's a heavy lean B. That spike is right there.
They hear him there. And Alfia gets enough info. They realize they hear the stimmy. They know they're coming.
Yeah, let me get out of here. That's what he's saying right now. Trent, one off a Thrash. But there's nobody towards the A side of the map right now for G2. So if they go back, there's going to be a lot they need to clear.
He's got to be careful. That Prowler did not connect, but Leaf has made a lot of noise. Boaster should know that he's here, but he's so careful, so quietly and so cautiously cutting up at the angle as he tries to swing. Boaster's still in a really good spot, though. Is there anything to flush him out? They don't have the dog. He does have a flash.
They're going to have to wait these smokes out, but he's just going to cycle them. The power of Astra is what we're seeing right now.
As it goes down, bullets erupt off the stun. No passage in, no safety found. But they've got Boaster controlled. They've got him cornered. They've got him cleared, and now there's going to be a fight through the other side of the TP. What can Leaf do? He's in such a brutal spot with an outlaw in hand. Jonah P is going to join him. The Thrash clearing back out elbow. Don't think that connected. Yeah, Alfie are still in a really good spot. Look at Icy's position. As soon as he gets on the move, there may be something going on here. As Trent trying to keep them back. Durka will fall. And now they push. They're trapped in the telly.
Upgrades across the board. They're going to have to sit in this teleporter for as long as they can. But if you look at the minimap, look at Icy. He's going to flank him.
At least enough to open the door.
And that's an upgrade for the Bulldog.
He can Roomba his way through the TP. That's exactly what he's going to do. The door will open. Oh no, it trolled him a little bit. The angle wasn't great. Chronicle might survive this. They did their damnedest, but it wasn't enough. The angle on the Roomba is what doesn't open the door, and that's why Chronicle keeps the gun. Look, they needed
tiniest of margins.
They needed the bonus, and they got it.
Yeah, we have a game on our hands now.
Gotcha.
You can never truly count G2 out, especially on a map like Bind. As dominant as that attack half was for Fnatic.
I hit him 70.
They almost made me forget for a second who G2 was as a team.
The reminders will have to keep coming.
Look at this investment from Fnatic. 4 Buckies. Oh, he's in there.
The goop just obfuscates everything. There's no way for him to know. There was no way for him to go.
He couldn't do anything at all.
All right, maybe the other Buckies will find some success.
Or maybe it'll be Alfier who just walked all the way down B long. But Valen, he's holding the flank.
Chronicle the only one with a weapon, and now that sits harmlessly on the ground and showers.
Deleted.
This is such a patient, disciplined freeze. This is, I mean, this is G2 Valorant right here.
Show some utility, take control of whether the previous anti-eco was B-long this time. Take control of short A, freeze the round, wait for a walk-in.
They must be cautious here. That flash did not tag, but the outlaw will. Boaster tried getting into a position to punish, but he could not succeed. And so now G2 again are in a position where they, I mean, barring something going really sideways, they can carry even more of these weapons over. The finances will continue to boom.
Look at the economy right now. They're going to have a couple players hitting max cash.
Yeah.
Probably invest in shorties every single round. So good on a map like this where there's a lot of smokes, a lot of Viper orbs you can play off of. Alfie heard that reload. He's trying to cheese this kill onto Leaf, and he just might do it.
There's the wall. There's the snap. Alfier's down. Leaf's now 3 away from having his ult. And Hero falls.
Yeah. And honestly, Fnatic are a team that likes to buy a lot of light armors. They like to invest in rounds just like this. And that's why you're going to see Leaf using this outlaw and trying to punish that a lot more.
Turka was in such a miserable spot, man.
Yeah.
Roomba, he pops a satchel, and then he can't see it.
Where are you going to go?
Yo, zero doubt, boys. Zero doubt we're winning this game. Let's go. Get me the Lotus. Let's go, Jacob.
Yeah, they can feel it in the server right now.
There's confidence brewing.
It's a swing of momentum. And the first time out of this map for Fnatic, who suddenly kind of feel like they're on the back foot.
Yeah, Elma throwing the brakes on the situation, choosing to slow things down. And again, an opportunity for Josh to talk to his troops.
And this is just a byproduct of what happens when you lose the pistol. You lose the bonus. I mean, they've lost both pistols on this map, something that they won on both in the other. The IGLing so far from Valen, it's been pretty awesome on this attacking side. He hasn't really had to do anything too special, but just the conditioning, the game plan on that attacking half, showing a lot of pressure towards B with the Sky. On the bonus, showing towards Showers, keeping 3 players towards A. That opened up the ability to convert that round and put them in this spot where it's a tie game. And Valen, he's sitting on a Brim ultimate. He might cook some players. Alfier, the only one on the opposing end.
Who's got his ult? Yeah, you're right. Boaster's a little bit away from, you're just one away from having his. We'll see what they dial up. You see that orb instantly go through. A little bit of presence towards Fountain from G2.
Oh, Hero, he was trying to block that orb, but he just couldn't get there in time.
Yeah, not able to hit the headbutt. A recalled smoke results in a kill on both sides.
Kills like that usually tend to favor the attacking side. B long space gathered.
That's so nice from Boaster, understanding all of the space that's been taken and realizing that that's their weak spot. VALORANT has to be careful here. He's going to try to get across. They hear him. They know he's there, and they're going to try to cut him off. There he is. He's been spotted. He's been dropped.
That's the cue to take B site, though, and they're going to flip. They're not out of this just yet.
A 4v3 the way Fnatic, and again, Alfier's got his thrash. Such a powerful tool in the retake. The thing is, it's from really far back. G2 showing a lot of respect here.
Yeah, no real value gathered from that thrash. He might be able to pick it up, though, and Wingman could get on the spike.
The Mosh will buy a little bit of time to deny some of the flood out if that's what their attempt was. Dizzy over the top, tagging a couple.
But it's not halved. It should have been halved.
When do G2 go? They might not get the chance. Jonah P gets dealt with.
A great retake. Using that thrash to identify if anybody's playing up close or in sight. The Fate Prowlers to clear out all of Hookah. And then from there, it was a never-ending cycle of damage utility onto the actual choke, where any members of G2 could actually kill the diffuser.
That trade out from Hero at the beginning of the round, you mentioned it, it tends to favor the attack, but when you're able to dispose of one and then you have VALORANT on the rotate, who gets dropped, doesn't have the ult to really be able to contribute or do anything like that, that's just such a massive advantage.
I feel like VALORANT in this map specifically has been getting caught out with his utility out quite a bit.
Yeah. And for as much as we saw Boaster almost getting punished in those exact same situations, he managed to stay alive.
Yeah.
The opposing IGL not nearly as fortunate.
Off of the timeout, it was an answer back from Fnatic. Can they maintain this pressure?
They're going to try to accelerate here at blistering pace as they've invested the ult back toward Duhal, and that's going to flood him out. The problem is they haven't taken back sight.
And another problem is there was no delay.
He's got to know. They have to know that there's a flank, but are they expecting two? Jonah P has been asked to make a stand. Can he deliver? He's going to spot the first, but he can't clean him up. Can Icy do what his teammate could not? No! Another round dominantly going the way of Fnatic. What can Leaf and Trent do? They're going to invest the pit? Such a disadvantageous situation, and now they're going to invest the showstopper on the other side, and it's all on to Leaf. Still trying to play around the pit, and he can't find safe space in. What a costly round.
Yeah, such a big investment. It does get kind of close there, but a 4v2. Durka had the showstopper to match the Viper's pit. And nobody dropped from Fnatic either. A little bit of a free kill there again on the VALORANT.
Yeah. Maybe they dropped one, but honestly, every single advantage has gone the way of Fnatic.
The last timeout is about to be used from G2.
Like this.
I missed who he was talking about. It's probably better that I don't know.
I think it was the head-to-head against either, I think it was Trent or Icy. I don't know who it was in that moment. He's basically saying that they're nervous. And in that interview, you know, we heard them say, you know, Josh is nervous because his parents are here, but now he has to be nervous about Fnatic winning those back-to-back rounds. That's why there's the timeout.
Fnatic has given Josh 3 reasons to be nervous right now. Nerves that are infinitely greater and infinitely heavier than any other nerve that's been weighing on him up until this point. Fnatic have hit 10.
And he could be saying all the right things right now, but it's not on him.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
G2 need to execute if they want to stay in this, bring it to a map 3.
Meanwhile, Durka's very quietly put up 21 and 11.
Yeah. Chronicle, who started off, what, 10 and 2, he's still up there, man. And now we have an operator online. Durka, he was looking very snappy on Haven.
all of Fnatic has looked snappy, to be honest.
I will say G2 are a team that tend to do very well against operators.
So they bully Hero off this initial angle. They get Trent his ult. Now what? Where do they go from here? There's that op creeping forward, holding the line. And now they freeze around this. They've gotten Dirk in a really good position. Now they can play the rest of the map the way they want.
Yeah, you can almost heavy lean towards A like you're seeing on the mini-map. The problem with Bind is Hookah, it's wide open. When you don't run a Sentinel, you kind of need a player there for peace of mind. Boaster's kind of reading into it, though.
Yeah, the orb goes up, and Chronicle realizes there's a real good chance of someone on the other side. A couple of warning shots delivered, but responded to.
Yeah. And with no utility being invested from the attacking side, Boaster has to double back. It's going to be a slow re-clear of this Hookah area.
Yeah, and you mentioned just a couple of moments ago that this is the weak spot. This is what's unclear. Dirk has gotten a little bit further up.
Had he had done that, what, a second ago, he probably gets one?
Yeah.
Isn't that insane?
The interesting thing here, too, is it's all of this duelist utility that's intended to make noise, but he's got to find safe passage out. What a snap from Icy. Where do they go from here, though? They can try to lean back to the other side of the map if they want. Alfie, our spotting wingman, with Spike in hand, will fall. 13 seconds left. They've burned this candle down really low. Can they flood behind it? The spam coming through. Trent's dead, but the Spike down. The attack in an advantageous position. Icy on the swing, but Leaf on the kill. Boaster and Hero left standing, and they've gotten it down to 2. Hero cannot stand any longer. He's left Boaster by himself with ult in hand in a 1v2. And then he still has to get the Spike defused, trying to very carefully play every single position. Face checks the smoke. Valen gets the kill. G2 get 9.
Doug, what an entry from Icy in that moment. Durka peeks into him with the operator. You think it's going to go in his favor, but he gets sat down. Look at this. Perfect crosshair placement in the post plant. Cleaning up Alpha in that moment, who had a real big window of opportunity to take him out. And then at the end there, G2 just playing that 2v1 very, very well.
But they're still down 1. There's still problems that have to be solved.
If they can win this round, though, the economy of Fnatic, it's going to be broken. We're already seeing...
Darka's in a really good spot, man. A cheeky little angle. Is there anything to clear it? Do they expect it? Maybe a flash? Yeah, it's exactly what it is. The smokes go down, the Dizzy goes through. The one-way's been disrespected. They fully cleared it, and Trent's all the way backside already. Boaster's been dropped. They're going to try to push into spawn. The problem is they don't have U-Haul control. This is danger on the other side. Jonah still has a flash, but he's been spotted out on the swing. The Thrash, he's been tagged. He's been dropped. A 4v3 advantage the way of the attack still, but they've got to realize they don't have any control of short. Leaf knocked on the door. He tried sniffing his way in, but he couldn't. And so now the swing back towards Showers. Icy with so much to deal with. How do you drop the Turk? You cannot. The time is so short, though. Fnatic have to accelerate. They have to go, and they have to go now if they want to have a shot at this. I don't think there's enough time. They've tied the freaking game.
G2 in the post plants, and Icy with another entry into heaven. He satchels all the way up. What a nice set play to answer for that Viper's Pit in short A. That was so decisive. They ran into that, Doug. Boaster, he gets caught with his pants down. And Alpha, he didn't press mouse 1. His teammate dies because of it.
Run. Nice.
So now the economy, there's still a bit of a buy for Fnatic, but it's light armors on most of the players. They do have a lot of good retake ults.
Meanwhile, the stock market continuing to boom for G2.
And think about how many different looks VALORANT has showed so far. The last 2 rounds has been everything Showers. That's why you see Fnatic now trying to fight for it.
Hero and Chronicle both here.
Oh, Leaf, he's been so deadly in holding these angles.
That's not quite gonna be enough! But Leaf settles and gets 2! Perfectly teed up.
That's a free A site as well.
And so they flip the map, feeling some of the pressure, dealing some of their own, and now they've tucked tail, they've gotten away. Jonah P will be the casualty, but the site is theirs. Numbers the way of the attack. Icy hearing that. You gotta realize Alfier's waiting on the other side. It's messy, but it works.
It's another save.
And you're right, the economy now. The Great Depression that Fnatic have hit. They have to save.
They just cannot break through the post plants. This is the G2 everybody knows. The fundamentals on point. The calling on point. Icy on bind, popping off. He's not having, you know, a 20 bomb performance, but the entries he's been getting, it's like night and day from the last map. So G2 will now take the lead in this series once more. 11-10. No ultimates were even being able to be used by Fnatic. They're still sitting on the Astra ult, still sitting on Fade ult, and they still are forced to buy into this. It's been scrappy buys for the last 2 rounds.
They're towing the line.
Trying to make something out of nothing.
Early flash out towards Showers again.
Yeah, they just showed B long in the previous round. Now Fnatic are probably thinking, oh, is it going to be 3 members taking that? Are they walking in?
Well, remember, it was a couple of rounds ago. The flash came out, Hero got pushed off the angle, and they took Showers, they took the orb. And so that's where the threat is, but the Prowler's going to confirm there's no one there. They're going to fully commit out onto the crunch, though. Trent's dead.
Gets spammed.
That's a spike, well out of reach. Those little T-Rex arms aren't going to reach that.
Those ones aren't either.
But they're going to have to try. Tucked
Durka
behind the cover of the smokes, they push their way forward. Icy's dead. Oh my gosh. Alpha Year's filthy.
That was so quick, Poster. He's gonna clean up Leaf as well. But it was ultimately Hero with that Fade ultimate and the confidence that it gave him to swing out and take out Trent, isolating the bomb on site.
Fnatic refused to relent. They refused to fold.
What a fight.
There's that ult that you were talking about, and then the swing, and yeah, Hero gets another one there, but this right here from Alpha Year. Those two, as Valen was trying to find cover in the smoke, is denied that safety.
And Doug, at the start of that round, the setup was to deal with that 3-man walk-in if that was to happen. Hero was jiggling with a tether out. Alpha Year was B long towards the TP, ready for the crunch.
They're satcheling off the flash. They're trying to spot and punish Boaster, and they do. A considerable amount of damage dealt, but it's really lethality that's found on the other side. Leaf is dead. Of course, it's Chronicle. He started the map hot. He might be the one to close it. Icy satchels into his death. It's again disaster. What does Trent do here?
He's gonna die. He's left to his devices. Fnatic are giving ones though, but Hero will take him out. Fnatic did such a good job of weathering that storm. G2 not being able to execute Boaster in that moment. They had a window here, but Chronicle was the one that got the first blood instead, and that allowed everybody on this site, on B, to just mow them down. The power of Astra, we saw it on the attacking side in the post plant. This time around,
we win the game, okay?
Alfie are so determined, but this time around, it was the suck from Boaster, who, if he had been taken out, that hookah pop goes a completely different way. And just like that, Fnatic answer back and are on match point. And it's gonna be a Showers crunch. Is this the end?
There's danger here. They've got to realize that.
Oh.
You've got Durka and you've got Alphiar waiting on the other side, and Alphiar has his ult.
They want to pull the trigger so bad.
But Hero gives the space up. Vacates that aggressive angle.
They're still here. They still want it. Here it comes, Doug.
Can they weather this? It's 1-for-1. Meanwhile, G2 seem to have stabilized, at least for a little bit, but Alphiar invests the thrash. He's dealt with. He's done. Chronicle and Boaster left standing. G2 continue to play things down to the thinnest of margins. The most unforgiving of moments. But barring a clutch, OT may be on the cards. Boaster has his ult. How does he invest it here?
Spike planted.
The thing is Valen still has a molly, still has a stim. If he doesn't get taken out, even if that Astra ult goes up, it's not going to be enough.
There it is. It goes up. Chronicle's going to buy a little bit of time. There's the molly that you were speaking of.
And the re-wrap as well, short A. Look at Leaf.
There's no idea for them to know if it's on right now because they're still waiting on the other side of the wall. This one coming through will connect onto Leaf. Still work to be done. Boaster has gotten it to half. There's the flash. There's the swing. And Chronicle gets all three. Heartbreak for G2. The orange and black banner waves on. Fnatic survive.
What a way to close out Bind, one of G2's staples in Valorant. A 4v2. It was the demise of yesterday's game. To win it like that. Boaster with the spam at short A. And the spray down full blind double flashed from Chronicle to get 3 into the round.
That is one of the most ridiculous things I have ever seen.
Double flash.
To close the map, to send G2 home. An outrageous play. And G2,
heartbreak.
Will take a bow one last time in 2024.
They should be proud, man.
To be so close yet so far.
It hurts.
But again, what a ridiculous play from Chronicle, who started the map hot. Remember the way he kicked things off,
10-2.
For him to be the one to slam the door on the situation. Plenty of reasons to be happy, plenty of reasons to smile for Fnatic.
And that first map, what a performance from Alphier.
Yeah, he was nuts. But that moment right there, if Fnatic continue on this run, if Fnatic hoist the trophy at the end of this tournament, that moment will probably be one of the most defining moments of their tournament. One of the most defining moments of this run. That will go down in history.
Yeah. One of the best 2v4s we've ever seen in the server. On the grandest of stages. Crunch time.
Chronicle was a demon.
The last couple rounds, winning the head-to-head against Leaf how many times? Viper v Viper.
Fnatic were pushed on Bind. They strolled through Haven, but again, this tournament has eluded them. This bit of hardware has been what's avoided them for the entire time. And here they are with moments such as these, with performances such as these, with backs against the ropes.
Look at this.
They punch back. We've got Alphier standing by for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you, everyone, and welcome down to the stage. I'm standing by with Alphier, who just told me he's too excited. He might not even talk, but I'm gonna get him to talk. But congratulations, Alpha.
Thank you.
알파이르 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 어제 경기에 비해서 일단 푸나틱의 폼이 확실히 많이 올라온 것 같아요. 오늘은 어떤 점이 달랐는지부터 빠르게 물어보도록 하겠습니다. You guys bounced back straight away from yesterday. What clicked today, or what was different?
We had great talk yesterday night because whenever we lose games, we just losing ourselves because we are not talking in the game. We are doing some mistakes we shouldn't do. But today we came here and we said, guys, this is video game. Just have fun. Like, because you are not doing boxing or something. Just video game. Just have fun, and we have fun.
Oh, it's just a game. Okay. 어제 얘기를 좀 팀원들이랑 좀 딥톡을 했는데 사실 프나틱이 그때 질 때마다 스스로한테 좀 발목을 잡히는 것 같다는 얘기를 많이 했다고 해요. 뭔가 실수하지 않아야 될 부분에서 실수도 하고 커뮤니케이션도 그냥 팀 내적으로 잘 되지 않았을 때 지기 때문에 그런 부분을 좀 많이 고치자고 얘기를 했고 오늘 들어오면서 야 우리가 이거 뭐 복싱하는 것도 아니고 진다고 죽는 것도 아니고 그냥 게임이니까 즐겨라 라는 마인드로 임했는데 오늘 그렇기 때문에 좀 잘 됐던 것 같다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그러면 또 알파에르 선수 헤이븐에서 이 아이소가 어마어마했거든요. 솔직히 아이소 너프 이후에 챔피언스에 좀 기용할 팀이 있을까 했는데 오늘 푸나틱의 아이소를 보니까 뭔가 특별함이 느껴지기도 했습니다. 아무래도 이 너프가 푸나틱의 헤이븐이 어떻게 진행되는지에 있어서 좀 영향을 많이 주지 않는다고 판단했던 걸까요? 이 아이소 기용에 대해서 물어보도록 할게요. Your ISO popping heads from left and right, shield up. Amazing. We didn't really expect teams to bring ISO with them to Champions because of the big nerfs. So why bring him back on Haven? You know, like, do you feel like the nerfs don't really affect the way you guys play Haven?
Yeah, I mean, they nerfed ISO, but they didn't nerf me. So I'm still good.
아이소 너프 했는데 나를 너프한 건 아니니까 아직도 쓸만하다, 괜찮다, 나는 너프가 되지 않았다 라고 얘기를 해줬습니다. 그래서 그런지 오늘 흐름도 굉장히 좋았고 바인드에서는 좀 두 발로 서 있는 모습을 보여주기도 했는데 일어선 걸까요? 아니면 스트레칭을 했던 걸까요? We saw you on your legs on bind. Were you standing up or were you just stretching your legs?
Stretching my legs?
Yeah.
Stretching my legs?
Were you standing up to trash talk or were you just stretching your legs?
Yeah, I sit down this time because last time it didn't go well. That's why I said if we start winning, like I might go stand up. But yeah, that's why I stand up once because I couldn't like sit down all the time.
Okay. 사실 저번 경기에서 자꾸 일어났는데 져가지고 이제 이길 때 되면은 좀 일어서야겠다 했는데 오늘 사실 바인드에서 한 번 일어섰는데 그거는 좀 계속 앉아 있을 수 없기 때문에 좀 다리가 저려서 일어난 거라고 해명을 했습니다. 그러면 마지막으로 오늘 크로니클 선수 생일인데 생일 축하한다고 한마디 부탁해 보도록 할게요. Chronicle's birthday today. Happy birthday.
Yeah, by the way, in the game he gets fate butterfly. Maybe observers catch it. But he gets fate butterfly is like 1 of 500 chance, and it was happy birthday for him.
Fake butterfly.
Fate butterfly. You know the butterfly skin? He's
yeah.
Color. It felt like 1 of 500.
Okay. 스킨을 쓰는데 사실 이 스킨을 사용할 때 가짜 나비가 나올 확률이 500분의 1인데 오늘 그게 나와가지고 옵저버가 받는지는 모르겠지만 확실히 이게 크로니클 선수를 위한 생일 선물이 아닐까라는 얘기를 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 알파에르 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Alfair, who was too excited to talk, but you talked anyways. Thank you for the great interview and good luck.
Thank you.
And that's a wrap for us, everyone. Bye-bye.
They might have nerfed ISO, but they didn't nerf Alpha yet. I'm now joined by Elmer Putty here. Mimi is here as well before we close out the show. There's a lot to go to talk about, a lot we wanted to ask you, but I'm just going to start by replaying the last round on Bind. And I need you to give me a play-by-play and talk me through what was going through your mind.
Okay, so I mean here we have the Astral, which is always scary on the diffuse. I mean, this is the last seconds. I mean, nothing. I was just like, I hope we spray him down. I like the fact Crown's a Phantom. He hasn't bought a Vandal there, he's bought a Phantom, which is just better for that situation.
Did you think that you were going to close that out on that round after what happened in the TP?
I thought there was but when I saw the Astral Wall and the Mullen Showers, I thought it was a 50-50, I thought.
I mean, this was night and day compared to the last game that Fnatic showed. What was the team's discussion like after losing that series in the upper before coming into this one? Because this is the first map since the Billy game where you guys have had like a strong start into a series.
Yeah, I mean, we had a long discussion last night, like at least an hour, probably a bit longer, just talking about how we performed because yesterday wasn't good. It was just have a win Heretics basically, except for that second half of Abyss. So we had to talk about the energy and the level of communication we had to bring coming into this game, and I was really happy with the boys. They bought it. The boys stepped up. People are fragging, they talk, and they have good energy.
I'm gonna ask you the question. I feel like you might be anticipating me doing this because I think I've asked you this backstage a couple times. Why didn't you pick the Haven? against Heretics. You had a choice. You could have picked the Haven. Well, and after seeing your Haven today, I feel like maybe you should have.
We knew it was going to come third because it was the third map versus Heretics. We just didn't get there. So it was a matter of, we like Lotus as well. We can get Haven third, so
Do you think things would have been different if you did pick Haven?
No, I don't think so. With that energy, it could have been any map. Could have been Fracture. It wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah, I think as well about the Haven, this is the first time that you guys have played it at this event. You're the only team who's playing ISO here at Champions. I wanted to ask, when you guys are cooking up the comps and planning how you want to play maps behind the scene, how are you balancing what you guys feel is the optimal comp to play on a map versus what you feel like is going to be the best in terms of player comfort? Because it seems like Alfia obviously loves playing that ISO.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a balance between what's best and what's more comfortable for the players. Because I think if you got to play like Alpha, he always wants to fight, and he gets stuck on that Killjoy Cypher a lot of the time. So it's he's happy when he hears Havens. He's like, yes, I get to play ISO. So it's always a combination. Sometimes you have to tell a player, look, I'm sorry, this is best for the team. You're gonna have to kind of bite the bullet here. But this is one of those situations where Alpha's a big hype man, so we want to get him going and get him on the roles he wants to be on, and where he can give energy to the team.
What agents would you at this stage be like, no, Alpha, come on, that's asking for too much? Because I know in the past he wanted to play Raze on a split, he wanted to play a bunch of stuff, even the Clove we saw a little bit as well. What's the line here? What's the no-go zone?
He's not getting the Clove back.
He's not getting the Clove back?
No, he's not getting the Clove back.
Why not?
It's a rubbish agent.
Okay, so that's not on Alpha, that's just
yeah.
That's an agent
It's
thing.
just rubbish.
Has he ever asked for the Yoru? Because I'm surprised if he hadn't.
No, that's Durka's. He knows he can't ask for that, and I don't. It doesn't. Yeah, I think it's more of a Durka thing. He knows he's not going to get the Yoru over Durka.
Yeah, and what are your thoughts on the fact that how far Dirk has come on that Yoru? Because the first time we saw it, albeit I think it might have been his own downfall a little bit, for teasing it on Twitter for like 3 months straight, being like, I'm going to play the Yoru. It didn't go super well, but now best Yoru in the tournament, right?
I think so. I think he's the best Yoru player in the world. He's mastered that agent really, really well. He's really good at taking on feedback. I think that at the beginning of the year he was struggling a little bit just individually. It wasn't anything to do with Yoru. It was more just he wasn't in the best form. And I think he took that on board, and he did a very good job of saying like, hey, what do I need to do to get myself back on form? And he did that. He's taking good notes. He's always active about wanting feedback and wanting to improve his game. So seeing him just want to improve and even just grow as a human, like, is how he takes feedback on and how he just grows, and it's him as a person, but it also shows in the server, and it's been great.
We've seen that grow massively here at Champions now, but I want to take a step back and kind of reflect on Shanghai, because that was probably the most disappointing global event in a very long time that Fnatic has gone to. What do you think is different about the team that went out that early at Shanghai to now this team that is looking to go on a run in the lower bracket in Seoul?
It's what I've been talking about. It's just the energy.
Yeah.
If we have the right energy on the right days, I think we're really hard to stop. You saw in the EMEA, we just steamrolled everyone, and we've had a few hiccups now that we're in the international event here. But at Shanghai, the energy was just a bit off. I mean, the Genji game was okay at Shanghai. Sure. It was close. We had chances to win.
Breeze.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm getting.
Don't remind me about the breeze.
Yeah, sorry, I'm making you relive it. Yeah.
But we had chances, but then that foot game was just terrible energy, and I think that obviously we've had some illness problems, stuff like that. So it's
perennially with Fnatic.
I mean, we have that meme that we lick doorknobs, and I understand
it's just Durka,
it.
I think. That's just his thing.
I don't know what it is. But
real quick, though, because we just saw some footage of having to say goodbye to G2, a team I think a lot of people had winning this tournament. They were definitely one of the favorites. What did you think of them today? What were they like on the server?
I mean, they're a really good team. I think that Valen's a really good caller. When we anti-strain them, we're like, look, their attack is nice. Like, they know how to call and they know how to play. So I think it was one of the situations where, like, I expected to play them, like, up in the tournament, and the fact that we had to play them in the first elimination bracket, which is, it's brutal.
Yeah.
How does a win like that, though, affect the confidence for the rest of this lower bracket to kind of to beat a team like that so early on in your run?
I think it's good. It's really, really good. I said to the boys, if we can get over this team, they're a really good team. We can beat anyone else that's left. So we just got to keep the energy and keep it going.
Maybe the DRX rematch at some point. I mean, we're going to take a look at the bracket now and see who's potentially going to be in your way to that trophy. Of course, if DRX win that game and you guys win your next one, hey, we're going to get a rematch. But of course, that upper bracket, it's looking kind of juicy. Who you want, Elmer? Who you want?
Who do I want? I think Sen go through. People are going to love him. I think Sen and I'm not sure. I'm not sure about Lev Heretics. I think that's a close game. But I think saying go through, I think we end up playing EDG, if I'm being honest. And then I don't know how DRX go against their opponent. I think that's going to be a good game as well.
Yeah. What about this other one? Because you guys obviously lost to Team Heretics. They look in pretty good form. How are you feeling about their prospects this one?
I think they have a chance. I think Lev are looking all right as well. I think that's a 50-50. To me, that's a coin toss, that Heretics-Lev game. I wouldn't make a call.
All I'm going to say is we are on track for an EMEA versus EMEA Grand Final as of right now.
I feel like that's pretty early.
We're on track. But it's possible, Mimi. It's not
Anything's
impossible.
possible still.
Yeah, we're on track. And I would hate that because I wouldn't know who to choose.
The cope in the air.
Literally one game. We won one game.
But this is the moment to do it.
I agree. And is that how you guys feel as well? Was today the game that you felt like we could do this convincingly? If we could have some confidence, then this trophy is well within your reach.
Yeah, I think it's always in our reach. It's just, get through every game, one game at a time. Just be consistent, improve every day. Make sure we're, I keep saying the word energy, and I'm sorry.
NRG?
But not NRG, I don't want to talk about them.
Would you guys say you're finessing them in a lot of these games?
I wouldn't say that. Absolutely
I think,
not.
yay. Happy with that.
That's beautiful.
Sorry. I need to eat some food. I'm here all day. I could do this all day. Anything else? Sorry.
I don't want
I've derailed this. I've actually derailed this.
Let's let him leave.
Yeah, I've derailed this completely. But thank you very much, Elma, for joining us.
Thank you, Elma.
Beautiful series. Thank you, Mimi as well, of course, Kakuka, the casters, you guys at home for watching. We're going to be back for more games tomorrow, starting with Sentinels versus EDG. Have a lovely rest, and we'll see you tomorrow. This is the lower bracket, which means there will be no second chances. DRX and Trace have to bring their A game if they want to make a run, and this is going to be a very important map pool.
Safely tucked inside the smoke, just tries to take that angle and fight, but again, nothing to really add on. Make something of this round still, but just down to the one, and he will be quickly approached, and the double-up discipline of Trace is enough to seal up that round. Youthful to work with, there's not too much here. Adjustments, folks. Drop the bang! And brings it closer and closer to victory. Dropped in the process. Now ADS for lining them up. Flashback might just be their savior. Buzz is right round the corner. Shoddy in hand. Upgrade obtained. And beaming him down. My God, Buzz. 13-3 is the finish. Map 1 sealed up. He needs some help and backup from the rest of his squad. Body's opened up. What an adjustment. And he has bought that time. Critical element for his team to get back into play. Okay, I've just seen something ludicrous. The operator fell off the map, and somebody just jumped off the map and picked it off as the round went into the next to save the op. Ain't no way. Into the trips too as well, up and over the top. That's a beautiful flash, Kai. The split defense play from DRX still. The smoke does dissipate. Bane trying to hold his ground, standing down up towards heaven. Still Kai, he's on one. This is where the problems start to stack. Trace, they need to try and hold these guns and hold them well. Fire in line, sticking it forwards. Now the defense needs to come online, but again, bullets straight through the wall. And then Foxy9 even falls. DRX, it's flawless once more to finish the map. And almost perfect all the way throughout. Cleaning up the lower bracket game, and it does mean that Trace, unfortunately, will be eliminated.
Oh boy, this matchup has the potential to become one of the all-time classics. But this is the lower bracket. There is no room for mistakes when elimination is on the line.
It's a 3v3, but it doesn't feel like a solid one. It doesn't feel like a comfortable one. It just feels inevitable. He stuck that. He stuck that right into Hero's lap.
He gets a Vandal.
Now Chronicle on the swing back site will clean up the last two members. Fnatic are just running circles around G2. A 13-3 stomp.
He's double initiator comp.
Dude, the season 8 was nice. Durkin knew exactly where he was going to be. They popped the ult. He's going to find another. Terrible timing. Can IC deliver? For G2 with Bolster on the other side. Yes, he can. A deep hit now that they're going to attempt to counter, but VALORANT will crumble under the weight of the moment, under the dominance of Fnatic. A punish. How much more can they find? Leaf with 2, make that 3.
Should have been half.
When do G2 go? They might not get the chance. Jonah P gets dealt with. Tucked behind the cover of the smokes. They push their way forward. Icy's dead. Alpha here, filthy! Heartbreak for G2! The orange and black banner waves on! Fnatic survive!
If you want to be the best, you have to beat the best.
I think EMEA is a slightly weaker region than NA.
As a team, we are better than Leviathan.
They definitely still have good teams, but overall, I think NA is a better region.
I think the international matchups are really fun.
Pretty big game. I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm going to Jet Aspas.
I like playing European teams because they play pretty structured. So if you're playing better than them, usually you'll take the win.
We have a lot of confidence in our fans, like as I say.
It's a big game to get into the new arena, top 3.
We've done it before to take a trophy, so hopefully we can do it again.
We are not scared of anyone.
It's so hard to open my eyes. I'm blind to the light from the sky. I'm dealing with things I can't write. And all of you know it's been no easy road. But I keep working harder, going harder just to prove something. Burning out, I can't do shit for weeks. Guess I proved nothing. Everybody wants my work for free. I know you have the money, things are looking different. I'm not putting up with you, not anymore. And I know you think you still can take advantage. And you always took my humbleness for granted. But I know my worth, you can't take that away from me. And I know you think you still can take advantage. But it hasn't worked out like you fucking planned it. 'Cause I know my worth, you can't take that away from lost myself now.